always say? What do I 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 always say, dude? What do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why what do I always say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator, living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. What's going on, everybody? Do an accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. You have to do it well or else it's racist. There you go. What's happening, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. It's Saturday, October 18th, 2025, and it's a beautiful day. It is 77 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, we're alive, and the streets are a-flowing. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and then pressed the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'ma do. Now, the I-5 is closed from what I understand. It's no King's Day. We got craziness going on. We got stuff happening all around the world, okay? And specifically, we got protests all around the United States of America. Anyone going to the protest today should be on the lookout for agitators who might be a Fed or not. My march hasn't started and already has somebody like a Fed trying to get to the crowd at the local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. Also, bring a paper grocery bag with you to collect trash people might be looking to throw away. Let's keep our cities clean. Jesus Christ. This guy got me so fast. Like, just started the broadcast and the crow man is here again. You seem so frustrated yesterday. Hope you're feeling better today. /Jen. Yes, I was very frustrated yesterday. I was incredibly doomer pilled. I was all doom and gloom because people were being ridiculous from like instantly. People were like insta unlocking me and yeah, people were insist on locking me from the start with the Grand Platinum story. It was very frustrating, and it annoyed me. And it's hard sometimes to maintain revolutionary optimism, especially with an extremely online community such as this one, or just extremely online in general. But today is actually a really good dose, an antidote against that sort of thing. You'll be good, dog. You're just in a PR attack that'll pass. No, it's not I don't give a shit about that. The PR shit. No, this is a consistent issue within the left that I get very frustrated by all the time. It's just like people are very, very defeatist. TwitchCon is a complete mess, Unc. Yeah, I saw some stuff. What was the blue shirt you wore yesterday? I need the ID, please. It's a L'Equipe. I'm pretty sure. But we'll get into all of that in a second and more. So we got protests happening all around. You know, people's parents are going to protest. Like they're participating. It's actually making me feel very good, making me feel very proud, making me feel very excited. Anyway. But yeah, it was me freaking out about the purity spirals of the left, which is ironic because a lot of the drama obsessed slop riddled brain cancered morons thought I was like talking about Kaya or the drama or some shit. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with that and everything to do with my discontent towards people who are like, oh, this person has done something wrong or said something wrong, you know, fucking in 2013, or this person was like a military veteran and therefore he is not a candidate that you should even take a serious look at and make assessments on. And that's a very, very frustrating, it's a very frustrating thing to have to deal with all the time from the left. In any case, we have a playlist. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. We have Times Square is just like completely packed. Please stop asking me if I'm going to be attending a protest today. I may or may not. Who knows? Okay, just like, come on. Okay. But even if I were to, let's say hypothetically, do such a thing, it will be for a very limited time. It will be for a very limited time frame, and it'll be very, very safe. Okay. So yeah. Never been this early. Damn, your view count fallen. It's because you've never been this early. That's the reason. This is when people are coming in. Anyway, personal news wise, as far as, you know, what I have done in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. What did I do? I ended the broadcast yesterday after almost 8 hours. And then I actually hung out with my mom, and I watched Mussolini, Son of the Century. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm like, I'm at like the 5th episode now. I think it's a 7-episode series, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm on the 5th episode now. So you offer so much charitability, interacting with those who offer you none must be exhausting. It's okay. You have to do that. I have to do that. You should do that as well, though. If there's one lesson that I can teach everyone in here, I would say that the best lesson is always abide by your standards and your principles, even when you feel weak. And there are plenty of moments where I feel weak, and I have to always remember that people have different starting positions than myself. They have a different worldview than myself, and that's okay. And if my goal is to change their perspective, I have to always be charitable, even to those who will offer me none. There are obviously people that after a certain point have shown that they're unable to change and uninvested in change whatsoever. And obviously there is, we have a limited amount of time on this planet. So you shouldn't be wasting all of your time and effort on all this stuff. But it is what it is. In any case, yeah, Mussolini, watched that, went to bed, woke up early. I always, now that like my life is so structured and so rigid, it's kind of crazy. When I used to go to bed at 11, I would go to bed at 10 and then fall asleep by 11. I would wake up at 6 a.m. to piss. Now I moved that down an hour. I go to bed at try to go to bed at like 9:30 and go to sleep by 10. Now I wake up to piss at 5 a.m. And then when I wake up to piss, it's actually really cold. So then I demand Kaya get on the bed with me and cuddle. And then I get warmth. 9 a.m. No, 9 p.m. is when I go to bed. 10 p.m. is when I sleep, and then I wake up at 5 a.m. and piss, and then I go back to sleep for like a little bit longer, and then I wake up at 6 to go work out and stuff. But that's my sleep schedule. I'm an old man, so I'm unk. Does she not sleep in the bed with you usually? No. She does whatever the fuck she wants, okay? And she'll get on the bed for a little bit. Sometimes she'll sleep on the bed the entire night. Other times when she feels like it's too hot, when she feels like the bed is too hot, then she'll be like, nope, I'm out. And she just like slowly crawls off of the bed. It's pretty funny watching her just slither down to the ground. But yeah, in any case, but yeah, I woke up and I feel refreshed and revitalized. Why, you might be asking, do I feel refreshed and revitalized? Well, it's because, I was at the gym and I was working out as always. Look, I wanted to show you guys the abuse that she endures. It's so funny because this dog, but they're both Belgian Malinois, right? And they just chomp at her nonstop, and she just doesn't feel it. She literally just does not fucking feel it at all. And this is, for those of you who are wondering, this is a big part of her morning routine. She's so good. she's so good at taking L's. Like, this is a dog psychology is really interesting. Dog psychology is really interesting because, like, some dogs always want to dominate, and that's not good. Okay, dogs that are always trying to dominate can sometimes exhibit aggressive tendencies. Kaya, on the other hand, is really good at both dominating, but also sometimes playing a submissive role, like she's doing here when she'll like get on her back. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. There's supposed to be a back and forth. What? Lots of people are like that too, unfortunately. I'm just saying it's... Continuing to feed the fire that this is all a psyop by the community to get more Kaya content, and I support this. Ironically enough, I have mostly just Kaya content even before this. I mean, has it increased the uptick of Kaya content? Maybe a little bit, but like, I always post Kaya in the mornings and at night usually. So this is not that strange or new if we're being real. But yeah. Start a Kaya Instagram since you killed your only page with reels. Oh my god, you guys are so lame and annoying for complaining about that shit. But anyway, here's the other reason why I'm in a fucking good mood, because your boy
حمانا لو طوقته الضراغم رثالة البغي صالت فأين عهد الحواسم ناس.
Your ass is wild. Thank you. Yeah. Brother, it's supposed to be No King's Day. Leave some for the rest of us. It's not No Cake Day. It's just No King's Day, right? But yeah. We got you know, I hit the deadlifts. I hit crazy amounts of arms and biceps and triceps. I feel crazy. Back to the trap bar, huh? Just for today. Okay, calm down. It's just for today. My wife walked by and saw this and asked why I was drooling. That's crazy. Isn't this the equivalent of someone playing country music while doing deadlifts? Yes. It's an Arabic nasheed while doing deadlifts, though. Okay, BDB video of you watching the Chinese military parade has 328,000 views. That is like owned by Putin, Xi, and Kim attend major military parade. What are they saying? I've seen quite a few Hasan. He's quite impressive and has said a lot of good things about China. After Speed came to China this year, XG said, and he said he wanted to come to China, but neither of them has taken any action yet. Neither of them is an outdoor anchor, let alone a cave goblin like XG after landing. He didn't speak the language and was introverted. He probably ran back the first day. This year's event shouldn't be the largest, as there aren't many phalanxes and duration is controlled. However, quality is more important than quantity. Nice. You watched it for 3 seconds? Okay, calm down, man. Yeah, that person doesn't even know. It's pretty funny that they know enough about XCC that they said the first stop is Macau. But that person doesn't know that I am literally going to China next month. But in any case... Trap bar is better in my opinion. Conventional deadlift is rad, but I'm built weirdly. Short limbs, long torso, so I'm biased. No, I like the conventional deadlift. I'm a fan of the conventional deadlift. I will continue. Holy shit, look at this goddamn crowd at the Boston No Kings protest. Jesus, Lord mercy. Oh my God, brother. This is not going away, okay? I don't think people understand. Like, this is pretty good. I know it's great to say from your home that this shit sucks, it's libtarded, whatever the fuck, right? But honestly, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Today's No Kings protest is expected to be the single largest single day protest in U.S. history. I mean, that's gotta not feel too great. You know what I'm saying? That's gotta not feel great at all, brother. Holy moly. Okay. All right, let's blast off. No Kings protests explode around the nation. GOP brands No Kings as un-American. Antifa, Hamas. No Kings slated to be largest single day protest in U.S. history. People really don't like this admin. Let's go. www. Antifa membership off the chain. Yeah. I mean, this is a great show of force from the public. The reason why it's a great show of force from the public and a necessary one is simply because, you know, we have numbers. No, I'm not going to use the blast off meme that you sent me about Charlie Kirk or Asmongold. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Give me something No Kings related if you have one. If not, I'm just going to post something else. No disrespect, chatter. I'm not going to post Asmongold on my fucking blast off meme. I don't like that. They need to wrap anti-war with Venezuela in there. It's literally the perfect time. Yeah, I think there is a lot of liberalism baked into this, but ultimately, liberalism is monoculture. Okay, liberalism is monoculture. And the reality is that a lot of liberals who I think if had the proper education and the tools would recognize that they're maybe more radical than liberals, right? A lot of people who fancy themselves to be liberals or Democrats would most likely be considered not liberals or simply Democrats at all. But it is up to us to educate these people, okay? You have to remember. You have to remember. I mean, even this community wants their democratically elected government to crumble, just not by war. I don't expect war hawks libs to be the left of that. Not everyone in this community does, okay? This community has a much broader spectrum of people than you think, okay? I think like one of the things that I see all the time on TikTok that is very frustrating, but there is some truth to it, is like the antisocial tendencies that a lot of people on the left have. And I think it stems from being extremely online as opposed to like working in, real organizational structures or working with people in general and being out there in general. I think that's like a truly shitty part of this, even though being extremely online also does have its fucking benefits. The reason why it is somewhat beneficial as well is because like now more and more people are just extremely fucking online. But even when you are extremely fucking online, you shouldn't demonstrate antisocial tendencies like that. And every step you take, you should be taking as though you are promoting yourself and your movement in general. Did you see Emmy got assaulted at TwitchCon? Yes. I'll cover that. I'll cover that first. Okay. Does anyone have the link to it? I mean, it's horrible. It's horrifying. It's exactly what, Cutie, Valkyrie, Pokemon were talking about. It's unfortunately not surprising, but yes, Amaru got assaulted by a random stalker at her meet and greet at TwitchCon. Trigger warning. Security pushed the perpetrator away, but then turned back and allowed the man to walk away. Amaru comes back shortly and continues meeting the fans. And that's crazy that like she still went into it. So here she is at her meet and greet, and then some guy just like forcibly tries to hug her and then and kiss her. It's sexual assault. For the record, what should happen in this situation, what should be happening in this situation is that you don't just let this person walk away or like ban them from the convention. You actually ban them from freedom. You ban them from walking around freely by fucking arresting them, because that's precisely what it is. Okay, it's what are we doing here? Like, because Twitch was like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry that this happened. I'm sorry. So Twitch was basically like, so sorry that this happened. We banned the person from the platform and we banned them from the convention. And it's like, yeah, ban them from being free. Ban them from being a free person that gets to walk around freely. I'm not like a very draconian person at all, but like, you know, something should be happening in terms of apprehension, right? Am I crazy? That's like a pretty basic demand, right? This was a big problem last TwitchCon as well. Last TwitchCon, there were a lot of people that were trying to do fuck shit. Last TwitchCon, there were a lot of people who were trying to do fuck shit. Like a lot of kick streamers were like trying to get clips off to the best of their ability. Nick Pollum and I believe it was Nick and Wake, right? That got like also sexually assaulted by some random fucking kick streamer. And I don't necessarily know how to fix this convention stuff. Like, I don't know how you fix it. I don't know how you deal with it because like, what are you supposed to do? Like a psych evaluation before you decide whether or not someone is allowed at the convention or not? Like, I don't know, right? But here's Emaru's statement. But anyway, here's the video. His security comes in and just pushes him off. I'm takes him away, and then another staff takes Emaru away as well. Then the security rushes back to Emaru to make sure that she's okay. But in the process, I guess like they just kind of let him go, which is crazy. That's Emaru's security guy, not Twitch. Yes.
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened?
People are saying dude pulled a weapon. No, I think it was a pen. Get at it. Oh. Farley's here. Kaya's been remarkably well behaved in spite of that reality. Because Will and Caroline are at TwitchCon. Anyway, keep in mind they banned our security guard last year because he held someone until Twitch security came to get them. Yeah. And this kind of stuff happens. There is also a literal culture around some streamers that actively either try to do this. There is a culture around streamers promoting this shit, for the record. Like, you know, from my own personal experiences when I was at the DNC, like, there is, I mean, Destiny literally fucking egged this shit on and has at times straight up said, you know, Hasan deserves to be shot and killed. And he has actually promoted people in his community that have approached me in different instances. Frogan has been harassed by another one of Destiny's friends and content creators as well. You do, I do not. There is not a single instance where I have ever fucking thought that this was appropriate, especially because not only do I sometimes am on the receiving end of this shit, I also think it's like a objectionable behavior. It's horrible behavior. So, like, there are literal content creators who unironically do this kind of shit and promote this kind of shit, and it's really fucking gross. There are content creators who themselves engage in this kind of behavior as well. Now, obviously, there's a difference between like a content creator that knows the other content creator and is like on you know, friendly and is friendly with the other content creator and they're like collaborating or whatever, versus like a random content creator who is just like stalking someone. That's the difference. Like, there are people who get stalked pretty fucking aggressively. And the fact that Emaru knew that this could potentially happen, because as I say all the time, like, women have it the worst on the internet, okay? They have it the absolute fucking worst. There are unhinged stalkers that go crazy over this shit. And there are a lot of like Discord servers and like stalking, cyber stalking groups that are dedicated to female content creators especially. And in those cyber stalking communities, there's like this weird environment where people will justify this kind of behavior. It's incredibly weird. It's incredibly scary. And it is incredibly fucked up. There are female content creators who've been killed all around the world, ironically enough. There was one recently in Korea that was assassinated by a fucking stalker. There was one in Mexico that was assassinated by a stalker. And of course, here in the United States of America, we have Christina Grimmie, the famous story of Christina Grimmie as well. So like, it is so crazy. When I say ironically enough, I meant like even in places where people don't have guns, it's still terrifying. So yeah, Korean streamer Yoonji Ah has been found dead after attacked by a longtime viewer who donated almost $70,000 to her. The incident occurred after she tried to cut ties with a man in his 50s. So it is obviously completely unacceptable. And besides that, I mean, that is the basic, that's the immediate take, but it's not the only take. Okay. Not only is it completely unacceptable, but I think we really need to reevaluate the culture around this type of stuff. We really need to reevaluate the culture around this type of shit and reconsider how some content creators do egg this shit on. Okay. There are content creators out there who absolutely promote this kind of behavior within their own communities. There are content creators who basically, they call it A-logging, okay? Like the lolcow shit, the A-logging shit. There are entire streamer content creator communities that are dedicated to doing this kind of stuff, obsessively stalking people and using their community to do that, and then having like real life impact as well on top of like the normalization structure that fucking exists on the internet when content creators are doing it, where it makes people feel more comfortable behaving in this kind of way. Okay. Here's Emaru's statement. She says, "Hello everyone, I'm okay, and thank you all for the kind messages. Sorry I cannot respond to them all. Yesterday, the man who assaulted me was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon and even in front of another creator's meet and greet to grab me in my face and try to kiss me. Fortunately, he wasn't able to, but a lot of people have pointed out that it could have been a lot worse. I'm obviously shaken up by what happened, and it's not the first time I've dealt with something like this, but to tell you honestly, I'm a lot more hurt and upset by how Twitch handled it during and after the fact. Like I said, I don't understand how he was allowed to make it to me in the first place. The security in the clip who reacts is my own security. It's true. My favorite and usual security guard was banned for holding a stalker's arm to bring him to the police at a past TwitchCon. However, there were at least 3 or 4 other TwitchCon security staff in the area who did not react and let the guy walk away, as you can see in the clip, since they don't even appear in the frame. LOL. The woman who was walking me away is my own personal manager, and behind the booth, the only 2 people who were checking in on me and comforting me were her and my friend. None of the TwitchCon staff came to ask what happened or if I was okay. My friend who was present told me Twitch security were also behind the booth afterwards, joking about how they didn't even see what happened and immediately laughing and moving on to talking about something else. So if no one was checking if I was okay or if I needed anything and they let the guy run away initially, I have no idea what anyone hired to keep the event safe was doing, lol. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. I'm sorry, but that is a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me, and it felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. That is insane. I have a lot more I want to say, but I will say it on stream later today instead of writing a book on here. Thank you guys again. Sorry you all had to see that. This is definitely my last TwitchCon, and as sad as me to say, as a 10-year off and on attendee of TwitchCon, I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. Stay safe, y'all. Everything is going to be okay. Twitch proving all streamers not wanting to go to the con, correct? That sucks. Yeah. I mean, look, the reality of the matter is every content creator, no matter how big or small, especially female content creators, know that this is know that this is something that can happen. So if you actually see a female content creator, especially at one of these conventions, remember that they know all of that and they came in spite of all of that because they still wanted to see their fans. Okay? Like there is always this target on people's backs regardless. There's this target on like large content creators' backs as well, but it's not to the same degree. It's not to the same severity. It's as it is for how consistent this is for female content creators. That's why for years and years, I have told you over and over again, whenever people are like, Hasan, you get harassed all the time. Do you feel like you're the most harassed person? I'm like, no. The average female content creator is cyber stalked and harassed way worse than I am. Okay? It's just like a normal, I know this from behind the scenes, okay? It is so insanely fucked up. And there is absolutely a culture of normalizing this kind of behavior. You need to understand. There is a culture of normalizing this kind of behavior as well. There are people who literally get together in cyber stalking forums and in cyber stalking Discord servers, and they literally talk to one another about how perfectly valid this obsession is. Okay? And this obsession, when paired up with a lot of people who have a lot of mental illness, actually ends up turning into situations exactly like the one that Emaru encountered. Okay? So just remember that. And there are abso-fucking-lutely content creators who egg this shit on. Okay? It's a massive, massive problem. And when content creators actually lean into this in any way, shape, or form, when they lean into this in any way, shape, or form, they normalize this kind of behavior. They normalize the cyber stalking. They normalize, or when content creators themselves do it, like a lot of kick streamers, okay? A lot of kick streamers have basically made it their content to behave like this, okay? Like a lot of smaller streamers that want to make a name for themselves have turned around and made it their literal fucking content to behave like this. And it ends up creating a permission structure where this kind of activity is not seen as freak shit and there is no pushback, and it becomes a situation that is like impossible to contend with. Okay? There's also a environment of there's an environment of misogyny as well. It's everything. It's rape culture. It's misogyny. It's everything that intersects. Anything for the clip seems to be the norm right now, and it's fucking gross. Yeah, and I think a lot of people forget that like the people in front of the camera are also human beings. Okay, I know it comes across as though that is not the case, because you're like, oh, you guys are profoundly fortunate. And also there is this sense of entitlement where people are like, what do you mean? You wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for me and others like me. You owe me shit, right? You owe me everything. You owe me everything I need to know about your life. You owe me every single thing that I want out of you. And for female content creators, it literally goes beyond where this kind of sexual assault takes place from time to time. I don't want this. I hope the one good thing that comes out of this is that people actually really check themselves and really reconsider what kind of spaces that they occupy and really reconsider how they behave on the internet. Because nobody deserves this kind of, nobody deserves this experience at all. No one. It's so fucking unacceptable. Because I know that for a lot of people, They look at this and they go, whatever, she's fucking rich. It's like, okay, dude. It's insane. You are just trying to justify that kind of behavior, justify that kind of like cyber stalker ass behavior if you ever say something like that. Anyway. This should be a moment of self-reflection. I see people that say that she's the reason why that fan did what did that because that's how she built a community. No thoughts, just yeah, exactly. Exactly. Luckily there hasn't been that big of a pushback of this sort that I have seen in public because everyone is like everyone is very frustrated right now about what happened. But if you think it is a crazy thing to say, for the record, yes, it is a crazy thing to say. But you need to understand something, okay? While it is a crazy thing to say, people do say it, okay? It's a crazy thing to say, and people do say it. Anyway. People have a tendency to automatically hit the victim blaming notes. They love doing that shit. They love insta-locking. They love insta-locking victim blame narratives. Anyway. Shit account, but the guy just walked out like it's nothing. That's crazy. He walked out of the fucking... That's the guy. He just walked out of the fucking front gates after doing that. That is crazy. Look. Even my wife argued that IRL streaming invites this behavior. I had to argue that the lack of accessible mental health benefits of healthcare is a bigger issue. Yeah, dude, no, that's insane. That is insane. Ember gets attacked at TwitchCon and there are still chatters in here trying to drama bait.
Hashtag give it back. So, sneak meet and greet was pretty cool though.
Yeah, he's right there.
That was fun.
He just walks past them. Cyber stalking leads to actual physical stalking is what I'm saying. But unfortunately, neither is like, there is no real method of stopping this. Okay? There is no real method of stopping this. We have no legislation. We have no mechanisms of apprehension. It's also not really taken seriously as well. It's really fucked up. Like, it's one thing to just say, oh, well, you know, it is what it is. This is bad. But like, there is an environment, there is a culture on the internet that has tried to justify this kind of shit over and over again. Like, there is a permission structure that we are supposed to maintain as a mechanism of like social enforcement. And I feel like the more vicious we become, the more ruthless we become online, the more people find ways of justifying this kind of behavior. I cannot believe that this person did not actually get, I cannot believe that this person did not actually immediately get apprehended by law enforcement. Like, how are you not arrested? How do you get to walk out of the fucking... Like, you do this to... When you do this to anyone, let alone like a famous person on camera, but just like anyone in general, you should be arrested. And I guess that also... That, I guess, also is another... That also is another problem with law enforcement as well, where they're just like very bad at dealing with this stuff. Yeah, you would be arrested for doing this to a mall Santa. Exactly. Anyway. Fucking gross. All right. Here's Twitch's statement on it. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site and responded to the incident. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. We are coordinating with the impacted creators team and, per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. It is really important to us that our creators enjoy their experience at TwitchCon and feel safe. I don't even know if it's just like, I don't even know if it's possible. I don't even know if it's possible. And we know that the dude just straight up walked out. And we know from Emru's statement that like she did not immediately get looked after at all. Anyway, what happened? I don't know. Lol, I have a job. Emaru, who is one of the top female content creators on this platform, was sexually assaulted at her meet and greet by a random fucking stalker weirdo loser. And then her own personal security actually pushed him and then went to take care of Emaru. And from what I understand, like the last security person that did this at the last TwitchCon that actually held the stalker last time was actually banned from working security at this TwitchCon. And as you can see in this incident, he was able to fucking walk freely, walk out of the doors. Here's the statement on that with Jason.
Okay, maybe I should talk about this. Whatever, who cares? I had a security guard.
What do you think the punishment should be? Jail, brother. What do you mean? Jail, jail, jail. Sexual assault equals jail. Okay. Cyber stalking should also have some kind of fucking penalty, at least like mental health evaluation and mental health treatment. And then actual physical stalking in the real world, even before the sexual assault, should also have some kind of repercussions. But this is the maximalist thing that you can do. This is he sexually assaulted her. Okay? He should be in jail. What the fuck? You do a crime, you go to fucking jail. Or at least that's how it's supposed to be.
2 years ago, where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him, and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't.
Like, the craziest part about this is every fucking content creator has experiences like this. Every single one. Every single one. Okay? FYI, the person who made this tweet made a death threat against you. This person, Jay Lee plays games. I mean, whatever, dude. I can eat it. I can deal with it. Fucking, there's a long list. Okay, if I were to look through every fucking person on the internet that has like Anyway, what I was saying is, I mean, this is a part of that same culture of normalizing this kind of behavior, for the record. Like, it's just, this plays a role, okay? This plays a role in normalizing this kind of behavior, especially if you're a fucking content creator. Especially if you are a content creator and you have some semblance of a community. When you say stuff like that, your fucking freak-ass parasocial fans are also going to see that and be like, oh, this is awesome. We can all do this. We should all do this. Okay? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The story is not about me. I'm just saying every single content creator has experienced stuff like this. And the content creators themselves that also lean into stuff like this guy apparently, don't realize that they're also participating in this culture, and they're expanding the permission structure for people to do this kind of thing. Okay? You are emboldening the fucking freaks. You are emboldening. You are behaving like a freak yourself, and you are also emboldening the fucking freaks. I'm sure this used to happen to celebrities way before content creation too. Of course, this used to happen to celebrities all the fucking time. The difference is, however, that celebrities at least were like somewhat inaccessible, as opposed to the way content works now. And when you're always on, and when you're constantly, when you constantly have a back and forth feedback loop with your audiences, the parasocial feelings are heightened. The sense of entitlement is heightened. You understand that, like, the person that you're seeing behind the screen is not dissimilar to you in many ways and are accessible. Okay? The internet did not invent this issue. The internet simply streamlined this issue. And over the last couple of years, okay, over the last couple of years, I would go so far as to say that, especially with Twitter becoming 4chan poll openly, it has made people feel even more comfortable and confident behaving in this way, because people get rewarded when they behave this way on Twitter now. And that has had an impact on all of the other platforms as well. That has caused other content creators to also lean in on this kind of behavior, this kind of like antisocial, personality disordered behavior. And all of that has made it infinitely worse. All of that has made things infinitely worse.
Hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like perma-banned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And
what the fuck?
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore. I was just
That's
like,
fucked.
okay, like it was so sad because he did like everything.
I don't know, man. Like, even after the Charlie Kirk stuff, like, people didn't dial it back at all. People did not even remotely think to dial it back at all. They just went, all systems go. This is actually this is a product of the violent Antifa left, and we have to fucking kill them. We have to do whatever we can to fucking apprehend them. Like we just, I don't know. We have no like cultural safeguards at all. We have no social safeguards at all. Have you ever met Emiru? Yes, of course I've met Emiru. I've done content with Emiru. Why would the security guard be banned? Because the security guard apprehended a con attendee by the eyes of the Twitch executives, I guess. It's a unique situation because given that there are no safeguards around this sort of thing, and there is no like real legislation to try and deal with this sort of thing, you can't even fucking talk about it. Some content creators do talk about their own personal experiences every now and then, but most people don't. I'm telling you, what you hear from streamers about their stalkers or about incidents like this, like whether it be cyber stalking or directly like physically stalking or directly physically assaulting someone, sexually assaulting them, what you see and what you hear is simply the fucking tip of the iceberg. Okay? Same thing goes with swatting. Same thing goes with cyber stalkers and real life stalkers showing up at your house. People don't talk about it, and the reason why content creators don't talk about it, the dark side of Twitch streaming in general, is because there's not really too much you can do about it, and because there's not really too much you can do about it, when you talk about it, it amplifies it, and it creates copycats. Even subreddits that are cyber stalking shitholes like LSF that are purposely directed to the Streisand effect comes from that, literally. Okay? But even cyber stalking shitholes like LSF have made a rule for years and years not to show when someone gets swatted. They delete those clips on purpose because that only creates copycats. That only creates more people that want to do that sort of thing. Not to bring it back to you, but isn't there like a weird ass stalking Discord server devoted to tracking information about your parents? Yes. And not just my parents, it's just everything. Yes. But once again, that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's like, it is what it is. There's not anything you can do about it. You just have to live your regular life. Because the one thing that these fucking dipshits want out of you more than anything else is to impact your life in some way. Just as you chat in the chat and the streamer sees your chat and reads it out loud and has that kind of brief interaction with you, some people take it one step beyond that, where they want to control your life or they want to impact your life in a negative fashion. Okay? That's what this is. It's almost like a puppet master. People do this kind of thing because they want some power over you. They have a sense of entitlement. They have a sense of unearned entitlement over everything that you are, your physical person. And on top of that, they want to control your life. They want to make sure that they can impact your life in a significant fashion. It is deeply disturbed. Seems like you have this exact talk every 3 to 4 months. Yes. And these issues obviously persist. I mean, look, this is what I was trying to say is, like, you know, the reason why this is, you know, all too common, same content creator who's like talking about how devastating this is, okay, has also leaned into it himself, right, to a certain degree. The reason why, the reason, I mean, this is so commonplace that, like, I didn't know who the fuck this guy was, and it turns out he's done this himself. Like, I'm trying to explain how normalized this is, right? It's just completely fucking normalized. And content creators that actually lean into this kind of shit are creating an environment that is less secure for themselves as well. Okay? They farm it. I'm a new sub, don't hate me, but why are feminists on TikTok accusing you of misogyny? I haven't seen any evidence, but so many people seem to agree. Come on, man. Remember, this happened to Nick Pollum last year. And it wasn't just like a stalker. It was also a stalker that was trying to make content out of it. It was a kick streamer that tried to make... it was a kick streamer that tried to make content out of this as well. I think Emeru was with Cinna and Valkyrie earlier this year when there was a stalker that came up to them and was like threatening to kill them. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and even after that, oh, it was Emeru's stalker? Emeru was the target of that stalking too? Yeah. Even after that, I saw a bunch of people that were defending that kind of behavior or victim blaming. There were people that were victim blaming, saying, how do you guys not have security? You don't expect to have, like, you know, stalkers show up? Obviously, duh. I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, that kind of victim blaming, unironically, expands the permission. People see that and they go, wow, I guess this is, you know, I guess this is the appropriate thing to do. I guess I can even get clout off of doing this shit. Yeah, even when Cutie, Valkyrie, Pokimane, when they came out and said that they didn't want to attend because they were fearful, I saw people fucking shitting on them. there were people yelling at me when I said I don't feel comfortable going to TwitchCon given the crosshairs that I have on me, because I don't want to put other people's lives at risk by potentially headlining an event so far ahead of time that I've said I was going to be at, with like, ample planning and stuff like that. And then people yelled at me over that. They were like, "Oh, get the fuck out of here. You're a pussy. You should actually show up." Immediately proving why I said what I said, and specifically and openly stated why I was not going, right? So that if I had some fucking stalker psychopath with plenty of ample time for planning, not show up to TwitchCon and maybe even potentially harm others in the process. And then I went to France. After saying that, and then people turned around and yelled at me for that. They were like, "Oh, wow, this guy." First, they said I was a pussy, and I was actually afraid for my life, and I was lying and acting as though I was, being considerate of others. Then they fucking turned around and said, "Oh, wow, this guy went out to a fucking protest in France. He went to an event in France. I thought he was too scared to put others in harm's way." Maybe in France, they don't have fucking access to an arsenal of weapons in the same way that they do in the United States of America. Perhaps that is the reason why it's not the same. I mean, you literally got your ribs broke on TwitchCon not that long ago. That was also in France, ironically enough, but that wasn't, that wasn't like a stalker situation. That was just like, that was a car accident. Yeah, it was also Austin who crashed into me and broke my ribs. I still did 3 hours of a meet and greet after, too, with broken ribs. That was crazy. Anyway. Hey, man, long-time viewer. I saw some memes and I hate you now. I struggle to think of for myself, so if you could sway me back to your side, we'll be all good. You got it. Like I've said over and over again, women have it so much fucking worse in this industry. It is so fucked up. It's so unacceptable. And this is the byproduct of that. Okay? And what I mean by that is, like, I'll give you a little taste, okay? Now, you guys know from my experience being in here, I got, professional clip farms that clip me out of context all the time to try to invoke some kind of response, right? But women across the board, female content creators across the board, have that no matter what. There were clip farms, some of which that are also dedicated to clip chimping me all the goddamn time and stalking my ass too, that are probably in here right now, that were professionally, look, this guy goes, victim Andy. Yeah, I'm not a victim. Okay, I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I'm just explaining something that I have also personally experienced while talking about a broader problem here that women experience so much worse. There were professional clip farms that would literally clip female content creators whenever they spoke about anything remotely sex related, even if it was talking about their own personal sexual assault, for example, and they would clip it out of context to make it seem like they were being salacious, make it seem as though they were being salacious and sensual with like shy emoji. They'd be like, "Oh, like Valkyrie talked about being sexually assaulted as a child." And these guys went and they fucking farmed it to be like, oh, she's actually talking about sex and slapped a fucking steak logo on it to try to fucking make money. And only after these content creators got together and said that they were going to pursue litigation did they stop doing that. It wasn't, nobody actually turned around and said, hey, this is pretty disgusting. You should probably stop doing this. They only stopped. They only fucking stopped because they were forced to stop. This happens to minors in content creation and entertainment. I remember Billie Eilish was so sexualized despite wearing baggy clothes throughout her teens to avoid that very thing. Yeah. Anyway. Like, this is it. For a lot of people, this is their content, right? For a lot of people, this is what they enjoy. There are a lot of people who are incredibly sad in their own lives, and they think, oh, awesome. Like, I'm gonna go in and like piss off this dude. And that is the enjoyment that I derive from this experience. It happens every day in here. Many of you have seen it. Many of you get mad at me for fucking even responding to it from time to time. Oh, you get stun locked too much. Right? But just understand that this is a constant part of this medium. And I personally don't even know what kind of legislation we could pass to try and stop it. I don't know. I think one of the best ways of dealing with this obviously is mental health. Ironically enough, very clear to me that people desperately need it. But who knows? Why aren't you tying this issue to communities that directly contributed to this problem? We all know which ones they are. This is Asmold's. I mean, because with Emaru specifically, I don't think that Asmongold's community has contributed to it, and you're just baiting this for drama. And anything that I say of this sort will be immediately fucking slapped on my own personal cyber stalking subreddit, LSF. And it will get, 20,000 fucking likes instantly because they bought that shit. And then that will literally fucking recycle drama over and over again. It probably will happen regardless. Now that I've even addressed it while saying that I don't think it's, I don't think this particular incident has anything to do with Asmongold. Also remember, not only is this the tip of the iceberg for female streamers, this literally happens to random women in general. Like, this is not like just a Twitch streamer thing, okay? This is not just a Twitch streamer thing. This is just what happens to women in general as well in the real world, like regular ass women, nurses, teachers, students. I believe Emery herself had a stalker in high school. Waitresses, you know, this is just a thing that happens. Really fucked up. When you were talking about how these were stalker incidents with traditional celebs and how society was harsher to these stalkers, one thing that's key is that the permission structure we perceive internet stalkers having is different, mostly because it's so creepily ubiquitous now. Exactly. Anyway. All right, now that we addressed this up and down, time to talk about the some good things that are happening in the world, the No Kings protests. Okay? No Kings protests.
This is breaking news.
The No Kings protest in Manhattan is already underway. This began around
Fucking huge, brother. It's awesome.
at 11 o'clock.
Hold on, I gotta pee.
We are looking down at Times Square, the convergence of 7th Avenue and Broadway. We can see large crowds that have been out here for some time now, already on the move, making their way down 7th Avenue. Currently, the crowd stretches from the north end of Times Square, 50th Street, both Broadway and 7th Avenue, beginning at 50th Street. Here from the middle of Times Square down 7th Avenue, the lead of the march is already down into the 30s near 34th Street. There is some spillover onto some of the side streets as well. Currently, the police are shutting down traffic to try to alleviate the issues in the area for those cross streets trying to get across 7th Avenue. In the meantime, if you are traveling around Manhattan, avoid the entire stretch of Midtown from about 50th Street down to 14th Street. Jim Smith, CBS News, New York.
What do you want? Justice! What do you want? Justice!
From coast to coast, millions of Americans took to autumnal streets today with signs, banners and colourful costumes. Towns and cities, big and small, hosting over 2,500 protest events. Their message, this is a republic ruled by a constitution, not a king.
We got to point out to the country that people are paying attention, that 49.9% of the vote is not a mandate to rip apart the Constitution.
I'm against the overreach of power. I believe in 3 branches of government. There's just been almost too many things to list.
I think that the state of the world that we are in right now is really horrible. I want my rights back. I'm off. I need Trump out of office. And yeah, no kings. That.
10 months after being sworn in for the second time, organizers accused Donald Trump of trying to warp the role of president into that of a monarch, bypassing Congress to rule by executive order, breaking norms and weaponizing the justice system against his perceived enemies and in favor of his supporters. Former Congressman George Santos, the latest of whom to have his 7-year jail sentence for wire fraud and identity theft commuted overnight. Just this week at the White House, which he continues to redecorate in his own gilded style, with plans for a $250 million ballroom, Trump unveiled his Napoleon.
Bro, even YouTubers who break phones for a living, living out their, oh yeah. This guy, I think used to be kind of like a right-wing, center-right normie, and Trump bricked him, dude. I've been seeing him post more and more. I've been seeing him post more and more about his like anger and resentment towards this administration, and it has only expanded in the last I think he was like kind of a libertarian guy, and he is fucking pissed off at Trump. Even the Palestine stuff also bricked him. He runs a wheelchair company for his wife. The ADA stuff was a big deal. Yeah. This is why I always have confidence that people can change. This is important. You have to understand. Sometimes we say, oh, Republicans only realize that something is fucked up when it impacts them directly. But it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't fucking matter. This is what I am firmly committed to. This is what I believe. The theory of change revolves around this. The theory of change that I embody, the theory of change that I push for, revolves around this. One day, no matter how much of a naysayer someone could be, one day there will be an issue, and they will realize that they will feel alone on a particular matter. They will feel like no one else cares about this thing that they care about because it impacts them directly. And we will be there because we've always been there. We've always been fighting for these things. And that's when those people's eyes will open up to the reality that maybe the negative polarization and the false framing and the false associations that they have with the left was built around the social learning that they went through, the environment that they grew up in, and that maybe they were wrong. There are many of you in this community who have also gone through that transformation as well. And I think it's really inappropriate to try to shut that off for others. But yes, I will always celebrate people that go through this transformation because it's a wonderful thing. And Jerry rigs everything I have personally seen throughout this past year especially go through that transformation these past 2 years. Some people can't put themselves in other people's shoes, and I think it's just a human thing, but once people feel it, they understand it and grow. Yes. You're right, people can change, but I have a bit of a justice narrative, so I see these dickhead hogs seeing their own stupidity. Yet I've been a lefty since university. I have a real hard time forgiving hateful rhetoric and victim blaming and ignorance. It doesn't matter. That's your own personal hang-up, and you have to fucking remove that kind of attitude. They didn't change, the discourse did? No. $501 sucks ass though. They don't know how to manage protests at all, and they're total bootlickers. No Kings is cucked. Stop. Don't do that. I have said over and over again, the last time the No Kings protest took place, amidst anti-ICE protests that were being put together by PSL, for example, that ended up becoming having much larger police presence and police enforcement than the 501 No Kings protests. What did I tell you back then? What did I tell you back then? This is not a bad thing, okay? So many of these people recognize exactly what's going on and they're frustrated by it. For 1, 2, 3, or a million different reasons, okay? But what matters is they know what the fuck is up. They recognize what's going on and they're frustrated by it and they want to protest against it. Okay? I'm not gonna ever poo-poo a person for taking it to the goddamn streets at a time when our voices have to be heard. Especially because people had these exact same opinions and these exact same criticisms about Bernie Sanders and AOC's no oligarchy rallies as well. People had these exact same kinds of opinions and criticisms about the No Kings protests. But ultimately, it is up to us to be there. Especially considering that when you go and attend things like this, when you go and attend these sorts of protests, two things happen. Number one, you feel emboldened. You get to see solidarity in action. And it's a beautiful feeling, okay? It is the anti-black pill. It is the maximum touching grass that you can do. That's number one. And number two, you recognize that regardless of the intention of the protest organizers themselves, regardless of even Bernie Sanders and AOC's perspectives on certain issues, the people that are attending those protests actually are on your side, and sometimes, or in many instances, especially given the way that liberals are operating right now and the way that they're communicating their discontent right now, they are far more radical than the way that the No Kings protest organizing committee has presented themselves as. Okay? That's it. It's one thing to dive into history books and fantasize about a time when you could have 300,000 socialists, card-carrying party members, trade unionists, communists come together and flood the streets. But unfortunately, you have to look at the situation that is in front of you. Fantasizing about activism of that sort is not going to make it happen. You have to make it happen. That's it. All this kind of like, oh, the Bernie rallies don't do shit. All that does is just make you feel better about yourself. It's the leftist version of what we saw early on when some chirpers, some liberals were like, we're going to sit ourselves out of this one. We're tired. You know, we voted for Kamala. We did our job. And the left didn't. So we're not going to participate in these ICE protests. When people were saying that, that was actually, they were saying that because they wanted to feel moral about their inaction. What you're doing right now is the left version of that. Okay? When you sit there and you go, all these Barbaras and Deborahs, they're out there, but like, this is not going to do anything, right? When you say stuff like that, you're not saying that because there is like reasonable critique against the No Kings protest organizers or anything like that, which I understand. I myself have actually been pretty vocal about things that I think are totally inappropriate as far as like organizing goes, as far as like experiencing it. Expressing any sort of discontent goes, like RSVP lists and things of that nature are not best practices at all. Having said that, you'll never catch me saying this is fucking bullshit, this is useless, this is silly, this is stupid. Okay? It matters. It matters when you got millions of people on the streets, man. It fucking matters. Are you kidding me? Like, look at this. Like, look at this shit.
Including Block Club Chicago, Unraveled Press, and the Tribe, to say in particular
the people are activated. The people are united. They're activated. They're angry. It is important for the existing party apparatus to utilize that anger and to redirect it into a productive, into something more productive. Okay? And if the party won't do it, and it doesn't seem like it will, we will do it. So instead of fucking sitting around and complaining, and being like, oh, it's just the fucking liberals, go out there, participate, organize. That's it. This kind of stuff, this kind of change doesn't happen overnight, doesn't happen magically. It takes many, many years. It takes a tremendous amount of effort. And you never know how far you can move the needle in the moment, in the very moment when you're participating in something like this. Okay? My dad organized a No Kings today in our small, deep red town of Central Florida. Had over 2,000 attendees. That's awesome. I went to an East Coast No Kings rally today, and to me, it looked like a great demonstration of the Popular Front. You had wine moms, Palestine activists, homeless advocates, PSL, DSA, and even RevComs all pushing towards the same goals.
Esque proposal to celebrate America's 250th birthday next year with a triumphal arch in Washington, D.C. Already being dubbed the Arc de Trump, Democrats have criticized the plans to build such a monument for America's quincentennial, supposedly a celebration of ditching an authoritarian king. Trump's denied the characterization of his leadership.
A king. This is more than a king. You know.
I feel like you have to have the memory of a goldfish to think this matters. I've seen this happen constantly, and it never leads to anything. I think saying that right now in 2025, when the entirety of the Western populations have actually dramatically swung in the opposite direction in the ways that they perceive Israel, is one of the dumbest times to say it. Because normally you can craft an elaborate pessimistic narrative like this, because as I've said over and over again, that change takes so much time. Okay? All you can do sometimes is to put the best foot forward, one step in front of the next. But right now, we have seen dramatic shifts in public consciousness take place over the course of years, undermining decades of billion-dollar propaganda, undermining a sophisticated network of influence and mechanisms of control. And protests had a lot to do with that. You never know how many people you are actually shifting. You never know how many people whose minds you are changing. And not only that, but it's also a wonderful feeling. I'm done with this pessimism. I hate it. Even if change feels impossible, it is upon us to make sure that even if change seems impossible after doing all the right things, and I talked about this extensively with Black Lives Matter, Democrats didn't do shit. Democrats literally did nothing to address police brutality after all of those protests. People not only took it to the streets, but then they also sucked it up and voted for a decrepit old man by the name of Joe Biden, and nothing changed. This created a lot of nihilism for a lot of young people, for a lot of younger millennials and Gen Z. This was their first interaction with unjustifiable hierarchies that they wanted to change. They did everything by the book. They protested and they did their civic duty, and nothing changed. This played a major role in shifting people's consciousness. This played a major role in making people nihilistic. Okay? But that nihilism is unproductive. That nihilism makes it much easier for fascism to win. And even if it is going to win, inevitably, whether or not it will, and there is no guarantee that it will, you should never obey in advance. You should never concede in advance, and you should do everything you can to fight back against it. That's it. It's the best you can do. And I promise you, if you attend something like this, if you attend even the most libbed up protest like this, you will realize that there are people out there, normal people, that you never would have thought would agree with you, that share the same universal principles that you believe. Okay? As I always say, you cannot succumb to nihilism. You have to maintain revolutionary optimism, and the best possible way to do that is by showing up and experiencing solidarity in real time, in action. There is no better, more galvanizing feeling than doing that.
They're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king. Right.
Thousands poured into Times Square in Trump's home city of New York to disagree. Organizers say more than 5 million people turned up for their last protests in June, making it one of the biggest in U.S. history. Even bigger crowds are expected today, prompting Republican governors in several states to place National Guard troops on standby. It's unclear how visible the military presence will be. Republican leadership has been trying to tarnish those turning out.
You're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party. That's where they've gone.
Democratic leadership has struggled to recover from last year's bruising election loss. Their defeated candidate has been encouraging Americans to use their voices today.
I encourage everyone to get out there in peaceful protest of what is happening in our country and express our voice around the country we believe in. So get out there and join the No Kings event near you.
Leading Democrats like Senator Bernie Sanders are expected to address crowds over the coming hours. The question for the party is how can it use this movement to bolster its chances of taking back Congress at midterm elections next year to curtail Trump's regal tendencies.
Millions of people are expected to take part today. Organizers are saying that they expect it to be in the millions. 2,600 different events that they expect to be held as the day goes on today. You can see here outside the federal building, they've already got the fencing up. This fencing was not up several months ago. They think that this is going to be a repeat or a follow-up to what went on in June around the country. Now, groups organizing today's event say that they are in response to what they call an abuse of power by President Trump, including the immigration crackdown and attempts to send in troops in cities like LA, Portland, and Chicago. Outside of Chicago this week, a number of arrests have been made at an ICE building. Fence around that building was coming down. Judge ruled the fence had to be removed because it was a safety hazard there. Republicans are branding today's event as Hate America rallies and say the rallies contribute to the ongoing government shutdown. That shutdown now on day 18 today.
Yeah. Famously, Republicans love America. The only thing Republicans love about America are the billionaire, millionaire, capitalist oligarchs. Okay? Their legislation is entirely directed at improving those guys' lives and in many instances just their bottom lines. Okay? The idea that like Republicans love America while they fucking wipe their ass with the Constitution in an effort to advance this unholy cause of marginally improving shareholder value every single fucking quarter for an increasingly shrinking number of Americans and writing off the 99% and basically throwing them to the wolves that they have fed themselves like ICE, like, you know, federal law enforcement, is a funny take, I would say. If anything, these people are the ones who are trying to protect America. what America was supposed to be in theory, the land of freedom, the land of prosperity, you know? They are trying to, they still have a firm commitment, and they're trying to abide by those principles.
Organizers say these rallies are being organized by regular people and volunteers, but a number of groups, including the ACLU, are helping to plan them. They say that they are expecting the crowds to be quite large today. Now, here in LA, there are worries about counter-protesters getting involved in the events today. Back in June, they were peaceful through the day, the No Kings Day rallies that went on, and then they devolved into violence later on in the night. There is that concern. Police telling us no known credible threats. We're seeing some chatter online, but that they will be keeping an eye on today. Gio?
And we'll be watching these protests throughout the day on our streaming channel, ABC News Live. Alex Stone, thank you so much.
Of people expected to pack the streets across the country tomorrow for the latest No Kings protest. About 2,500 events are planned across all 50 states, with dozens scheduled right here in LA.
The protest comes amid what organizers call the Trump administration's push toward a dictatorship and the immigration crackdown in Democratic-led cities. Saturday's rallies expected to have a historic turnout. John Fanilio is live from downtown LA with more. John.
Micah.
Yeah, I have the video for the DHS. Don't worry, I have it ready. It's one of the most insane things I've ever fucking seen. We'll talk about that too.
Andrew, that's right. The largest No Kings rally is expected to take place here in front of City Hall tomorrow afternoon. Organizers say it's meant to be a peaceful and principled demonstration in response to what they say are growing threats to democracy by the Trump administration.
Why are you guys
Critics,
doing this
though,
to me?
say the rallies are un-American, even as
open.
thousands
It's
are
closed.
expected to attend. Nationwide.
There were over 2,700 events happening across the country as part of No Kings.
And in Los Angeles, thousands of people are expected to fill the streets Saturday for the second wave of No Kings rallies.
To protect our democracy from this administration, from Donald Trump, a wannabe king.
Hunter Dunn is an organizer with 5051 SoCal, a grassroots movement behind the No Kings coalition.
5051 stands for 50 states, 50 protests, one movement. It started right when the second Trump administration started to defend our democracy against executive overreach.
Back in June, thousands rallied after the Trump administration first launched aggressive ICE raids and deployed the National Guard. While mostly peaceful, a few rallies turned chaotic, leading to week-long protests. Mayor Bass eventually issued a curfew for a 1 square mile area of downtown LA.
We absolutely support and have to have peaceful protest, period. That is a part of our American way. And no one should engage in any type of vandalism, but the overwhelming majority of the protests have been peaceful.
If you participate, do so peacefully, do so thoughtfully, because there's one person that hopes you don't, that hopes there is disruption, there's some violence, and he will exploit that, and he will take advantage of that.
Organizers.
Loki, he's not wrong, though. I mean, it's true. Obviously, the way that these things stay peaceful are entirely dependent on the police. And Gavin Newsom nor Karen Bass will ever admit to that, because the local law enforcement at these protests are working at the behest of the government, the state government here and the city government here. Having said that, however, in spite of the provocations from police, who do have a tendency to escalate, the real fear here is what Trump will do in an effort to light a match and douse this entire thing with gasoline. Because I do suspect that even the National Guard deployments that have been taking place all around the country are specifically done to they're specifically done to try to invoke some kind of response so that they can justify even further military action. One of the things that Donald Trump has done in an effort to, I guess, tamper with the protests that are taking place, I feel like, was the unique timing of the Marine base in California firing artillery over I-5, the interstate freeway. They basically told the state of California that they were going to do a live artillery fire over the interstate that connects San Diego and Los Angeles. That they were going to do this literally only a couple days ago. Okay? It's called the 5, not I-5. Chatter. I'm speaking to people that don't just live in California.
Insist it's about civic action, not confrontation, despite outside agitators who critics have seized on to denounce all of the demonstrations.
We refer to it by its more accurate description, the Hate America rally, okay? And I'm not sure how anybody can refute that.
I mean, Donald Trump isn't acting like a king. Oh, hello, Joe Biden. I mean, where have they...
Listen, the very fact that there are millions of Barbaras, Debras, liberals from all different kinds of backgrounds that are taken to the goddamn streets proves that even the average American that normally has this servile predisposition towards authority and power has realized that this administration is behaving as a king. Trump is unique in the sense that he has actually pushed for the most radical, the logical conclusion of the unitary executive theory, and is behaving like an actual fucking madman, an actual mad king. In some ways, it's not all that different from previous administrations because it's a logical continuation of actions taken by previous executive offices. Having said that, given that it's arrived at its logical conclusion, it is unique in the sense that Donald Trump does behave exactly like a fucking king, so much so that the average American sees it.
Been for the last 4 years. These people are total hypocrites, and they're not interested in democracy.
First off, we're pro-democracy, and we're incredibly peaceful. I'm not a member of an organization called ANTIFA, because that organization doesn't exist. But I'm a proud anti-fascist. In Los Angeles, I know that we want to stand with Memphis, with Portland, with D.C., with Chicago, with other cities, the way that they stood with us on June 14th. We need to stand with those cities, and No Kings is one way to do that.
All right, and that rally here in front of City Hall, downtown Los Angeles, starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Find more information on our website, ktla.com. In downtown...
Would a king build a ballroom? The answer is yes.
For more, let's go ahead.
As a matter of fact, a king would do that. Would a king make it so that the court jesters are only kind to the king? No jesters are allowed if they ever hurt the king's feelings? Huh? Would a king decide that it is no longer allowed to say the king is bad? No king would do such a thing. He is like, he behaves as like as a petty tyrant in exactly the ways that you would expect like petty tyrants in throughout history would behave.
Bring in Robert Weissman.
It's cartoonish.
President of Public Citizen, that's a nonprofit community advocacy organization that's taking part in the protest. Robert, thank you so much for being here on ABC News Live. The No Kings website declares that the June protests accomplished what many claimed was impossible. That's a quote, mobilizing millions of people to peacefully, quote, declare with one voice that America has no kings. So why are you organizing again? Why now?
Well, I think we're going to be bigger this time even than the 5 million last time. We anticipate the biggest protest in American history with people, as you saw on that map, in every state, in every congressional district, urban, suburban, rural, coming out to oppose Donald Trump's authoritarianism. People are worried about the illegal firings that are endangering our health and safety. People are worried about arbitrary efforts to cut off people's health care. People are upset about the illegal deployment of troops. People do not want to see masked agents abducting people from our streets, and on and on. And they're coming together peacefully, joyfully, but forcefully to say we are not an authoritarian country. We protect and defend our democracy by exercising our democratic rights, and we're going to do that today in historic numbers.
Robert, you know this. Republicans have been denouncing the protests. House Speaker Mike Johnson called them, quote, a hate rally, a hate America rally. What is your response to that?
These are Love America rallies, and Speaker Johnson may disagree with what we're saying, but he should be ashamed of what he said. He's trying to denounce the idea of protest. Protest makes us free. Protest makes America stronger. These protests for sure do because of limiting the authoritarian overreach. Has come from protest, including our independence. So we're tapping into the most American thing today, and Speaker Johnson should know that.
All right, Robert Weissman, thank you so much for joining us here. And again, we will.
All right, now let's hear what the real Americans are saying about these protests, okay? Prominent Democrats join No Kings protest. Republicans blast Hate America rally is the title from Fox and Friends, the weekend team, okay? Now, obviously, the Republicans are not happy that there are fucking millions of people on the streets being like, you suck. Even if you weren't the administration, even if you didn't require a broad popular momentum that puts the wind in your sails of your administration, which obviously this government does require that. But even if you didn't require that, it would probably be shitty if people were getting together to be like, you suck. If people were protesting, they'd be like, you just suck, dude. I don't like anything that you're doing. It probably wouldn't feel too great. It's obviously even worse than that, considering that in a theoretical democracy like the one that we live in, you also need broad popular momentum. And Trump certainly does not have that. And these kinds of demonstrations actually embolden others to realize that Trump does not have that.
Meanwhile, it's like deja vu. Today, millions are expected to hit the streets in all 50 states as part of the anti-Trump No Kings protests.
This comes months after widespread demonstrations on the day of the Army's 250th anniversary parade.
Our own Madeline Rivera joins us from Washington with all of those details. Maddie, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Organizers say the first No Kings rally back in June drew about 5 million people at more than 2,000 rallies. They expect this weekend's demonstrations to have an even bigger turnout. They anticipate more than 2,500 protests across the country, about 450 more than were planned in June. A statement from the event's website.
I don't know why this chatter is arguing and saying what you're saying is not true. Okay. There is a difference in the way that ICE is operating under Trump versus Barack Obama. While the ICE operations under Barack Obama were still unacceptable, if you think that interior removals have not dramatically escalated under the Trump administration, you're not paying attention. Okay? It's two things can be true at the same time. I mean, Tom Homan was working in the Department of Homeland Security under Barack Obama. Barack Obama appointed Tom Homan to a position in the DHS and ICE. Okay? So just understand that, like, yeah, of course, Barack Obama was also directly responsible as a former president. Having said that, the directives coming from Trump 1 was very clear. Both the accelerated child separation policies as a mechanism of deterrent, and also the hyper-focus on interior removals under Trump 1 that have become the only practice that the DHS does now under Trump 2. That's different. That is different. Obama's role in this is that he accelerated this process. Obama's role in this is that he played a role in normalizing this process, okay, as Democrats previously have also voted to fund ICE even more, right? They've expanded ICE budgets. They've turned a blind eye to the unconstitutional nature of Customs and Border Patrol operations and what the ACLU has declared to be constitution-free zones, 100 miles surrounding an airport or a regular boundary or the coastline of the United States of America where 70% of Americans live, right? Democrats have never actually chosen to deal with this problem and therefore have only made it worse, or in some instances, they've actually normalized this kind of violent apprehension and this kind of behavior. They funded it. Having said that, Donald Trump is taking advantage of this and greatly expanding what was previously thought to be a truly brutal process. I do find it really funny that Fox News' own Fox News' graphic on the screen, which comes from NOKINGS.org, still shows it as Gulf of Mexico instead of Gulf of America. That's a funny little moment here.
Site states since June, President Trump has doubled down. His administration is sending masked agents into our streets, terrorizing our communities. They are targeting immigrant families, profiling, arresting, and detaining people without warrants. Several Democrats are expected to participate, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Connecticut Senators Chris Murphy and Richard Blumenthal, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, DNC Chair Ken Martin, among others. House Speaker Mike Johnson is slamming the event and Democrats for taking part.
Democrat leaders are going to join for a big party out on the National Mall. They're going to descend on our Capitol for their much anticipated so-called No Kings rally. We refer to it by its more accurate description, the Hate America rally. You're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party.
But independent Senator Bernie Sanders says the rally is meant to do the opposite, like upholding the values of the Constitution and pushing back against what they say is authoritarianism.
No, Speaker Johnson, the No Kings rally on October 18th is not a hate America rally. In fact, it's quite the contrary. It's a love America rally.
It's pretty funny. They are cooking, man. They're really cooking with this whole these guys hate America shit.
Meantime, President Trump tells Maria Bartiromo on an exclusive interview on Sunday Morning Futures he's not a king.
Mr. President, do you think that the government shutdown is all about this rally that's happening this weekend, the No Kings rally?
No, I mean, some people say they want to delay it for the king. This is
more
not a
than
king. You know, they're referring to me as a king. I'm not a king.
Right.
Schumer is urging protesters.
Oh, if he says so, that's fine then. It's fine, man. If he said so, then it's the truth. What do you mean? I wish, I guess all of the other times that he has lied and then did the exact opposite of the thing that he was claiming is also not something that we should factor in at all into our assessment, assessment of the performance of the president, right? Like when he said, I don't know what Project 2025 is. I've never heard of it. I don't even know how to read. How could I have read this big document? And then now, 9 months in, 10 months in, he's like, oh, it's awesome. I love Project 2025. Suck my dick. I'm doing Project 2025 right now. Oh, the government is shut down. We're going to bring in the Reaper, Russ Vought, architect of Project 2025. At a certain point, you just got to look at the actions of the administration rather than what the man himself is saying, right? Especially when he has betrayed your confidence over and over again.
To march peacefully. Most of the demonstrations at the first No Kings rally in June were peaceful, but a handful did erupt into violence, leading to several arrests. Charlie, Rachel, and Griff.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie.
They were mostly peaceful.
Yeah, right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Right. Yeah, right. Thank God for the real patriots, dude. Thank God. Thank God the real patriots are out here. No Kings protest organizer argues Trump's as an authoritarian agenda. Thank God for the Will Cain show and the rest of Fox News to tell us how real Americans are feeling. Okay.
Back day 17 of the government shutdown, and House Speaker Mike Johnson.
By the way, remember. January 6th, just another day. Bunch of tourists that wanted to see the inside of the Capitol. Totally normal, okay? Not an insurrection. And if it was an insurrection, it was actually done by Antifa. Even though the people that did the insurrection were prosecuted and put in jail, and they were Antifa, but then the president, in his endless magnanimous nature, the magnanimous nature of our God, Emperor, King, decided that those Antifa had to be released back in the public. But it wasn't an insurrection. And even if it was an insurrection, it was done by patriots that deserve to be free. Okay? Even though those patriots were actually Antifa. But they still deserve to be free. Now, having said that, No Kings protests comprise entirely of Barbaras and Deborahs, okay, that are just like taking to the streets, writing funny little signs on their placards and expressing their anger and resentment towards all of the awful things that this administration is doing. That actually is insurrection. That's peak insurrection. Wine moms are actually Hamas. They are actually un-American. And how dare they criticize the Republican Party? That's the least American thing you can do.
Is frustrated.
I feel like on a day like this, at the end of another long week, I just feel like we ought to apologize. I hate that we have to do this. I don't want to be here any more than you do talking about this subject. It is so difficult to be a happy warrior when you know that so many millions of American people are suffering, being made to suffer unnecessarily because of the Democrats' political games.
Budget Director Russ Vought saying this afternoon more cuts are coming due to the shutdown. He says the Democrats have helped drain cash from the Army Corps of Engineers, and he says they now will be pausing over $11 billion in projects in New York, San Francisco, Boston. And
not a king, by the way. This is not, this is not petty tyrant behavior, okay? Remember, you have to take Trump for his word. I mean, he's a man of his word. Famously, he said he doesn't know who Russ Vought is. He doesn't know what Project 2025 is. Remember, he said that over and over again at his rallies. Like, I don't even know how to read. Oh, wait, what the fuck? That's the guy. Wait a minute. That's the architect of Project 2025. Now literally utilizing the government shutdown to stop the funding of infrastructure projects that were previously allocated to, hold on, New York, San Francisco, Boston, and Baltimore. Blue cities? That's just a simple coincidence, right? That's got to be a coincidence. That's not king behavior. That's not petty tyrant behavior. No shot, right? Come on.
In Baltimore. And while the money, at least for now, isn't going out, we've got a record amount coming in from President Trump's tariffs. Let's take a look at the numbers over at the wall.
It is pretty funny because, like, while liberals are like no kings, while they're doing the no kings rallies, I suspect the reactionary forces in this country will turn around and be like, no, yes, kings. We want Trump to be a king. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for naming exactly what Trump is so that we can feel a lot more confident, openly expressing our desire for Trump to be the king, the daddy. You know? Fun fact, the Boston Tea Party was a protest against the tariff. Some of the more eclectic protest signs I've seen so far: Bad Bunny for president. No kings, yes, queens. Stephen Miller, erectal polyp. Resist mango Mussolini, Trump is bananas. Like, these are wine moms, man. These are wine moms. And you don't know the full extent. Okay? You don't know what their actual point of view looks like. Just, they're libbed up for sure. But just understand, wait, what? He posted that, by the way, on his True Social. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals here. This is strange. Oh, look, man. I know it's a fucking cliche. I know it's a goddamn cliche to say, imagine if Obama did this, or imagine if Biden did this. But god damn it, dude. Republicans would assassinate them. Republicans tried to assassinate them regardless. Out of fear that this is what they wanted to do when they did not show anything of the sort. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. NYPD statement on the protest. The majority of the No Kings protests have dispersed at this time and all the traffic closures have been lifted. We had more than 100,000 people all across 5 boroughs peacefully exercising their First Amendment right, and the NYPD made 0 protest-related arrests. It's a dark day for the metal genre. I mean, these guys ruin everything that they touch, okay? NYPD is Hamas, by the way. NYPD is Hamas, question mark. By the way, there is something to be said about this being hailed as a major dub for the Trump administration, because this is literally taxpayers. Okay, this is extra taxes that they collected in the form of tariffs that the companies that are tasked with like import and export were the ones who actually paid for it and then added that on to the cost. So technically it still came out of your pockets.
The Treasury Department says that for tariff revenue last month, it totaled over $30 billion. That's a record high and up nearly.
It is truly shocking to see. Dog seems to be roaming around a lot these days is such a funny comment, dude. Or maybe because you're actually watching me for the first time and are paying attention to it and didn't realize that that was always the fucking case. It is not my fault that you didn't know how this works. It's not my fault that you watched like one fucking day's worth of like Kaya laying in bed and sleeping for 5 hours and then assume that this is actually an indication that I don't let her roam around. And I actually am torturing her and stopping her from like drinking water or moving her legs or repositioning. Free Carla. Yeah. Sorry, brother. I made up my mind off of a clip compilation I saw on Twitter, and now I'm here at the source, recognizing that maybe those clip compilations were wrong. But instead of realizing that those clip compilations were wrong, I have to make up an alternative. This notion that actually things have changed as a consequence of me yelling. That's the funniest part about it. These guys like presented a narrative that was wrong and then kept fucking celebrating themselves for leaning into this narrative that was wrong, only to then come in here and be like, oh shit, where's Carla? Where's your dog? Oh, she's not there. Must be because we fucking called you out. It's like, no, because that's just how it always has been. This should be your moment to go. This should be your moment to go, perhaps I was wrong. It's not your moment to go, I was right, and things have changed now. Fiona's here as well.
300% over the same time last year. Overall, customs revenue for fiscal year 2025 also hitting a record high with over $200 billion collected. Now, all that is helping the government see a surplus last month of nearly $200 billion. It's the highest September on record. And President Trump is talking about tariffs. He did so earlier today.
I used to watch in amazement at how stupid our country was, how stupid they were. And we're not stupid anymore. If we didn't have tariffs, we would have no national security.
Trump has often touted the power of tariffs in many conflicts. Just this week, President Trump brokered a deal in the Middle East, and while the ink is barely dry, the left is taking to streets tomorrow to protest the president. It's a second round of No Kings demonstrations planned across the country. You'll remember those from this summer. So why are they doing this? And just days after President Trump's ceasefire in Gaza. Joining us now to answer that question is one of the organizers of the protest, co-president of Public Citizen, Robert Weissman. Robert, thank you for being with us here today to try to shed some light on what is driving you to the streets tomorrow. And I have seen some of your videos, I've seen some of your speeches at previous rallies. So I ask you pleasantly, without a full stump speech, why? Why are you protesting President Trump?
Sir, why are you protesting our big, beautiful president when he's so awesome and everyone can see that he's awesome? This is confusing. What are you doing?
Suggesting he wants to be king.
Well, I'll pleasantly reply, and it's great to be with you, Will. We're worried about a president who is displaying an authoritarian agenda and carrying it forward. We're worried about a president who's deploying National Guard troops on our streets for no reason. We're worried about a president who's illegally shutting down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that protects consumers from financial fraudsters and ripoffs. We're worried about a president who's illegally firing employees and taking advantage of the shutdown to weaken our public health by dismissing people from the Center for Disease Control. And we're worried about a lot more, but I'll take to heart your request not to give you a stump speech and pause right there.
Yeah, I'd love to walk through a few of those with you. You see those as the move of an authoritarian government. Let's start with the National Guard. The National Guard has been deployed to several cities to do two things. One, to stop the demonstration against ICE and federal officers looking to enforce our immigration laws, to enforce deportations. Now, deportations is something we've seen from almost every administration. In fact, over 3 million deportations under President Obama. Would you call President Obama's actions authoritarian and that of a king?
Well, I think President Obama's deportation policy was disgraceful. But what we're talking about here is the deployment of the National Guard, as you say, against protesters or on fake claims of rising crime, when in fact crime is going down. I think the purpose of the National Guard deployments is to intimidate people from exercising their First Amendment rights. And the governor of Oklahoma agrees.
Well, to be clear, and I was being charitable by calling what the National Guard is doing addressing protesters. I imagine you'll be out in the streets tomorrow, and if you remain peaceful, you won't see any of the National Guard. But if you behave the same way they have in Portland, and that is you attack ICE officers or you destroy property, specifically and especially federal property, then you should, and you will see the National Guard. And there will be a positive outlook, perhaps not for you and your freedom, but for the rest of us who see that as a disgrace to civil society.
Well, when there is civil unrest, normally the police are called in, and if the police can't handle it in extreme situations, the governor might invoke the National Guard. To take Portland, for example, that's not happening. According to the federal government itself, what was happening in Portland when the president deployed the National Guard was minimal. The National Guard was there based on no protest whatsoever.
Robert,
the local authorities were clear. If there was any problem, they were ready to handle it. So I don't think the National Guard is deployed to deal with objective problems.
Do you think it's an objective problem when ICE officers are the targets of assassination, for example, in Dallas, Texas?
No one should be assassinated. That goes without.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna fucking disagree with that. It's just that has nothing to do with this. Okay?
Saying, and our movement is a profoundly nonviolent movement. And that's what you're going to see on the streets tomorrow from the No King, with the No Kings protest.
And I appreciate that.
But there is a problem. There is a problem of violence.
I do want to say
this.
I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate that both.
Yeah, I don't think they just.
You condemn violence, which, by the way, is a bit, I'm not going to call it a rarity, but it is a declining proposition on the left. We've seen the polls where many on the left see political violence as a legitimate outlet of pushing back on something they believe, like you, is an authoritarian regime. So it's big that you suggest it's not appropriate. And you also will not have it tomorrow in your protest, your No King protest. But don't you think that by saying President Trump is an authoritarian, by saying that, you're making people believe that their lives are actually at risk? In fact, by that rhetoric, aren't you legitimizing those, even if they're crazy? You're giving them the legitimacy.
Guys, you can't say Trump is bad. You can't express any sort of discontent towards the administration, because what if someone decides to be violent? I guess you can't do anything. I mean, what? That's I mean, this is unironically what these people have been trying to design, okay? Where the issue here is Trump's unpopularity, and they can't contend with that. So they're like looking for a way, they are looking desperately for any way to try and make it illegal to say you are bad, that Trump is bad, especially when he is objectively bad. This is why I've been saying liberals are kind of oblivious to how bad things could potentially get. Okay? Like, this is not just about radical elements within the protests or whatever. This is just like straightforwardly about stamping out any sort of dissent.
To turn to violence?
No, unfortunately, we're describing the reality that we're dealing with in our lives. You want to talk about threat to lives, Will? The Medicaid cuts that were forced in the reconciliation bill will cost 50,000 lives a year. That's real violence, and it's not speculative. It's well documented by academic experts. So
if you
lives
think
are
public
being
policy,
lost.
if you
Lives
think
are
public
being lost.
policy and cutting government spending is real violence, you and I have very different definitions of violence. And Robert,
First of all, ICE is violent. Sending the military to Democrat-run cities is violent. Okay? Sicking ICE on your neighbors is violent. But yes, objectively, cutting necessary expenditures for social safety nets that allow people to survive, barely make ends meet, is violent, because the outcome of that is that people don't get health care, for example. When you cut 16 million people's access to Medicaid so that your billionaire friends can keep their fucking fat tax cuts, that is going to have an incredibly violent outcome. 16 million people are not going to be able to pay for their health care. And if they can't pay for their health care, what do you think happens? They die. They die. When they need health care and they can't pay for it, they just say, what are you going to do? I guess I'll fucking die. And many people do, as a matter of fact. 50,000 people a year, according to Kaiser family estimates. So how is that not objectively violent? And it's really funny because these are the same guys on the right that say taxation is violent. Because when it comes to understanding systematic forms of violence, they literally say the IRS is a violent state enterprise. They literally openly say it. They'll be like, oh, taxes? What happens when you don't pay your taxes? Well, the government comes and arrests you. That's what. Because taxes and taxation is enforced by the state's monopoly of violence at the end of the day. Unless it's tariffs, of course. Then it's the best kind of tax, obviously. It's never... No one... No one has ever seen such beautiful taxes in the form of tariffs. That's the most beautiful way. Tariff is the most beautiful word in the English language.
I think that you have a real long look in the mirror that's required, that if you continue to call a politician you oppose, that's fine. I don't begrudge you your disagreement. But you continue to call a politician you oppose a would-be king and authoritarian. I don't know if you personally have used the word fascist, but it's not a long read. That people will listen to you and they will take up violence.
You heard me flatly condemn violence. And our movement, it's not just that it's going to be peaceful tomorrow. Nonviolence is a core principle of what we're doing. That said, you easily could have played Mike Johnson and a series of other Republican leaders calling us Antifa, saying, which now, according to Stephen Miller, is equivalent to being a domestic terrorist. So we're actually being called domestic terrorists for protesting on the street peacefully.
If words are violence, I wonder which words are more violent. When it's a bunch of people saying this administration is doing fucked up things, or if it's when the administration doing the fucked up things turning around and saying, if you express any discontent with me, you're I was going to say fascist, you're a terrorist and we have to violently apprehend you. I wonder if words are violence across the board, I wonder which of these words are more violent. It just makes no sense. It's so stupid.
No. Yeah, I mean, Stephen Miller's called you, Robert Weissman, Antifa.
The millions and millions of people.
Like, words are violence, and that's why when the administration says the military must be deployed against domestic enemies that we have declared domestic threats, domestic terrorists, and that they need to go full force, which I don't know what that means, but I have some ideas on what that could mean. Full force.
We're going to peacefully protest as part of No Kings tomorrow.
Well,
have been labeled domestic terrorists.
There is Antifa.
If you're worried about, name calling, my friend,
exists.
And
if you're not
Republican
Antifa,
Party to see where it's coming from.
If you're not Antifa, good. I don't know if anybody's called you Antifa, but there is Antifa. And if Antifa is at your rallies tomorrow, I would say you might see.
There is no organization in the United States.
We're not going to live in Never Land. We're not going to live in Never.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It exists in my heart and in my mind. It exists. I promise. Real.
Neverland. I got to leave it here. And if Antifa's there tomorrow, I'm sorry, you should and will see the National Guard. If you're peaceful as you suggest, then we will listen to what you have to say.
You're going to see millions of people, the largest peaceful demonstration in American history.
Robert,
and I hope you come join us, my friend.
I won't be there, but I'll be paying attention. I promise I'll be paying attention, Robert. Thank you for your time.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe.
Depending on who you ask, it is the eve of freedom or the eve of terror. Just hours from now, thousands upon thousands will gather in the streets for the nationwide No Kings protests. Organizers say that they're speaking out against Donald Trump and his abuse of power. Republicans are framing it quite differently.
We're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party. That's where they've gone. And the Hate America rally is the common theme among all those groups.
Now, these protests come at an interesting time. The government is still shut down, 3 weeks now. Both sides aren't even talking, and now top Democrats are going after Caroline Leavitt for some extreme accusations that she leveled against the party's base.
The Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to. They don't stand for anything except for catering to their far-left base, which, as I said, includes anti-Semites, includes Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals who they want to let off freely to roam in American streets.
Caroline Leavitt is a complete and total disgrace. She continues to embarrass herself. It gets worse every time she opens her mouth. she's lying about something. And of course she's lying about the patriotic Americans who are going to exercise their First Amendment rights to petition the government and express themselves and gather in a peaceful assembly.
Now, Ashley, I don't know why Republicans are so exercised about this protest tomorrow compared to the last time that it was happening. But could it be the sense that there is more?
By the way, a lot of conversations are currently being had about how words are violence, mostly coming from the Republican Party. And last time the No Kings protest took place, I remember there was a guy who was a far-right Trump supporter and a televangelist who owns a private security force that actually on the day of the No Kings protest went to Minnesota state legislature lawmakers' homes from the Democratic Party and assassinated them and tried to assassinate even more. And Republicans just simply said that actually is a left-wing violent incident, and they moved on. Wait, what? Dude, for legit, the last 10 years, the people who screamed that words are violent have been the leftist trans gang? What? Shatter. I need you to understand something. Words that accompany systemic violence, words that demand systemic violence, are violent. Okay? Like, for example, when you say we need to eradicate trans people, that's something that everyone understands is objectively violent sentiment. Okay? Because trans people exist. They're here whether you like it or not. It's a real thing. It's not an ideology. It's not a difference of opinion that can change. It's just a thing that exists. Okay? And especially at a time when the state is already taking the initiative to do that, to eradicate trans people by making it so that they can't get access to medical care, for example, then yes, that is a demand from the administration to do more of the things that it's doing. As opposed to people saying, stop that. Okay? I'm using the trans issue because you brought, leftist trans gang. Okay? But it is objectively funny that the state, which also controls all of the capacity to do violence, is now saying anyone that criticizes us is actually engaging in the same words or violence rhetoric that you have attributed to the left. Okay? Do you understand? You don't understand anything. You weren't even listening to me. You were your tongue was sticking out, and you were one finger typing back to another person in the chat.
More momentum this time around than there was the last time. I mean, what's your sense of how much energy there is and how many people we might see tomorrow?
I think there's going to be millions of Americans and people protesting tomorrow to protect our democracy. I think that the reason why Republicans are paying attention now is because the last time the No Kings protest took place, it was on Donald Trump's birthday, and he thought millions of people were going to show up for that, and they didn't, and instead they showed up for protests that day. And so now he's like, maybe I'm not as popular as I think. But for Republicans, what I would argue is that you should want millions of people to go out into the streets. You should want millions of people to be able to peacefully protest, because that is the perfect counterpoint you can say to me when I say I think our democracy is under attack with authoritarian regimes. What you shouldn't do is call us Marxists or socialists, or you can be whatever you want in America. That's the beauty of a democracy. And I swear, I really do. I thought a couple weeks ago we said we were going to take the temperature down. Protesting peacefully in the street is taking the temperature down. Calling people Hamas sympathizers, socialists, all the other terrible things they've said, that is not what that does.
Yeah, whatever happened to that, Lance?
Who are the sponsors
The idea,
of this?
whatever happened to the fact that I mean, literally just a few weeks ago, the idea was, let's take the temperature down. Let's not call each other these things that make this seem like some kind of existential struggle. What happened to that?
Who are the sponsors of this event tomorrow? Let's say Indivisible, the leading defund.
Indivisible. Indivisible, the leading Antifa coalition, Indivisible. I'm sorry, man. I just don't think you can get average people to look at a bunch of Barbaras and Deborahs that are taken to the fucking streets to be like, Trump, stop behaving like a fucking petty tyrant, and then get normies on board with this narrative crafting that you're engaging in, where you're like, no, those Barbaras and Deborahs are actually Antifa terrorists. They're Hamas. Okay? If anything, it's going to make people look at the things that you're claiming are bad in a different way. They're gonna be like, okay, well, I guess they are Hamas, and that's not bad. I don't know what to do here. It's mostly older folks that are out in the fucking streets, man. They're the ones who are like the most pissed off. They're the ones who are at least the most excited to express their discontent.
The police organization in this country. Jewish Voice
Indivisible is not the leading defund of police. That is like
100%
factually
are.
incorrect.
They were for years to defund the police.
No, they weren't. That's
Jewish
wrong.
Voice for Peace is a Hamas sympathetic group. They prowl around.
Like, this is what I mean. This is CNN, by the way. God damn, where do they find these fucking dipshits, dude? Holy shit. That is craziness, brother. That is actually crazy. These are Jewish Voice for Peace is Hamas. It's definitely skewed older, but there were a lot more young people and people of color today than there were the last time. Good. Great. CNN platforming hallucination because owner is pro-Trump.
Students for Justice for Palestine, another Hamas-funded organization.
They're not the lead
These are the organizations. George Soros-funded organizations. They're the most...
First of all, this is not the appropriate response. When he says Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice for Palestine are Hamas-funded, your argument, your counter shouldn't be they're not actually funding the protests. Your argument should be, what the fuck are you saying? Your argument should be, you're an insane person who is hallucinating an alternative reality. Okay? Because these are not bad organizations at all. They are on the right side of history. That much is clear. And they actually channel the same anger and resentment that the broad majorities of the American public also feel towards Israel. So no matter how hard these guys try to like sully their reputations and try to make them out to be like scary, dangerous, and prosecutable, it's not going to fucking work.
Radical left-wing groups that are sponsoring.
Are you arguing that those organizations are single-handedly going to bring millions of people in the streets? We're talking 2,500 different plans and events for protests. I mean, is that the argument here? And the second part of the argument, my question to you is, are you arguing that if groups are funding protests that they shouldn't be allowed to happen?
Anybody can go protest. No, absolutely not. Anybody can go protest what they want. But you played clips of members of Congress talking about this event. I think it is worth noting who is sponsoring this event. Defund the police type people, Hamas sympathizers. That's what these groups stand for.
And not to mention the Communist Party of, it's on the poster here in New York City.
Thank you.
I mean, you've got boomer cranks. They've been protesting every day. Cranky commies, Antifa people. I mean, what they're saying is true. A lot of the people with these sympathies are going to be at these events. I'm sure there'll be some peaceful protesters there. I hope there's no violence. But given what we've seen in cities around America, it is highly likely we're going to see violent elements.
I would like to say that I want to get to the press secretary's comments about the base of the party. I've voted in every Democratic primary since I was old enough to vote. I'm considered the base of the party. I was a union member. I grew up in a trailer house in East Texas. I went home last weekend, and I took my wife home to East Texas, and I went to a Baptist church where I was saved and baptized. I'm the base of the party. I went to a high school football game where I was an all-state football player. I'm the base of the party. And then I went by the factory that had been shut down because my job was moved overseas. I'm the base of the Democratic Party, not these other folks.
Andy Kim, the senator, compared Speaker Johnson's comments about these protests to what was said about the March on Washington of 1963 by George Wallace. He said, segregationist George Wallace said about the March on Washington, I do think the march under the leadership of men who are in the Communist Party and have been is not good for the country. Citizens being used by communists to disrupt and destroy internal peace. That's the comparison that he's making.
Well, look, I mean, if Democrats want to embrace having the Communist Party here in New York City sponsor this rally, be my guest, respectfully, and I hear what you're saying, but where is the energy in the Democratic Party? You see energy around protecting illegal populations. You see it every day. Energy around criminals, violent criminals. I mean, Democratic officials all over this country have worked very hard to let violent criminals out on the streets. Where is the lie in what is being said by Caroline Leavitt? This is where the energy is on the left.
The energy,
violent, illegal aliens, violent criminals, that's the energy. That's what you see.
The energy is behind protecting people's rights. It's behind not having citizens citizens, Americans.
What about illegal aliens being rounded up by ICE?
Many Democrats have said we got the immigration issue wrong and we need to fix it. Perhaps.
Boo. At a time when millions of people are fucking out in the streets, and a big chunk of that resentment that they're expressing stems from ICE rounding up people and putting them in fucking concentration camps. To say that like the Democrats got the immigration issue wrong is ridiculous. They got it wrong because they went right-wing with it. I really hope that's what she means. I hope that is what she means. She means that the Democrats got the immigration issue wrong by leaning into the right-wing narrative surrounding immigration, right? That's what I suspect she's going to say, right? Come on, right? Right? I hope.
Maybe in Congress, but we know that won't happen because they aren't even working right now. But people are protesting Americans being zip-tied, being detained without having their rights protected. I'm not saying that is not that is not the Democratic Party saying that let all illegal people or criminals run free. That is not what the Democratic Party.
Oh, God. This is inconsistent. This is not a strong retaliation to Scott Jennings's lies. Okay? God damn, bro. It's like, oh, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know why liberals have such a hard time with this. Okay? The only thing that the Democrats got wrong on immigration is that they leaned into the right-wing sentiment, okay? When that sentiment was built around this collective hysteria, manufactured outrage, built on top of falsehoods about undocumented migrants being responsible for crimes, heinous crimes, and that the previous administration was simply not apprehending or prosecuting criminals. I think it's a big L that CNN hosts these panels and the two Republicans, or sometimes three Republicans, consistently dominate the narrative on these panels. I feel like this has a very negative consequence on the way Democrats approach these issues, the way Democrats learn about these issues, the way Democrats talk about these issues. It's not good at all.
Those are the policies. Those are your.
No, they are not.
I mean, you have prosecutors and judges all over this.
You support imperialists running for Maine? Yes, brother. Yes. Yes, I love imperialism. I have betrayed the revolution. I love imperialism. It's my favorite thing, okay? I love it. Please, lock in.
Country that have let violent...
I'm also literally going to and promoting a liberal protest, right? The No Kings protest. You and the 8 other Maoist third worldists in your reading group are the only real revolutionary vanguard, okay? I am a sheepdog. I am a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. I want to cut away the revolutionary fervor that is trapped in the collective consciousness of the American proletariat, okay? If only people heard you and 5 of your stinkiest friends from your reading group and their attitude, they would automatically be on board. Classic. They're going to clip that law. I don't care.
Criminal after violent criminal out on the streets. And then what do? They commit other violent crimes in city after city after city.
What does that have to do with people exercising their rights to protest? I really want to understand. I mean, there are going to be millions of people probably out on the streets all over the country. And many
They're sowing infighting within opposition and also justifying future police military violence on the protest. They want the Debras to be angry about the socialists in their ranks and the actual tyrant. Also, wasn't that bald cowboy motherfucker a Bernie consultant for Latino people? This has worked on Turkish opposition. Democrats cannot allow the admin to marginalize the components of the opposition. Yes, that's Chuck Rocha. He's pretty good. You know, I like him.
Many of those people are, you know, your neighbors, perhaps some of your friends. They're regular Americans that have constitutional rights, that have voting rights like everybody else. Why is it that there is this idea that guilt by association should be applied to them when they just want to...
One thing I remind baby leftists a lot is the part in If We Burn where Vincent Bevins is recounting a story about the failure of the left elements to control the Euromaidan. They were asked if they could pull together 99 other leftists. They couldn't during those violent times, so the conservatives won the Maidan. I don't know the exact details of that. So I can't speak on that directly, but I will say that left opposition to other left elements that have a different mechanism for change or a different method for change, instead of realizing that we have to take advantage of all of this growing discontent and try to shape it into a more productive movement that has decipherable, discernible policy goals. Instead of doing that, we just fucking hyper-focus on marginal critique of different ideological tendencies that are utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things in contemporary American politics. We will never be able to build anything. Okay? That's it. But the left will continue to engage in infighting, and the left will continue to present some semblance of false moral purity as being like a leftist deity. Jesus Christ could come back to earth and present himself as like the singular force for communism, and people would still find something to shit on him over on the left. Okay, they'd be like, yeah, turning water into wine. Why isn't he fighting the opposition? Why is he curing the lepers instead of fighting the opposition? How dare he? Spending all of his time walking on water. These miracles are silly. He should be doing mutual aid. White savior much? Yeah, someone in the chat said Nepo baby. Yeah, Jesus Christ was a Nepo baby. Shit, was Jesus Christ also in Blackwater? You do understand that I'm not even talking about fucking Graham Plattner at this point, right? I'm talking about like everything. I'm talking about something broader that is a issue within the left. Why do you do this cynical framework of dissent? And why is it always someone who's been in this community for a very long time? This is more so the most unproductive elements and the worst possible tendencies that leftists regularly engage in, and unironically present as a virtue, constantly looking for a reason to assume that like someone is bad, immoral, wrong, like this cynicism that so many people who claim to be progressive have in their hearts, and also this firm and committed belief, this firm commitment to the notion that no one is actually capable of change at all, is ridiculous. And not only is it ridiculous, but it is utterly unproductive. It makes instilling a sense of solidarity impossible, and it makes organizing impossible as well. All right. How is the best Americans can elect for the leftish a Blackwater mercenary? I'm not saying he's going to lead the fucking Revolutionary Vanguard. Okay? But if your immediate position is like, I don't give a fuck about anything a person is saying or who they could have potentially become throughout their evolution because of what they've done, you're not being serious about this. Because we do need motherfuckers who are veterans on our side. And there are veterans on our side. So many of them in this community. Okay? Also, many of you don't even know how to fucking hold a gun, so shut the fuck up. For all of his faults, I believe Freud accurately described this as the narcissism of small differences.
Go out and protest against a political administration that they disagree with.
I have no problem with people protesting peacefully. They have every right to do that. I do think it's legitimate.
Why demonize them?
Because I think it's a legitimate political debate about what they're protesting for.
I mean, look, listen, if every time, I mean, and this does happen on the right, on the left to some extent, conservatives get mad when Democrats say, oh, you guys are palling around with white supremacists and racists and so on and so forth. Charlottesville, a great example.
Or the group chat.
Yeah, the group chat. This week. January 6th, all of that. Everybody painted with the same brush, and you all were.
At the No Kings, I overheard 60-year-olds talking about how we need to arm militia to resist ICE. They flew Palestinian flags, called for free health care, and demanded the end of billionaires. These aren't young lefties. This is liberal honor guard. What does this mean for the Dems' 26-28 primaries when this is where their core liberal base is now? That's an anecdote, but it is reflective of the attitude that we can see on polls about the discontent that the base of support for the Democratic Party has for their politicians, for their elected representatives. This is something that I have noticed, and it's actually been more radical than I even foresaw. Antifa, Grandpops Against Fascism. I think the average liberal is far more radical than the average establishment Democrat. The average liberal of every age group has become far more radicalized in this last year especially. And I think they have more tolerance for a different alternative to what the Democratic Party is representing than even the left is for some weird reason. We can't have a my way or the highway approach in this situation especially when there's no alternatives. Okay? In the absence of alternatives, you can't be getting outflanked by Antifa. That's it.
Opposed and upset about that. Why are you applying then that same thing in this situation?
Again, if they want to protest peacefully, that's perfectly fine. It is perfectly legitimate political debate for Republicans to say, what exactly are they protesting? They are mad that Donald Trump is enforcing federal immigration law. They are mad that he is lawfully exercising the powers of the presidency. And they are fighting for policies that Republicans fundamentally believe are bad
I
for
do
the
think
country.
they disagree with all of the things that
It's a
you
legit
just
debate.
said. They disagree. You characterize those things as lawful, and they disagree, and they're expressing their disagreement. But I want to play this from Amy Coney Barrett, the Supreme Court Justice. She's spoken with a New York Times columnist about some of these concerns about President Trump's use of his presidential power. Her answer on the Supreme Court's role in all of this, you might find surprising.
Where it's very easy to imagine from either the left or the right, some present or future president deciding to test the court, Andrew Jackson style, saying, interesting ruling, Justice Barrett, good luck enforcing it. If a president defied the Supreme Court, what would you do?
Well, as you say, the court lacks the power of the purse. We lack the power of the sword. And so we interpret the Constitution, we draw in precedents, we have these questions of structure, and, we make the most with the tools that we have.
You know, I watched that today when we sent it around, and I had not seen it previously. And it's funny that we picked this piece because it was the part that stuck out to me the most, and it kind of shook me. She was like, we ain't in charge of the money. We ain't in charge of having a sword. She used the word sword, and then she was like, I don't know what they could be doing because we just do the Constitution. That's what we do, and kind of just pivoted. And I was like, oh, my God.
Illinois at the center of President Trump's immigration crackdown, and one of the latest ICE arrests there might surprise you. Rajul Bajovic was working as a sworn police officer with the Hanover Park Police Department. Just one problem. He was visiting from Montenegro on a tourist visa and required to leave the United States over 10 years ago. Yet just this August, he graduated from the police academy and was given a badge and a gun. The town says he was cleared to work. Quote, all information we received from the federal government indicated that Officer Bojovic is legally authorized to work in the United States as a police officer. But now the illegal alien remains in DHS custody. Here to discuss the disturbing details more, former acting ICE director Jonathan Fahey. Great to have you here, Jonathan. I want to also note that the town said that this individual had a work authorization card issued by the federal government. Not only did he have this card from U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the card was valid and recently renewed, and he also passed a background check. How does this happen?
I'm highly skeptical of what the town is saying on this because we know in Illinois they are basically full-on illegal immigrants. And remember, this is J.D. Pritzker signed a bill, I believe it was July of 2023, allowing non-citizens to be police officers. Amazingly enough, that you would have even non-citizens being police officers. But they knew this type of thing would happen. We know how Chicago, we know how Illinois treats illegal aliens, which is typically the same or better than American citizens. So I find it skeptical that there was any serious vetting. But it's a real problem that we would even have a system where non-citizens could be police officers. But J.D. Pritzker, again, signed this into law because they always put illegal aliens and non-citizens ahead of citizens.
Jonathan, I also want to note, we've covered on this program multiple times the Des Moines County superintendent who was also here illegally. We have his picture. We'll pull it up. And while you address that matter, I also want to scroll his history of criminal conduct. In this case, they said that they were deceived. They don't assert that the federal government said he could be here. But how many of these individuals do you think are working in police departments and teaching our students?
I think there are an awful lot of them because that's also a school system which, again, was pro-illegal immigrant and doing everything they can probably to not find out, or even if they knew, they looked the other way. So I think there's a lot of them out there, and it's really shameful because, again, these jobs, one, should be for Americans, but also people that we should have good enough vetting, particularly for law enforcement, to make sure we have people legally here, and they really should be citizens. It's utter nonsense, and it's, again, people... J.D. Pritzker, other people try to blur the lines between illegal aliens and citizens all the time, and this is just another example of that.
Yeah, I want to play a clip from Pritzker. He seems to have more of a problem with American citizens like Stephen Miller than some of these illegal immigrants in his town. Let's look.
This should be proof that this kind of enforcement is stupid, right? I hope that for the average normal human being, when they hear stuff like this, or cops, superintendents, teachers, well, maybe they should stay here. These are productive members of society. This is the proof. Meanwhile, they're so horny to present this narrative that you're bad across the board as long as you are an undocumented migrant or a migrant with improper documentation, that it's just bad on its own. They're scary. They're illegal aliens. Anyway, we're going to move on now. I have a surprise for you guys. I'm going to participate for a very brief moment at one of the No Kings protests, and I'm actually bringing Kaya with me as well. Kaya also has a press vest on. You guys already saw that. And it's going to be safe because we're not, these things do not become less safe until the dispersal order is issued, which is obviously going to be later in the day. So, yeah, we're going to be fine. And we're going to be very careful. We're going to be very safe in general. And, yeah. We're gonna leave. We're gonna be in and out. It's gonna be swift. Okay. All right.
listen to this.
I'm moving on now.
The people who serve for the president, including all the way down to ICE agents, can be held accountable when there's a change of administration. Stephen Miller is clearly ordering people to break the law. So, you know, he should know that, yeah, it may be 3 years from now that he is held accountable, but make sure, I think it's important for them to know that whatever they do now, it's not like we're going to forget.
So Pritzker wants to arrest Americans now?
Yeah, exactly. He's basically threatening Stephen Miller and other people if they continue doing their job, which is enforcing federal law, federal immigration law. He's going to find a way to harm them. So it really is, you know, threatening them. Again, the people that are putting their lives on the line, these ICE agents, putting them at greater danger and threatening to arrest them for doing their job. You really can't think of many examples in American history where a governor is standing in the way of federal law being enforced to this degree. And it really shows not only a lot sort of bad things about J.D. Pritzker, but where the Democratic Party is, because he wants to be the Democratic nominee for president. So he knows he has to be so radical on this issue, but not only favoring illegal immigration at every level, but also to harm the people trying to enforce it. And it's just really staggering if you think about it. But again, what he is doing and what Brandon Johnson is doing is really skirting the line of alien harboring and other types of things.
Yep, law-abiding Americans. He wants to go after them. Thank you, Jonathan Fahey.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
This is Chicago in 2025. Videos all filmed in the same month, all showing the new reality of law enforcement and immigration policy in Donald Trump's America. More than 1,000 arrests across the city, often in military-style raids. What you're seeing in these videos is an immigration agency with vast sums of money waging an entirely new version of law enforcement. With agents accused of acting with impunity, while those detained are denied access to due process.
Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him?
In this episode of The Foresight, we'll look at how the ICE in these videos is almost unrecognizable from the organization created more than 20 years ago.
Oh,
how it's been supercharged by a bumper budget from Trump's $170 billion immigration crackdown, executing a mission that goes well beyond Chicago.
Their plan all along has been to cause chaos.
What the Trump administration argues is about delivering on a key campaign promise.
The United States cannot be the welfare giver of the world.
And we're going to look at why all of this could either lead to Americans finally coming to terms with undocumented immigration in their communities, or be the start of a huge shift in law enforcement that forever changes America's reputation as the land of the free. This is Chicago's South Shore at the very end of September. Dozens of armed agents from ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, descending on a 5-story block of apartments on military-sized vehicles to create a platoon of agents. A Black Hawk helicopter, more commonly flown by the US Army and worth millions of dollars, circles in the sky. Tenants say everyone in the building was detained, including US citizens and children. In the end, 37 undocumented migrants were arrested by ICE. All this made possible by Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, passed in July to raise ICE's budget to an astronomical figure of about $29 billion. Overnight, it became the highest funded federal law enforcement agency in US history. If ICE was a military, it would be the 17th richest in the world, worth about the same as Canada's entire armed forces. ICE's budget on its own is now nearly the same as all other federal law enforcement agencies combined. That includes the FBI, DEA, and all federal prisons.
This is an absolutely unprecedented amount of money that could really supercharge immigration enforcement in the United States.
ICE has been around since the early 2000s, and it's seen huge growth since then. But nothing like the shift we're seeing now. The agency was founded as part of the newly created Department of Homeland Security. It was a response by the Bush administration to the 9/11 attacks, a complete overhaul of US security.
We're doing everything we can to protect America.
As part of this, ICE's core mission is to enforce immigration laws, targeting those who enter the US illegally. It works closely with Customs and Border Protection, and between 2003 and 2024, the agency saw their combined annual budgets grow from just under $10 billion to nearly $30 billion. For nearly 2 decades, as the budget steadily rose, so did the number of arrests and detentions, under both Republican and Democratic presidents. In fact, Barack Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief, removing more people on average per year than Trump managed in his first term. Obama's administration said it was focused on undocumented immigrants convicted of a crime, all with outstanding criminal warrants. Trump and Biden were able to push back millions at the border thanks to special powers granted during the COVID pandemic. So what you had was a deportation strategy that focused either on the southern border or on crime. But that's not the approach anymore.
Past administrations have targeted their focus on people who pose national security, public safety threats, and recent border crossers. This administration has said, if you are here without authorization, you are a target.
Donald Trump was elected on a promise of mass removals.
The largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
He wants ICE to arrest 3,000 migrants a day and deport 1 million people every year. And his big, beautiful bill reflects that, radically changing ICE's priorities and completely altering law enforcement in the US. The $29 billion budget is just one part of a much bigger spend on immigration and border enforcement that's set to reach $170 billion. That includes another $45 billion for ICE to build new detention facilities. And with their targets, they'll need it. The massive cash injection has seen a supercharging of arrests and detentions already. Daily numbers have hit highs of nearly 60,000 so far this year, practically maxing out the capacity of detention centres across the country. So today, the focus isn't on keeping people out, it's about kicking them out instead. But who are all these people being arrested by ICE? This woman, being pinned on the ground in Chicago's Lincoln Square neighborhood and handcuffed by 2 masked agents, is Debbie Brockman.
I work for WGN.
She's a journalist working at a local Chicago TV station and an American citizen. DHS says she was arrested for throwing objects at law enforcement.
Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
ICE and the administration have said they are targeting the worst of the worst, dangerous criminals who pose a threat to the public. But as that video of the Brockman arrest shows, that's never quite been the case. A very public approach to mass blanket arrests has led to large numbers of people being wrongfully detained, or as Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan puts it, collateral damage. But according to Stephen Miller, credited as one of the key architects behind Trump's immigration policy, they're not arresting enough people. Reports say he went to ICE's headquarters in May and confirmed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you won't be able to see me, but you will be able to hear me for the time being before we do a big reveal. But we are headed to a No Kings protest here in Los Angeles right now. I'm going to be linking up with some folks that are down there. And you can't see it, but you can probably hear Kaya in the car as well, because she too is attending the No Kings protest. Now, the reason why I'm saying that Kaya's in the car as well is because it's extra safe. The No Kings protests are obviously the No Kings protests are mostly comprised of like elderly people, young people. We've already covered it a lot. And the last time I went, especially during the day, there were other people that had also brought their doggos as well. And we'll be answering some questions when we're out there, trying to figure out who's actually funding these protests, how much people have actually gotten paid to be at these protests, and also whether or not the protesters themselves are Antifa, Hamas, anti-Christian, or anti-American family. I will be demanding to learn where the Soros paychecks are coming from for myself as well as everybody else that's attending. Okay? Why not all four? Well, people got paid not to be there, that's for sure. Well, it's going to be harder to figure out, isn't it? If someone got paid not to be there, that's going to be difficult for us to find out. You can hear the panting. Sounds like there's a plane in there. Yeah, well, we got a big old doggo in the back. You guys always are talking about give Kaya a mic. Well, now that we did. Unfortunately, though, because it's Los Angeles, it's going to take a while for us to get there because there's LA traffic, which is classic. Is Kaya the cameraman? Yes. It's a classic case of Los Angeles traffic that's taking place right now. I think you can, from this point on, you can show me and Kaya. Kaya's got a press vest on. Oh, she's getting up. Kaya also has a press harness on, as you can see. And not only does she have a press harness on, but she's also strapped with a camera herself. So we got the camera specifically so that we can do a day in the life of Kaya video. But I thought, given that the No Kings protests are very safe, and they're not like there isn't like a lot of confrontation, especially with the feedback that I've gotten from my friends that are there right now, who I'll be linking up with. I thought, what better way to show that than go there with the lovely lady Kaya. And this way, we'll also be able to get some footage from Kaya's POV. Now, obviously, the camera that she has strapped onto her harness is not connected to the Twitch live stream, but once we're recording, when we're out there, I'll be using that in the vlog, The Day in the Life of Kaya. Antifa dog. Kaya, how you feeling? And for those of you who are wondering, part of the reason why I'm able to do stuff like this with Kaya is I've brought her to crowded environments in the past on many different instances is because she is an incredibly well-trained dog. Not only is she a very well taken care of dog, but she's also an incredibly well-trained dog. And therefore, she's perfectly fine in crowded environments. And not only that, but we're also not going to we're not going to be around it. Like as soon as there's any sort of altercation, or even before that, we'll be leaving the area regardless. So she also has a keffiyeh bandana, if you couldn't tell what her politics are. And she's snorting like a pig. Yeah. This also addresses the question or the smears that many on the internet has said, Kaya Piker ain't getting shot with you, okay? She is a radical. Kaya did tell me, Dad, I don't want to go to this. This is lib shit. I'm going to be leading the Revolutionary Vanguard. And I was like, no, you have to be there. My puggle and I just finished rallying and sign waving with Indivisible. Yeah. Yeah, she got up. Oh. I literally don't fit in the back of this car. Like my head is touching the roof. That's crazy. How do you feel about the No Kings protest? Being a queen yourself, Kaya? Huh? Kaya's like, no kings, only one queen. Me. The queen. What are Kaya's thoughts on socialist commodity production? No other way. And it's interesting because while we are driving, we're very far out from, I mean, not very far out, but we're far out from the protests we're going to, and yet there's like other numerous small No Kings protests that have obviously taken place all around. And the only reason why I can say that comfortably is because I'm seeing a lot of like people at restaurants and stuff like that, and they all have their own like little placards and stuff. Parents, children. Is Kaya a Maoist? Yes. You're lucky she has the same politics as you. I agree. I know. It's not good. It's not good when your immediate family members don't have the same politics as you. Luckily, me and Kaya, we have the same exact politics, so we're good. My stupid chud dog. Yeah. She's not a lib. There was a Mega Rayquaza Pokemon Go raid at the protest in Vancouver. It was lit. Did you indoctrinate your dog? Yes, of course. Obviously. What do you mean? Why do you think I got her vaccinated and get her groomed every 2 weeks? Well, sometimes it's longer than that, but still. Why do you think I get her groomed with regular frequency? What do you think is happening at the grooming? The grooming is the groomer reading out a copy of Karl Barks's very own Das Kapital. She is a Barksist. Are you bringing her a red book of citations in case she needs an emergency theory reading? She doesn't need that because she's already memorized it. She tells me when I'm engaging in counter-revolutionary behavior or fall mercy to the whims of bourgeois decadence. She keeps me in check. Yeah, Karl Barks, Das Kibbel. Frederick Beagles. She doesn't have a sign though? How could she go to a protest without a sign? She doesn't need a sign. She has a press vest on. Yeah, Kaisa lives in your mansion. Yeah. But that's the most ethical way to do that. What do you mean? That is the utmost. That's peak. It's not like she has the mansion. She squats in it. And she shits and pisses in it. That's... There's perhaps no more ethical way to live as a socialist. She is potty trained. And she's well trained enough that she could be like, I mean, I guess it wouldn't take much, but technically we could train her to become, like I could get her trained to become like one of those hospital dogs. Like dogs that go to the hospital as like emotional support dogs. right. She would be so good at that. When my brother had a brain injury, the doggos helped him with that. I think so too. I think that's her calling. She seems to help me out, and I basically have a brain injury from Twitch streaming. So, you know. Where's Kaya's press vest? She's wearing it right now. I don't know if you can show the side of it. She looks so soft. She is. The car is like 30% humid because she's exhaling so much. No, it's actually cold as fuck in here right now. All the drooling? Oh yeah, she's been drooling all over my leg. You should mount machine guns on her. Does Kaya shed a lot? No. She only sheds a lot twice a year. Other than that, she doesn't shed that much. Like right now, not a lot of, you want to eat your own hair? You're so fat. You are the fattest dog. Let's be real. My mom told me that they're letting big dogs travel in cabin to Italy now. I don't know why. I don't know why Italy, and I don't know where she found that out. That's amazing, fluffy dog and low shedding. Yeah, and also in spite of all of the meat that she has over here in her gums, she doesn't even droop that much. She's not that drooly. She is drooly, but just like not that drooly. Or maybe I'm just used to it. She got a speckled tongue. Yeah, she has like bits and pieces of chow chow in her, so she has like. There have been a ton of SMS scam attempts regarding Italy, so keep your eyes open. What? I don't think my mom was like, I don't think they sent a text message to my mom as a SMS scam and she got duped. And the SMS scam was like, hey, do you have a big dog? You can bring the big dog to Italy with you. Please send the monies to my text message. Please send the money. Kaya is making Hasanabi's head look even smaller. Okay, I need to explain something to you guys, okay, about the head size disparity here. Kaya's head is larger than most humans' heads, okay? It's not that, like, my head is small. It's that her head is much larger than the average human being's head. She's not like, people do not understand that she is not a normal-sized dog. She's a massive dog. She's 120 pounds. Okay? Why do you let that get you offended so much? Because I just, it's not offensive. It's just, you know, I'm a truth sayer. The only person whose head might be larger than Kaya's head is Sebastian Gorka. That's it. Yes, but you're not an average size human, big dog. I'm not. I'm not an average size human. I do, however, have a normal size head on a very large body, which is why so many people are confused and sometimes are led to the wrong conclusion that I don't have a normal size head, and maybe even a small one, and it's not the truth. And Kaya hates when you guys say that. Right, Kaya? She doesn't give a shit. He's like, come on, Dad. Even the different routes that we're taking to avoid traffic is still leading to more traffic. It's crazy how much traffic there is. It's the weekend in LA, it's true. FaZe Epic says they shut down part of the freeway to practice shooting. Not the freeways that we're taking anyway. They closed the 5. And I think they closed the 5 in between San Diego and Los Angeles, so it's not even like near us. Okay. Has Kai been in the snow before? I'd love to see that. No. Last year, during winter time, I was planning on doing that. Bringing her to the snow, but it didn't work out. But I do want to do it one of these days. Is that the bear you always talk about? Befriending, sitting beside you? Yes, this is my bear. My pet bear. Yeah, Camp Pendleton is doing weapons testing in honor of the 250-year anniversary of, I guess, the military or the Marine Corps or something. But it's bullshit. It's just, they're just, I think they're trying to be disruptive. And that's all it is. Damn, you weren't lying when you said you could vibe with a bear? Yeah, this is the truth. I told you guys. I told you guys that I can do it. She's the living, breathing proof of this. And if I can vibe with a bear, you can too. Antifa terrorist streamer urges audience to befriend bears so that they can get mauled. That fucking TikTok sound, my collar's blue but my neck is red, is stuck in my goddamn head now. The cops are going to tase you in retaliation at October 7. If anything, the cops should probably love me if they assume that I'm like brutalizing my dog, because that's the thing that cops love doing. Remember, 10,000 dogs a year cops kill. 10,000. It's a fucking insane number. I tweeted about it the other day, or this morning actually, where it's like ICE literally went in and shot and killed someone's dog. Just like Kirsty Noem. Kirsty Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, shot her puppy and then wrote about it after shooting her puppy, killing her puppy, and then dumping the body in a ditch. She wrote about it in a book. She's now the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. You know? ICE went and opened the specific door the dog was being kept in just to shoot it. Jesus Christ. That's so fucking annoying. So funny. There's still motherfuckers being like, hashtag free Kaya. Bro, this dog is freer than you ever could be. She's so free, she's exercising her First Amendment rights. What's the reasoning for shooting the dogs? Cops just, I don't know. Maybe the thrill of a kill or something. Or maybe because they're scared, I assume. They're fucking assholes. Please, let's not talk about that when Kaya's here crying. I know she's here a lot, but this is different. Yeah, she doesn't like this combo. She's like, stop it. Stop it, Dad. Acid Burns, thank you for the 10 gifted. FYI, that the El Paso dog that got shot happened like last month. ICE asked the residents to put the dog in their bathroom, and then they entered the home and opened the bathroom door and killed the dog. That's fucking insane. Oh. Cops get free paid time off when they kill dogs? Jesus Christ. That's a fucking perverse incentive. That actually makes sense as to why she hates you because she knows you never threw a second birthday party after your promise of doing so. Are you bringing Kai to the protest? Are you worried about Kai's safety? Yeah, I wouldn't do it if I thought the protests were. I wouldn't do it if we were going to a protest that I think could potentially get rowdy, and we're not going to be there for very long anyway. Kaya's been in out in public in like big, you know, like she's been out in public in crowded environments before, but this is her first protest. And the reason why I feel comfortable doing it is because I've seen other people bring their dogs to protests as well. I mean, we met many dogs at the protest that we went to, if you remember. Does she get lots of pets from strangers? That's my dog's favorite thing at events? Yes. I mean, yeah, anytime I bring her out. Anytime I bring her around, she gives more pets than me. She gives more attention than me. Yeah, you see the slobber? Look at that drool. We're getting close. Heading home from Tampa's protest, good vibes, no cops. Got my partner to come for his protest too. Stay safe, y'all. Goofy. Wonder if people will think you're an undercover cop or something. I don't think anyone at these protests are gonna think I'm an undercover cop. Maybe when I first went out to the UCLA Black Lives Matter protest many, many years ago when people didn't know who I was, potentially. But I doubt anybody's gonna think. Newly retired ex-Fed, ex-military dad went to the first protest today. Back then, I think I had the buzz cut too. Maybe everyone knows the song because Cuomo endorsed him. Yeah. Does she get car sick? No. Not even a little bit. I've driven Kaya to like Palm Springs and shit. My cat is watching the stream very cautiously. She is the CEO of ANTIFA, yes. Someone asked a good question, and actually that is the one thing I did forget a collapsible bowl for water. However, we're not going to be out there for that long regardless. I was thinking of like, what have I forgotten? Everyone is freaking out. No! I do have I have multiple collapsible bowls for water. We're nearing the protest area, I can tell, because we can hear helicopters flying overhead. We're getting close. She has no idea that she's about to be in an environment where the amount of pets she's gonna get, I suspect, are larger than she's ever considered before. If I was Kai right now, I would do my very best to squeeze out a fart just for fun. She doesn't fart that much, surprisingly enough. And I feel, but if she did, she would be clearing this car out. Let's be real. What if someone tries to dog nap her? Chatter. Come on. Yeah, don't worry, I got an air tag. I think we can get out here and start walking, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, hold on, let's see. Once you hook a left, we'll get out.
Go left on this one.
Is that the right one? No.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, then yeah. Once you hook. No, we can. Yeah, you can hook a left on this. Not this one. The next one. Let's take this off. I'm not gonna wear it. It's hot. It's gonna be hot out there. Yeah, oh, there's another dog right there. Dude on a bike with a dog. I don't think I'm gonna use this. I'll be fine on my, it'll be fine on my arm. I mean, on my hand, in my hands. We should just get out here. Yeah. All right, Kaya, come. Come, baby. Let's walk. You got the thing for the good girl. You got the thing for the DJ the drone, right?
It's on his phone.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's on my phone.
Well, you don't have your phone on you, do you?
You just hit on.
All right, wait, I'll tell her to start recording. What's going on? Yeah. Kaya. Let's potty, baby. Give us a good potty before we go out there. You can't do it off the camera, right? You got to do it off the phone.
Correct.
All right.
At least I haven't figured out how to do it off the camera yet. I'm sure it's got a touch screen on it. You probably could.
She's grazing like a cow. Oh wait, this is probably better. Hold on, baby. All right, never mind. Come on, Kaya, let's walk. What? Yeah. Oh, you can do it off the phone? Or off the thing? It's fine, even if you can't do it. Let's walk. All right, so we're out here at downtown Los Angeles. We're gonna get a feel for the protest. This is the second No Kings rally that's taking place. And today, given the participation from people from all different walks of life, backgrounds, and jobs, I thought it was a relatively safe, relatively tame protest, and therefore I thought it'd be safe enough to bring Kaya to as well. She's the Antifa commander-in-chief, as you guys know, We're going to be in and out, briefly getting a feel for what's going on. But see, there's other dogs here already. First order of business, we're gonna go find where Donnie is. Because apparently he's around here somewhere. Kaya, come. Hi. Hi. What's going on? See? Lots of other. Hold on. Kaya, sit. Hey, Kaya, sit. Good girl. No.
Is that a dog camp?
Yeah.
It works.
What's going on, guys? It's not on yet. We're trying to make it work.
Are you really pressed, or that you're being cute?
No, I am. We're recording right now.
Awesome. Enjoy
Yeah.
it.
Oh, there you are.
Good to see
And
ya.
there.
Hey. Hassan, can we say something?
Yeah, sure.
Is this the shot collar?
Yeah, this is the shot collar dog.
Thanks for doing.
Nice to meet you, man. Thanks for being here. I'm doing great. Oh, there it is. We got.
This on you?
Oh, sure. Here, you can put it on the chest.
We could walk with you a bit.
Okay.
You just got down here?
Yeah, we just got down here. We're gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a heightened security environment.
Yeah, so what's been going on? I mean, I will say we've actually been talking to people here all day. A lot of people talking about you.
Me?
In a good way.
Okay.
You're among. We could walk a bit if we
Yeah, let's do it. Kaya, come on, let's walk.
But your name came up at the. Twice at the New York mayoral debate.
It's true. It did.
Mind if we get pictures?
Sure, but we got to keep walking right now.
What's that all been like? How have you become this sort of major talking point within the Democratic Party?
I don't know. I don't think I should ever be a talking point, especially in the New York City mayoral races at all. I mean, I'm obviously a supporter of Zoran. Kaya, come here, baby. She's never been around this many people before. I've brought her out in public a lot.
Yeah.
But she's never been around like a big protest like this.
She's streaming live too?
Where is she? Yeah, she is. She has a camera on her. Kaya, come on. Thank you. And I don't know what I think she sees, she smells the hot dogs and wants to go there.
I had one.
Come on. Oh, really?
Yeah, they're $10.
Yeah, but as
They're good.
As far as me being a primary concern for New Yorkers, I don't think I'm a kitchen table issue at all. In New York City, I am a supporter of Zoran, early supporter of Zoran. I really like a lot of the things that he's done in his campaign. I really like what he stands for, and I think the Democrats need more Zoran Mamdanis, and I'm willing to bet that if we were to ask people here right now, they would probably agree with that sentiment.
Yeah. You came to the previous No Kings, right?
Yeah. And I've also participated in the other ICE out of LA rallies as well. Those are a little bit more chaotic, I would say.
Yeah.
The police presence at those protests are definitely a lot more aggressive than the No Kings protests. The No Kings protests are like all age groups for the most part. So.
I mean, is this enough though? Because I mean, I was reading, I think David Brooks or somebody in the Atlantic this week. Like, is this actually enough? Showing up, I mean, as a movement to show up every couple of months?
No, it's not enough. But I try to tell everybody it's not bad to protest. It's good to protest. It's good to get people out in the streets. It's good to show that this administration that they do not have this broad popular mandate that they think they have. As much as we can, as loudly as we can. But obviously, we have to organize outside of that. We have to organize in our workplaces. We have to organize in colleges if we're on campus. And sorry, I walk very fast.
I mean, you have we're about the same height. I'm probably a bit taller. So
yeah.
We have big paces. I get it.
True. But what? Oh. It's fine. It's.
I mean, one interesting conversation we're having here, right, with one of your big fans, actually. You know, we were talking a bit about. I ultimately asked him the question: when it comes to 2028, which seems like a very long time away, you know, I said, would you vote for Newsom? It was Newsom versus Vance, right?
Uh-huh.
And I mean, he's your fan of yours who says he's a socialist is like, probably not.
Yeah.
How?
I think it's good to express that early on.
Yes.
Before it turns into before that's the path that the Democratic Party heads down. Now, I can't talk too much about Newsom nowadays, because apparently he said I was a remarkably impressive figure. Come here.
I want my midlife crisis to look like that. Newsom's a fan of yours now?
Here's a shirt that says MAGA, Mexicans against going anywhere. With the Mexican flag.
Wait, sorry, what were you saying about Newsom?
Oh, I said he recently told one of my friends when he went on a Twitch stream that I was a remarkably impressive person, even if he doesn't fully agree with everything that I say. So I can't talk too much mean things. I can't say too many mean things about him right now. All jokes aside, though, I think Gavin Newsom, with his governance here, has done some great things as far as his rehabilitation advocacy. Not his own personal rehabilitation advocacy, but like he's been more susceptible on initiatives such as that one. But he's been abysmal when it comes to tackling homelessness and the housing market issues. And that is a primary concern, that's a universal concern at this point. And I feel like that's his weakest area. And for that reason, I'm terrified of like what it means about the Democratic Party if they choose to go in the Gavin Newsom direction. And
well, I guess this is what I'm getting at. Which, like, when we spoke at the DNC last summer, you know, I think your argument was basically by putting up Biden or even by putting up Harris that essentially the party was not listening to basically people who watch you and many other young Americans. Especially.
But it's not even just young Americans. Like, I think a lot of the people here want more. A lot of the people that are here right now, I suspect, want more from their representatives, want more from their Democrats. They want the Democrats to take action. You hear time and time again wine moms at town halls in the middle of the country demanding that their politicians actually put their bodies on the line in some instances. So the anger is palpable. The anger is palpable, and it's not just coming from the youth. Certainly the youth experience a lot of the immediate impacts of economic crises, and there is a sense of hopelessness among the younger generations for understandable reasons. Having said that, I don't think this is just a youth-backed movement, and these kinds of actions actually show that, because you see you see older folks out here. They're not just holding up signs that say like "No Kings, you're a tyrant," you know, "Orange man bad." They have specific things that they want out of this administration, and if the Democrats don't actually reflect on that, if the Democrats don't actually address those issues, and they go back to business as usual, and they go back to the harm reduction narratives that actually cost Kamala Harris the election already, who knows what'll happen. That is if we have another election to begin with.
Do you think the Democratic Party will actually listen to sort of this constituency more this time?
I hope. I mean, these things matter.
Yeah.
I hope they listen. I feel like Bernie has been running around doing the No Oligarchs tour to basically show, not the rest of the country necessarily, but to the Democratic Party, the establishment, that like this kind of messaging Yeah, good to see you too. I hope you got some good. I hope you got some good footage out here today.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
We're gonna walk around, depending on how she feels, because I feel like she's a little bit more nervous than she is.
Yeah.
And you've seen her at the gym, like she's used to being around people, she's used to being around loud noises.
Yeah.
But she wants to smell everything.
We might catch you sometime soon. You're gonna be here a bit.
All right, good to see you. Hi. Okay. Let's walk to the side. Oh.
Tell my kid is such a big fan. He's watching you from up north.
Oh, hi. Come here, baby. What's up, man?
I appreciate your
thanks for being here. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Let's see if there's like a...
You think I could get a photo with you?
Yeah, sure.
I can take it.
Let's see if there's a green area that I could take her for a second.
Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for being here.
I'm an independent candidate for Congress, running right here in California, 34.
Thank you.
My name is Lauren.
Nice to meet you, man.
You do great work.
Nice to meet you.
Can I take a picture, bro?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What do you have in your pockets that she just keeps lasering in on?
My love.
Hey. Dude, I work for Chill. I don't know if you know about us.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You run the LA Rapper Response Network?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for doing what you do, man.
No, and thank you for covering. You covered our press conference when the raid started, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, hell yeah. Nice to see you.
Where's Hannah? Get a picture?
What? Yeah, sure.
You're Turk?
What?
You're Turkish, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm half Turk as well.
Oh, wow. Nice to meet you. Sure.
1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys. Oof.
That way, green?
Yeah, let's see if I can just like bring her to the park area. What's up? Yeah, you can pet her. What's going on, man?
I would love to. Is it possible to ask you some kind of question for German TV?
Sure.
So I was wondering if this protest is enough to get the change that people want here.
That's a question that I think a lot of protesters themselves right now are having as well. I don't think this is going to automatically overnight make necessary changes in the government, but I think it's very healthy to express discontent as long as we can. And it does seem like the administration doesn't appreciate it. I mean, they're saying this is a Hamas protest. They're saying that this is an anti-America protest. They're very frustrated with these demonstrations, but it definitely helps. It definitely helps, especially when you show the administration that they do not have this popular mandate that they thought that they had, and that they can't get away with the erosion of civil liberties. They can't get away with the mass deportations, and they can't get away with the way they've operated so far.
So at what point
Hi.
do you think the United States are, like, is this a full-blown autocracy, or is this still the democracy why people enjoy being in this country?
I think the erosion of civil liberties is happening right now, but as long as due process holds, as long as First Amendment holds, even though the administration is actively going after that as well, and as long as like some semblance of the courts hold, we haven't fully succumbed to fascism. But I mean, those who know the history of fascist movements understands that this is a very important moment, and this is the moment where resistance is the most necessary in every way possible, whether it be civil disobedience, whether it be peaceful marches such as this one, or really any means necessary.
Last question, do you think this kind of protest is proof that the left can be united?
I think yes, because this isn't just the left. There's a lot of liberals here. There's people from all different walks of life here. It's very obvious that this administration has drawn the ire of so many Americans who find it to be unconscionable, the mass deportations, the deployment of the National Guard, the deployment of the military in blue cities, and we have a government shutdown that's been ongoing, obviously. And in that process, the administration has started taking the initiative to stop funding for numerous Army Civil Engineering Corps projects that were supposed to happen in places like Baltimore, New York, numerous other places. So it's it doesn't seem like they are. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop unless they realize that they have to.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to take a portrait picture. That's
yeah, that's fine.
Can you turn around a little bit?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you. Sure.
What's your name? What? Nice to meet you.
Good? Thank you.
Yo, Hasan. I'm Zach. I'm with CBS LA.
What's up, man?
Say something real quick?
Sure.
You want to find some shade?
Yeah, let's find a shade. Oh, thank you. Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm a really, really big fan of
Oh, nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for being here.
You radicalized me. Is it okay if I have a picture with you?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I also?
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
I respect you so much.
I got it right here.
All right.
And you and I just talk. Ignore the camera, okay?
Okay.
Got it.
I can do that.
Easy.
All right.
First name, last name, spell both, please.
Hasan Piker, Hasanpiker.
And what's your title?
I'm a political commentator.
Okay. You don't have to lean into the mic. It'll get you.
Okay.
I'm Zach. This is Ben. We're with CBS LA. Thanks for taking the time.
Of course.
Why are you out here today?
I'm out here to show support and to experience solidarity and feel a sense of hope that we are united as a people and that there are more of us than there are of those who wish to continue with the unjustifiable practices government is participating in.
What do you want people to know about this march here today? What is your message?
My message is,
in short,
my message is the people united will never be defeated, and that we will fight fascism every step of the way.
A couple weeks ago, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He's a political commentator.
Yes.
You're also a political commentator. I see you're in a.
I was supposed to debate him.
Vest. You were supposed to debate
It's
him.
not a bulletproof vest. It's an airsoft vest. It's more so
vest.
just so I have a press badge so I don't get shot at by the cops.
Got it.
Even though I feel like sometimes it feels like a target more than anything else, especially if you're not beyond the police line, but in front of the police line alongside a bunch of people.
The idea is, I'm asking you, you decided to be here today despite that violence taking place. You know, why is it important for you to get out here, and are you taking security steps for yourself?
I mean, maybe not great security steps, but the reality of the matter is I go to these protests all the time, and the only time I actually ever feel insecure is when police are just like rushing through and tear gassing the protesters that are exercising their First Amendment rights. The times where I feel the most secure is actually when I'm in a big crowd like this one, where I'm surrounded by other tax-paying citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights and telling the government that they have a lot of discontent.
And how important is that, you think, the dialogue, the First Amendment, expressing the First Amendment?
I think it's the most important. Once that falls, I think we are in a full-blown fascist dictatorship.
Anything else you want to say?
No, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You got tired, huh? You got tired from all the media attention. Yeah, you can pay Kai. Go ahead. Sure, let's do it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who's taking it?
This is
No.
my friend Bella. I have a dog in the picture too. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys.
One of my biggest inspirations.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you for being awesome. Oh, watch out. Thanks, man.
Nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you.
Thanks for being here.
Can I pet Kaya?
Yeah, you can.
She's so much bigger in real life. Oh my god. Can we take a quick picture?
Yeah.
Here.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Sure. We're live right now. We're live streaming.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for being here. Okay. Oh, she can't turn it on unless she's in close range. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching. She's all the parking lots are full, so she's had a hard time. I mean, I think like, I don't know if we can actually do a full thing here.
Right.
I think it might be better to just like, I don't know.
You want me to tinker with it a little more?
No, I don't think we can do it from here. Okay. Shit. Hold on. It's okay. It happens. It's not the end of the world.
Wish I had another lapel though. Yeah.
What?
I wish I had the other lapel.
No, it's fine. Oh. Shooting complete. Wait, maybe we shot it.
Yeah, we probably did. It's probably full.
I hope so. Well, I guess I could take a look and see. It says camera's powering off.
Socialism.
Thanks, man. It's just... Okay.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Can I get a photo?
Sure.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. Hi.
I just wanted to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My hero for sure.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right. What should we do? Kaya. All right, let's walk. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Can I get a photo with you?
Sure. I'm getting a bit overwhelmed. I will be honest.
Take a break?
I'm getting a bit like, I'm getting a little bit of autism overload, I'll be honest with you.
I'm with you.
Hi. Yeah, no, let's do it.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. We can't take a break anywhere. People are going to show up regardless, I assume. Come on, Kaya. Come on, baby. Woo! Come on. Yeah, I wanted to simply come here for a little bit, and what's up?
Sorry, just a thing. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
I saw you last time at the rally. Big fan.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. Let's go to that side where there's a shade a little bit, but. The main reason why I don't want to stay for too long is because they're most likely going to issue a dispersal order at 4, and it's probably better to leave before they do that, because after that, then the cops are going to start deploying tear gas and stuff like that. And I don't want Kaya to be around for that.
Conventionally to help you fight your fascists. You've had one before. His name is Drew.
brainwash all of the men.
We have a lot of,
Pretty quick.
I mean, there's a lot of people here that are just chilling. They brought their dogs as well. There's like elderly folk here as well. There's children, there's kids. Is broadly attended by all different walks of life. Clearly. I think I'm gonna text her to.
That was crazy back-to-back interviews. They both lose, right?
Yeah. What's up, man?
I get a picture.
Yeah, sure.
Anybody? Banana for your thoughts. We got lots of bananas here. Trump is bananas.
Awesome.
Big old
Nice to meet you, man.
banana. Nobody wants it.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, the Dodgers hat.
Yeah.
I wanted that so bad.
I got two. You want this one?
No, it's fine.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I don't want to take it off your head.
Appreciate all you do. You got me to actually do the reading.
And now here we are.
Hell yeah.
Harry, so.
Well, thank you for being here.
Avoid joining another folks. That's just kind of how it goes. You guys, I heard things about Epstein Island. I'm pretty positive it's true because I have first world accounts first world accounts of bananas tasting like ass.
Maybe send her your location.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Right. Trump was definitely there. That's all I have to say.
Wait, hold on. Oh, she's gonna come with a car.
Hey, do you think later in American history books they're going to call this A, oopsies, B, my bad, C, the end of it all, or D, got any queens? You like D?
There'll be books in the future. That's good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Sir, can I ask you some questions and can you earn a banana?
Yeah, sure.
Get over here. Clearly? Hold on, let me turn on my little,
Hold on.
Wait.
Shit. Other doggos, Kaya.
Here, take a mic. No way! Oh my gosh!
Hold on, I'm sharing my location with her.
You guys were minions. If you have any question on how to deal with the fascists, we've dealt with one before. Do you see any women left in minion land? Nope, they just put bomb in a skirt.
I wonder if we can get water somewhere.
Accepts the fact that he's destroying the lives of all Americans.
You don't have any water in the car, right?
No.
It's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on, let's see.
For a banana, would you keep the NRA or the
W Sinna? Is that actually Sinna?
FDA? National Bananas!
Why are people saying?
Changing the game.
Oh yeah, that's true. She does sound like Sinna. It is not Sinna. Sinna's at TwitchCon.
Okay.
And not here.
Would you suggest Trump sticks it?
It is. She does sound like her though. Come here. Let's go back to like an area of egress.
My guy. You guys answer some questions for banana?
Where did Trump stick it? That's the question.
Yeah, where did Trump put this brown banana? Nobody? Okay. We dealt with the fascists before. We had to tell them
We love you, Hasan.
Oh, nice to see you guys. I think this is like cars can get here. So I don't know if. Let's see. Oops. Oh, can I get some water?
I'd sell them.
Yeah. 2 for $5. You got cash on you?
Cash on you?
No. Hi.
Hi.
Big, I watch you all the time. Can
Nice to
I
meet
get a
you.
picture?
Yeah.
You take Zello, take all the.
Let it get a marker.
Okay, I got your text. Yeah.
Wait. If you guys don't have cash, it's fine. We'll get it later. We'll get it somewhere else.
Got it.
We have water, right? Yeah. I can get you a water. Do you need one?
No, it's fine. Oh, wait, you have some? Oh, then yeah.
Solidarity water.
Oh, it's all good. They're going to give us water. It's fine. Thank you. Sorry about that. She's a press dog.
Hey, Hasan. Good to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you, man. She's a press dog.
What does that mean?
She's filming. She's filming the protests. She's also an anti-fascist.
Hi, Kaya.
Yeah, you can pay Kaya. Oh, okay. You can pet her. She's very friendly.
Sorry, can I get a number?
Yeah. Kaya, let's see how I'm gonna do this. Wait, what's up? No, I got it. I can do it. I can open them. Kaya, sit. All right, lady. First.
Kaya cam is online.
Can you check to see if it was filming before?
It was not.
Oh, damn it. Good girly.
Can I pet you?
Yeah, you can pet her. You want a photo as well? Yeah.
Oh, it's a police dog. Hold on. Let's pet this dog.
She's not a police dog, no.
Oh, it's ready to bite?
No. She's very friendly.
He's a boy?
No, she's a girl.
Sunday?
Kaya.
Kaya.
What's up, Kaya? Hi, Hasan. Oh
Hi.
my gosh. Hi. Can I take a picture with you?
Yeah.
Wait, you know him?
What?
My favorite streamer. Oh shit.
Wait,
hold on. My bad.
The movie actor? I'm so sure, right?
Thank you, Hasan. Hi, Kaya.
Yeah. What's up?
Thank you so much.
Okay. That's crazy. Where'd Hannah go? We should,
Can I get a picture? Big fan.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one. Bye.
Picture.
What? You want a picture too? Yeah.
Hasan, Hiker's here? What?
What's up?
Hey, can I touch you?
Yeah, you can pet her.
Hey, come here.
Kaya, come here. Come here. Yeah, he just wants a photo with her.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys. You think we would peace out from here? Did she go to get the car or something?
You guys interviewed that lady. She's giving away free water and medical care. Okay. You know.
Okay.
She's really worth putting on. She's giving water and food and Band-Aid.
She's for it.
Okay.
Right here. Right here.
She might not want to be interviewed.
I would love to be interviewed.
Okay.
What up?
What's going on?
Hi, do you need water?
I was just giving her some, but.
Oh, good.
So what are you doing here today?
My organization is called Activist Support LA.
Mm-hmm.
And today we are setting up a medic station and then also just providing like a little bit of water and snacks. But generally speaking, if anybody gets injured, pepper sprayed, they can come right here and we'll take care of them. And we also have street medics roaming through the streets.
How do you feel about the Trump administration trying to make the active mutual aid at protests illegal?
They can kiss my ass and they can talk to my lawyer.
Hell yeah.
I will keep doing this forever. Sorry.
It's all good. No, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is one of the impromptu medic tables that we have here. You usually see this with people with carts at numerous protests, as you guys know from the previous ICE out of LA protest that we attended. There's sometimes people that set up tents like this, or in other instances there are people who just walk around with carts and hand off masks, hand off face shields.
Goggles, that's about all we have.
Yeah, goggles. Oh, we're good. Thank you so much. She has goggles here as well, and also ear protection. Saline solution. What's the saline solution for?
This is to help flush out your eyes if you get any sort of chemical agent in your eyes. Water is the first thing. If you've got water, you can do that. Just keep flushing. But otherwise, saline is the next step.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much for your.
Live, or are you giving out to people?
Oh no, I'm live. Yeah.
Can you tell people we just ran out of all of our water? Whoa. We ran out of all of our water. We just ran through about 150 waters. It was all that I could personally carry. If you are able to drop off water at First and Grand, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. That's how it's done, folks.
Take a picture of some of that stuff she's giving.
What up? And free Palestine. Look at your little kafia.
Yeah.
Thank you. I brought them up for you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Be safe out there.
What's up, man? Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You probably just saved us with the water. Thank you. You're so cute. Oh, you have your own little
There's a lot
camera.
going on. Thank you for coming out with. We appreciate it a lot.
Of course, always. It's for myself as much as it is for everybody else to be out here.
Right.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate what you do.
Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. All right.
I don't know what's gonna happen later.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll do it right now. I'll see if she'll like pull up here or not.
For all that stuff.
You as well.
Wait.
Be safe, guys.
Oh yeah, she's coming here in the car.
And now we have Max.
Shh, Kaya, come here, boo boo. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Sit. Kaya. Kaya, sit.
There was one. I think that's totally full.
Kaya, sit. Good girl.
Right. Oh, at my feet. Yeah. I don't know what color they are.
I think it's black.
Oh, they're individual. Perfect. They're great. Do you need more than one? Perfect.
Good girl. Good girl.
Let's go.
One more?
Oh, you're going to be hot though. If you need water, let me know. You want one more for you?
There it is. All right.
That's not a man who loves his dog. I don't know what it is.
All right. Okay. All right, we should. This is a shorter stint than I envisioned it, but quick in and out, and we'll go back to our regular coverage from home base. Since, like I said, I don't want to be here when I don't want to be here with Kaya when the protests turn, when the police start escalating and protests turn more chaotic. What's up, man?
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's up, guys?
My name is not Adam.
Yeah.
I'm a student.
You are amazing.
My
Nice to meet you
university's
guys.
president is platforming a war profiteer named Palmer Luckey, CEO
Oh, yeah, he
of Anduril
sucks.
Industries. He's making fucking AI helmets for the National Guard and CBP to deploy at the southern border. He's a fascist war profiteer. Nothing good should happen to that guy. Fuck Palmer Luckey.
I agree. Nice to meet you
Nice to
guys.
meet you, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks for being here. Yeah.
Can I get a photo?
Oh, sorry.
Let's get a group.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Get any.
This is my wonderful girlfriend, Eden.
Hi. Bro, you have identified yourself, your girlfriend.
Shit.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for being here. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Is this a kayak cam?
Yeah, she got a kayak cam.
Hi, Kaya. Hey, guys. Thank you, bro.
All right.
Thanks for everything you do. Seriously.
Thank you so much.
Pop out to Chicago sometime. Yeah.
Oh, I will be. I'll be going back soon as well.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Wonderful day, man.
All right, you too. Come here. Up. There we go. Good lady. Back up. Ow. Oh, fuck. Okay. Sit. There we go. There we go. You got a little taste of that, Kaya. You got a little bit of your first experience. You can also turn off the recording on the Kaya cam. How was it? I've never had her pull this much before. That's why I was a little nervous, because I thought that she was I was worried that she was like excited, you know, like too it's like too chaotic of an environment. But it had to be done. I had to participate in her first demonstration. You were 100% the best dog today. Do you know that? Oh. She's already tired. She walked a little bit. This is why it's so funny when people are like, oh, she sleeps in the same place for 8 hours. How dare you? And it's like, this dog literally walks for 20 minutes and is like, all right, I'm good. I can lay down now forever. The people's princess. I saw a very cute dog at my local protest today with a little sign attached to her harness that said, I bite fascists. Did you see yourself catching that Jon Stewart stealth stray? That was funny as shit. I did not. Damn, this thing is, this got overheated. GoPro's overheat so fast, man. Yeah. What did you think about that CBS interview? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Barry Weiss controls the. I don't know if Barry Weiss controls the CBS LA clips as well.
like, first and foremost, I wanted to go to that, one, to, you know, to prove to myself that, you know, this is not all the things that have taken place with, like, Charlie Kirk and everything else, that, like, I'm not afraid of going outside. And more importantly, like, I mean it when I say it's impossible not to feel black-pilled when you're exclusively talking to other people online. So going to those sorts of things, going to protests and whatnot, they do unironically help. Like, it, even if you go for a little bit, even if you attend for a brief moment, like, when you're surrounded by all these other people that they have the same opinions as you, they see the same issues that you see, and they want an outlet, they want to vent their frustrations in public against all odds. It's a remarkable feeling. That's always the reason why I tell people, like, I urge people to definitely participate in protests, go out and protest, go out and organize in your communities, go out and organize in your workplace. It's really good for your own mental health as well. It has the exact opposite impact that staying indoors has. It is refreshing. No Kings protest in Portland, Oregon went super well. Very uplifting. Yeah. I feel like every moment that you spend off Twitter, every moment that you are not online and surrounded by other people, even if they're not like-minded, even if they don't agree with you entirely the whole way, it still doesn't matter. Like, every moment that you spend experiencing solidarity is good. It's good for your mental health. It will reinvigorate you. It will remind you of what really matters. Because maybe I'm speaking for myself when because I am, as is required of me because of my job, extremely online and constantly having to deal with, like, a endless torrent of nonsensical opinions. And I don't mean just like the drama and whatnot. I mean, like, literally discontent, disagreement amongst, like, different factions of the left, things of that nature. I think that's, like, way more bothersome for me than a million different drama moments. But being able to go outside and be surrounded by people who are protesting is one of the best ways to really recenter yourself. Human connection turns out man is a social animal, and human connection is a necessity. I made friends today while at the protest. It's hard when you work from home in a red county. In Austin, the police chief was marching with the protesters, and I don't know how to feel about all that. Feels like it's another... No Kings in Chicago was huge, and the big boy Pritzker and Mayor Brandon ended up being there. Yeah, where's our governor? Where's our mayor? I mean, I don't know, actually. Maybe they did actually participate, and I'm being a hater for no reason. But I feel like gruesome Governor Gav was at TwitchCon. I feel like that's what he's been doing. Raising sort of community organizing and doing mutual aid and going outside and talking to real people makes you realize a lot of insane opinions only exist online. Or the thing is, like those online people that are expressing their insane opinions, like they have those insane opinions in the real world as well. It's just that when they're in the real world, when you're surrounded by human beings, when you are, when you have all of these other markers, like the human touch, olfactory cues, things like that, your body language, like that level of communication is just so different than how you receive insane opinions online. A person that has that kind of opinion online in the real world is probably going to shy away from giving you the full scope of their perspective, or is going to be much more agreeable. You know? Because that's just in our nature. We want to be liked. We don't want to come across like we're insane. Unless we are literally insane, and some people are, but you know? You're wired to be socially connected, and like dogs, there are things you do in real life that make you want to be with other people. Yeah. My mother's friend was wonderful to me growing up, but finding out he was KKK when I became an adult and my mom defending him was wild. That's crazy. That's not a normal story. Oh, little belly. I will message you, Hasan, you would have made my day. Okay. Put the AC on blast or something? Guys, the AC is on blast. Like, it's incredibly cool in this car, for the record. It's not like, the car's not hot. Dogs pant for multiple different reasons. They can pant because they're nervous, they can pant because they want to cool off, or they can pant because they're tired. Like, cool off in the sense that, like, their internal heat due to activity. They also pant when they're excited. Also, they just pant all the time, especially Kaya. $7 million turnout during college football peak hours for large games is huge. Oh yeah. Also, a lot of people don't realize this, but like, dogs' mouths are everything, okay? That's how they do everything. That's how they pick stuff up. That's how they communicate with other dogs. That is their primary way of fixing their internal heat by panting. So for the non-dog havers out there, if a dog actually like nips at you sometimes people think that means like, oh my God, this dog is like trying to attack me, he's violent. That's not what that means. Dogs are very, their mouths are very sensitive. As in, even if it, like if they nip at you like lightly, gently, because they want to play or something, even though it's like probably not a very well-trained dog, that doesn't mean that they want to actually hurt you. Because if they wanted to hurt you, they would have bit you, rather than just like do a little nip. For those of you at home who are watching, their mouths are basically their hands. It's everything. Yeah, they sometimes nibble as a sign of affection as well. He has indeed watered the dog. Yeah, I watered her. Ever watch puppies play? Yes. I mean, Kaya was a puppy, and she learned social boundaries from so many other dogs that are older than her when she was growing up. The only way for dogs to actually socialize and learn what not to do is by trial and error. Like, for example, when she had super sharp puppy teeth. For those of you who don't know, puppies have really sharp teeth when they're babies. Okay? And they play, but they don't know what the boundaries are of play. So that's why it's important to socialize dogs in the litter when they're in a big litter, because that's when they learn. They learn like how hard they can bite or how to bite and how to play and what not to do. The mother will also check the dogs as well to ensure that there's like control over that socialization. But like puppies need to be socialized early and often so that they learn how to behave. I guess in a way it's not that different from humans. Humans also need the supervision of adults to figure out what to do and what not to do. Unfortunately, a lot of my haters online, they did not get that adult supervision when they needed it the most. And here we are. Oh, someone sent me the photo of the I Buy Fascist. Wait, hold on. I'm make sure I put it on DND. That's cute. Wow. Doug Emhoff was at the No Kings protest in Santa Monica. Doug Emhoff, his law firm actually is offering to give Donald Trump pro bono legal work. For those of you not in the know. I guess we contain multitudes. I also realized I haven't. And we're back. We had a little oopsie chat. I forgot to plug the connection back in. I forgot to plug the wires back in to actually charge the main receiver. So we were just eating away at the receiver's own battery. But I mean, it served us well for as long as it did, surprisingly enough. But in a little bit, we're gonna go dark regardless, so. But I wanted to make sure. And I used that opportunity to order some food because I'm fucking starving. Damn you, Lane, I know.
Very generous of you, Hasan.
Yeah.
Taking the money.
It was Lane. Lane did this. Deborah, my bitch ass ex-wife. Come on, Lane. Lane, they're gonna take my daughter away from me, Lane. I'm law enforcement, Lane. God, what an incredible video that was. Are you Haitian?
Oh my God.
It was crazy. That man was out of his dang mind. We can probably cover the camera now. Oh. But yeah. Chatters, if you've never been to a protest or organized events like these, you should. The feeling of solidarity is intense and amazing, and honestly can change you. I think it's interesting that like a lot of people's questions immediately were like, "Do you think this will be effective?" And I think, this is the first step. In order for this to be effective, and it's something that I've thought about quite a bit as well, considering that all of the leftists at home have also been asking that same question, perhaps in a more cynical tone. And in order for these protests to be effective, we can't just stop at these protests. Like, the protests are there to express discontent, to show anger and resentment towards the specific policies that this administration is engaging in. But beyond that, we have to organize. Because there is no world where power will concede without any force whatsoever. Power will never concede without demand, and power will never concede without even force. And by that, I don't mean, violent direct action. What I mean by that is first organizing, and then using the organizational tools that we have, collective action, to force the administration to listen to the demands. No, there is no, what are you doing? Sit. He's trying to get comfy. There we go.
Not used to sharing back there.
Yeah.
Well, Fiona's a little smaller than Hasan.
So I think what's important here is to not just go out and protest, but what's important here is to also, if you're a rank and file member in a union, if you're a community organizer, to organize your community, to engage in some kind of direct action. There's a lot of organizations in Los Angeles that already do this. Churla is one of the best ones for advocacy and protection for migrants. We were talking to one of the dudes that works for Churla. Sounds like a tree getting sawed. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm actually gonna swap it to the main camera right now. Like to the main desktop, yeah. Why does this keep fucking...
So take it back. Don't ask, take it.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just like real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have health care.
Yeah.
Like there's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
Hi, thanks for watching our video. If you like this story and you want more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have stories that you want us to investigate, drop them in the comments below.
Getting information from all agencies and giving the updates.
I was 100% confident we'd find her. I thought she was somewhere, he must have just dropped her off in the woods somewhere, or, you know, she's wandering on the side of a road and they would find her.
Okay, get them back up. Start looking for hot spots around that area where the subject went 10-15.
10-4. Meanwhile, we're learning more about the man in custody in connection with Lee's kidnapping.
With the search going on, questions are swirling around Michael King. To his parents, the accusations are unbelievable.
We've never had a problem with Michael. And he, you know, it just don't seem like he would do something like that. It's not in Michael.
This is the first time King's posed for a mugshot in Florida. The unemployed plumber doesn't have a criminal record here.
Police visit King's ex-girlfriend, who tells them she's equally stunned.
Do you, in your opinion, think that when Michael would ever do something?
We're back, and the gray is back, I know. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing everything. All right. Let's see what has happened.
Foreclosure at the time and had broken up with his girlfriend.
All around the country. While I was running around. What did I miss? Did you hear Emeru's never going to TwitchCon again? Smart move not going there. Seems like everyone who didn't go was smart about it. Emeru made a response. I'm gonna take the vest off. I am. Emeru gave a... He also briefly mentioned you at the end. Wait, why?
Because it's not just about me. Like, this could have happened to anyone. Honestly, for all we know, this could have already happened to someone, a small streamer, and someone just wasn't filming it. Which, okay, I'll just start this by saying shout out to the guy who filmed it and put it on Twitter, because last night after this happened, I was thinking, like, fuck, like, I have to talk about this. Like, people need to know that this happened. Like, how am I gonna do that? And then someone happened to post it on Twitter. So thank fucking God I didn't have to figure that out myself. Which, okay, like I said, this is gonna be a mess because I'm not meant to be doing these kinds of streams.
Hey, Kaya's vest off too. Yeah, they're gonna take it off.
I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security or if they even wanted to cancel their meet.
For those of you who don't know, this is Emaru, and what's going on here is that this is her first statement after she was assaulted at her meet and greet that she did at TwitchCon. Okay? Yesterday, Emaru was doing a meet and greet. She's one of the top content creators on this platform. She's the largest female content creator on the platform. And a stalker of hers approached her while she was doing a meet and greet, cut the line, and forcibly grabbed her and tried to kiss her. And then Emaru's own personal security detail pushed him off, but he was able to walk away and walk freely, as a matter of fact, like literally just like leave the premises and walk freely without another person actually reaching out. Another person actually, like from the security detail or from TwitchCon at all, stopping him at all. He just walked away casually out of the doors. Now, it's already like what he did was heinous, what he did was violent, what he did was illegal. And this is her reaction to it after the fact. Twitch released a statement. TwitchCon released a statement. Twitch released a statement. It was not a great statement, to say the least. And this is her going through the events now and talking about it.
Greet, like maybe some people were, but I know for a fact Extra Emily wasn't. My personal manager made sure that she had extra security. No one reached out to her. Don't know about everyone, but I know that for a fact. Okay, so let's just start from the beginning, because I want to be able to run through everything.
This is her statement an hour before her TwitchCon show. Twitch gave her this room for her statement and she blasted Twitch. I mean, yeah, she has every right to do so.
Before the show starts in a fucking hour. Okay, my notes are a fucking mess. It looks like a schizo board. But yeah, again, thank you to the guy that put it on Twitter. Thank you to the people that talked about it. Because otherwise, I don't know if anything would have been done or it would have been taken seriously. Straight up. So, I'm just gonna go through, from my perspective, what happened, what I saw, the order of events.
Unless there was police notified on the premises, who would have detained the assaulter? You can't just grab people in public. Wait, what are you fucking talking about? The security team at TwitchCon should have detained him until law enforcement got there. What the fuck? Also, he literally had a fucking pen in his hand, and you can see in the video. What if he had a knife in his hand? Like, a crime took place. It's a sexual assault. You absolutely, and there are cops supposedly at TwitchCon as well, but even outside of that, you absolutely, if you're a member of like a security team, can hold someone and detain someone for, you know, a little bit until the cops get there. Exactly, but was it qualified security? They hire people? What do you mean? Yes, I've been at TwitchCon. Yes. Of course they have. Of course they have security everywhere. It's supposed to be that way. That's their job. Like, they're certified. There are certified security people there.
So I was doing my meet and greet, and I've seen people saying that it was an obligation given to me, like to be a featured creator and to have my show, I had to do a meet and greet, which is true. I was told that I had to do a meet and greet, but as far as I know, there's some people that canceled. Regardless, I didn't cancel. I thought it was going to be fine. So I show up at 4. I'm doing my meet and greet. This happened about 30 minutes into my meet and greet, so I was probably only like 20 to 30% done with my meet and greet. I was just taking a picture with someone else, like completely normal, nice guy. And then I see out of the corner of my eye, there's a guy walking around the side of the meet and greet. And he crosses in front of the meet and greet of the person to the left of me, which is a VTuber. So he's able to walk up and in front of another streamer's meet and greet. And then he walks up to me and he's like walking with a purpose, you know what I mean? And he grabs me, but I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like, but in my head, I'm like, it seems like he's supposed to be here, and then he leans in like he's gonna tell me something. So in my head, I'm like, maybe it's like TwitchCon staff like coming to let me know something, because like sometimes that'll happen where you're at an event and someone will like come up to like let you know something, you know what I mean? But I'm still like freaked out because he grabbed me. That's not normal. And then he grabs my face and he leans in.
Former convention director here at Twitch and the venue dropped the ball. Conventions generally have in-house security, venue security, cops present. The fact that such a large streamer wasn't being cared for is a huge lapse in con security and should be heavily scrutinized. It's real bad. Something always happens at this con. Yes. Something always happens at conventions in general. But like TwitchCon has every single fucking year gotten increasingly crazier and crazier, I feel like. Like there's just... Like, this is not even like at an after party where streamers are getting rowdy or something like horrible happens. Like, this is the official event of the event. And also as someone who has done many of these meet and greets at all of these TwitchCons that I've headlined, literally, I can assure you that this is the most like locked in security is supposed to be, because the meet and greets can sometimes go south, you know? You are seeing thousands and thousands of fans, and in that interaction, like all it takes is like one fucking weirdo to ruin the entire thing. Yes, Cine got your Twitch hired security guards from TwitchCon France. Nice, they were great. I've had great security at all of these events, for the record, and I'm not saying that to like defend Twitch or anything. I'm just saying I got lucky, it seems. But even in spite of that, something can still happen. But this is a failure on basically every aspect of security. It's a failure across the board, right? Because it's impossible for there to be due diligence for every single nut job, right? You don't know what someone is going to do, but she should have a multiple person security team, especially when she's doing the meet and greet, and then she should have been taken care of. Like, the person should have been apprehended on the spot, and detained until the cops arrived, and she should have been taken care of from that point on. You are a man. Yes, you are aware. Wait, what? What is that? Yeah, I know. I'm saying that despite the fact that I was a man, and I am a man, I had proper security at these events, partially because I get a lot of death threats. But Emeru has a lot of stalkers. She should have even better security than me. That's my point. Like, my point is, she should have even better security that is even more on top of the situation.
And lips puckered, tries to kiss me. And I start screaming. You can't hear it in the clip, but I'm fucking screaming my head off. And then my security, Twitch's security is like nowhere near me, nor to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything. My security jumps up and shoves the guy away from me and is like, get the fuck out of here. And he's allowed to walk away and leave.
Also, yeah, a man can be assaulted too, but that's
so
not
then
the point.
after this point, I did not see a lot of what happened here. This is just based off what people in the line told me. My friend Bonnie, who was there, told me, and Melissa,
When you
my
say
manager,
she should have, you mean Twitch should have given her? Wait, did I say she should have? No, there's nothing she could have done differently. Okay, yeah, I mean Twitch. Like, Twitch should have given her. Did I even say she should have? I said Twitch. I don't think I said she should have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yes, I obviously mean Twitch. Twitch should have done a lot better in a lot more in terms of making sure that she was safe. You said in terms of she deserves? Oh, yeah.
Me. So the woman who moved me away from the meet and greet was my personal manager. That was not Twitch staff.
Oh, yeah. You said she should have had, as in Twitch should have given her. Okay, why are people being so fucking crazy, man? Yes, I said she should have had extra security. As in, Twitch should have given her extra security. Jesus Christ.
No one in Twitch staff came up to me to like see what was going on. My manager and Bonnie moved me to the back, and they're like hugging me and being like, do you want to finish your meet and greet, basically. And I was back there for like a minute, and I was like, you know what, like I want to finish it.
That's
like,
crazy. That also is a, that's also extra crazy that like she got fucking violently assaulted on the meet and greet line and took a couple seconds to herself and then went back out there is wild.
They're just nice, normal people. And I go back out there, and still there's no one from Twitch there. And the poor guy that I was taking the picture with originally, he's like fucking mortified, and he's like, what the fuck just happened? And again, no one from Twitch there. I say to this guy, I'm like, I'm sorry you had to see that, and he's like, no, like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Why am I having to tell the TwitchCon attendees and my fans, sorry you had to see that, and not like someone from Twitch or Twitch security? Anyway, so I didn't see this. This is just what my friend and my manager were telling me. The Twitch security like kind of like got together after that, and we were like, wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't even see what happened, haha, and just like started talking about something else. So it's like, okay, and then that's the events of what happened, just to like line all that up. But I didn't talk at all about the aftermath of all of this at all, and I don't think anyone knows this, save for like maybe some streamers that I'm friends with that came to spend time with me or that I talked to last night. Whew, okay. So I finished the meet and greet, and I was escorted back to my hotel by my one security guard. Oh, and also, by the way, I've seen clips, people bringing up clips of me talking about how my previous favorite security guard was permabanned from TwitchCon because at a previous TwitchCon 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a stalker, and he held him by the arm until police got there.
I mean, I just don't. Like, there's Comic-Con, there's VidCon, there's so many different conventions. Like, I don't understand how this is, like, getting increasingly worse year over year for Twitch. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. The parasocial aspect of Twitch, I know, but, like, VidCon is parasocial, too. Like, it's not like... I don't think it's necessarily that, like, Twitch has extra... Twitch is, like, extra parasocial. Maybe it happens at other conventions as well, and I'm just, like, oblivious to it, but... It's crazy that, like, I've been going to Twitch cons both in Europe and in the United States of America for years. This is the first Twitch con that I did not attend. Okay? This is the first Twitch con I did not attend. I've gone to conventions for other things. I've gone to Anime Expo. I've gone to VidCon. I've gone to basically every other type of event like this. And last year's TwitchCon, if you recall, if you watched like the Fear End podcast that we did last year after TwitchCon, you will realize that even back then I had noticed that there was a real problem with like streamers that were going from other platforms, specifically like Kick usually, just to like disrupt the event, and many of them did, and disrupt the event through like targeted harassment at other streamers, both in and around the event area. Okay? They did that. And I didn't like that. I criticized it quite a bit. Nick Pollum literally got assaulted. Like a Kick streamer who was streaming on the convention floor straight up went up to Nick Pollum and like licked his hand. He was sexually assaulted. That person got kicked, but still, like the fact that this was happening, the fact that that was already happening, it was already an issue. I licked his nipple, sorry. Wasn't it? Didn't he get his nipple licked or something? Like, Wake got groped. Anyway, my point is, like, that was one of the many different incidents. Like, Frogan, outside of TwitchCon, was being directly stalked by some fuck-ass, stupid-ass streamer that's, like, friends with Destiny. Straight up. This dude was just, like, stalking her. And then that dude ended up assaulting another person. Like, all this stuff took place last year. It's fucking nuts that there wasn't like additional precautions taken. It feels like every year it gets worse.
And because of that, he was indefinitely banned from TwitchCon. Like from all of TwitchCon, not just the venue, because that was in Las Vegas. Anyway, that just a side note. Okay,
Yeah. Oh, he's the one. Yeah. E-Rob got into a fight with a Kick streamer last year too. Yo, that's the same one. I think that's the same Kick streamer. Like, there are fucking streamers that just straight up do this. Like, this is their whole quote-unquote content. You know what I mean? Like, this is a fucking parasocial stalker, not a streamer as far as I know. But, like, it's insane that all of that happened and there was nothing that Twitch did to, like, explicitly take additional protective measures. And it's still fucking going on a year later.
Man, I wrote down a lot of shit here. Okay, Can I just also say, what you guys are seeing here is character development. I've always been the person who never says shit. Like, I just want everyone to have fun and for things to go well. Why am I the person who has to do this? So anyway, after I'm escorted back to my hotel, I let some of my friends know they come to my hotel to see me and spend time with me, like make sure I'm okay and everything. And then my manager's letting me know, she says, okay, my manager, I've contacted the police, they're gonna come talk to you about pressing charges, etc. They're trying to find the guy, they haven't found him. I'm like, what? Anyway, so at some point while I'm with my friends, a police officer comes and talks to me, interviews my manager, talks to my Twitch partner manager, who, by the way, she's so sweet, like she didn't do anything wrong here. All of that happens, and then I'm complaining to my friends. I'm like, the fuck do I do here, guys? Like, I have to talk about this, blah blah blah. And they're like, oh, like, don't worry about that right now. And then suddenly Wake's like, wait, why is my Discord saying hope Emmy's okay? And I'm like, oh fuck. I guess the clip got posted. Again, thank God someone was filming, because otherwise I don't think Twitch would have said anything. So after that, I start getting a lot of messages. I'm responding to people, and my manager comes back to me and she's upset. She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them, you know, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be a definite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything. No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like, we're talking about the convention here. So they change it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen, by the way. These two people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch. Also, later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't see it, but I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying. Okay. Also another detail, sorry, my lines are all crazy here. My Twitch didn't approach my manager to talk to their head of security. It took them 2 hours to approach her to talk about what happened. And by then she had already talked to police and called a lawyer on her own, my manager, Melissa. And they showed her a photo of the guy that I believe a fan took, by the way. A fan took a photo of him, not one of their security guards.
Brother, that is fucking insane. I mean, the 30-day immediate suspension, like, what are 30 days for sexual assault? What are we doing? If he kills someone, what do they get? Like, you know, six months max? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, Chatter's got 30 days in this community on a platform-wide ban for typing out the word cracker. I mean, but once again, it doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. The Twitch ban doesn't matter. I don't think anybody would even be talking about the Twitch ban if Twitch didn't come out and start with, we're banning him from the platform and the convention. Like, it should have been, we detained them immediately and we released him to law enforcement, so he goes to prison. And you know, I am not like Mr. Crime and Punishment, okay? But that's crazy. Like that's just a straightforward crime. What needs to happen for Twitch to be like, all right, well, I guess we gotta hold on to this one, you know?
They're like, oh yeah, here's his photo. We're like gonna find him. He still had his badge and his wristband and everything. The guy. So yeah, I really feel like a lot of this process wouldn't have happened if it weren't for my manager advocating for me so hard. Which again, here, I'll get to that later. I'll keep going here. So they also showed my manager some security footage of the area, and the guy was able, he was waiting for there to be a gap in security, and there was. He was able to walk through the side, not through like the 2 lanes of meet and greet people who had signed up and been like background checked for my meet and greet. So he was able to just walk through because there just wasn't like consistent security there. Oh my gosh. And then, so yeah, that's basically my day yesterday. And then today, this morning, I was told that Amazon flew in their global head of something to redesign the whole process and security of the con for the rest of the convention. Why wasn't there someone like that here already? Or like they didn't do that beforehand? Like, hello, I'm sorry. So yeah, they, I guess they know that they fucked up really bad if they're flying in their Amazon's global head. And also, I want to make it clear so that people understand this. I am so lucky and privileged, okay? Do you know how much I spent on security to be able to come to this event in the first place? Like, but I'm not just talking about yesterday, I'm talking about my security for like my RV trip that I did with my friends and stuff. I spent over $10,000. Some people who stream on Twitch don't even make $10,000 in a year. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Like, if you watch the clip, the security guard who pushes the guy away is my security. The woman who pulls me to the back, my manager. If you're a small streamer and you don't have those resources, or someone in your line's not filming, what the fuck do you do?
Also, Emeru's not a small streamer. So where the fuck is the convention security in general for the meet and greet space? And where the fuck is the event team, the event security team? Because the top content creators on the platform, aside from the privilege that they have, do literally get actual, like, you've seen it with me. I have 3 dudes on me at all times when I go to these things. I had 3 dudes, one right next to me, and then one scouting out the crowd, and one, like, usually when I go to these sorts of things, like the convention itself will be like, yeah, we have to make sure that there's like crowd control, you know what I mean? Okay, bro, not the same situation though. I don't know if you know who I am, but I have been in this exact same situation. I've done the meet and greets at TwitchCon. She should have had Twitch security teams on her at all times. How the fuck are there top content creators on the platform that do not have security teams on them at all times. I've done DreamCon, and at DreamCon I had an event security team on me at all times. That makes no sense. I cannot believe it, dude. Especially after a bunch of top female content creators literally said, we are concerned about going to Twitch this year, like going to TwitchCon this year, like, and then they said that they were going to take extra precautionary measures. I don't understand how this happened. I mean, I'm not there this year. I didn't go, ironically enough, for different security concerns. But like, I cannot believe it, dude. I cannot fucking believe it.
Ew! No one would have known. Like, it's actually fucking insane. Like, I'm genuinely angry. Like, I am not an angry person. Like, it's just ridiculous. And like, honestly, I genuinely think there have been other people who have been sexually assaulted, groped, like, who fucking knows, worse, at these conventions, and just nobody knows. Because like I said, they didn't post any kind of announcement, weren't letting other streamers with similar events as me, similar meet and greets know.
Yeah,
until
that's insane too.
There was like a viral clip.
Like that also is ridiculous. Like, as soon as that shit happens, you're supposed to lock it down. That's also crazy. You have to have an abundance of caution. Once that happens, you have to have an abundance of caution. It should never happen, but especially after it happens once. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, you want to do a fucking three-peat? Like, what are we doing? Where they're just like, hey, I mean, you know, lightning never strikes twice, boys. It's fine. We'll be good. It's so crazy because, like, even on the PR aspect, I know big companies only care about their PR. I get it. Okay? But, like, even on the PR aspect, look at the PR now. It's fucking devastating. You know what I mean? You're losing so much more goodwill in the process. This is something that I describe all the time about the way that companies operate. When they're so profit focused in the short term, they end up having way worse long-term consequences on profit margins across the board when they're corner cutting because of incidents such as this one. If you're Boeing, for example, and you cut corners on the production side, the moment that your fucking doors start flying off your airplanes because you're not making sure that you have the same exact process, you're gonna fucking, your stock price is gonna take a nosedive. So it doesn't even make sense from a profitability aspect. It's just so frustrating.
And by the way, they can't even mention my name in it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And okay, hold on. Let me pull up what they wrote, because that was another thing that was crazy to wake up to. All right, let me read this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply unsettling. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement event security were on site. That's a lie. That's literally a lie. And responded to the incident. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they're banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. Okay, like, no one cares about online. We are coordinating with the impacted creators team, that's true, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We've increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we're unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. You know why they said that? They only thought about that because of Melissa, my manager. She said, were you vetting people coming through the line? They said, oh yeah, everyone had to sign up and they get background checks, but they're allowed to bring a +1. Well, are there +1s background checked? No. Melissa was like,
Insanity.
okay guys, Twitch has a zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Yeah, I don't even know, like, I'm just tired, guys, like, I'm just so tired of, I've just had so many things happen, and, like, you know, stuff just happens, like, especially when you're, like, a creator, or, like, a girl creator in particular, but I just feel like I've been failed so many times, or lied to so many times, and I'm always like, you know, it's okay, we'll figure it out. You should have figured it out already. You should have fucking figured it out already. Oh my god. So yeah, that's basically, unless I'm forgetting something, the rundown of everything. But yeah, it's fucking insane. And I mean, I'm not usually the type of person to talk about this stuff, but it's like, well, did I lie about anything? No. Like, what are you're gonna be mad at me for telling, like, the things that y'all did wrong? And, like, okay, so another thought that I had was, like, maybe, like, the reason Twitch said in their thing, like, oh, security immediately got the guy. Maybe, like, you know, they hired, like, shitty security and they, like, lied to them so they wouldn't, like, you know, lose their job or not get paid. Maybe if you guys had, like, you know, actual cameras and, like, good comms, no one would be able to lie or have to lie. Like, why, why is it better to, or, like, easier to find out something happened in fucking Among Us than at TwitchCon? Hello? It's fucking insane. But yeah, I just want to tell you guys all that. This is character development. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Like, this was just the final straw for me. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Emery is not the type of person that would make a statement like this, by the way. Like, this is not like her at all, I feel like.
But yeah, I have been, okay, something else. Sorry, I just keep remembering shit. It's gonna be like this for the rest of the stream. I saw a thing that said I was in their, like, top 5 or top 10 most followed streamers attending this event. Again, if that happened to me, what the fuck is happening to small creators that we don't even hear about because no one's filming them? Like, they tweet it and, like, Twitch doesn't feel the need to follow up with them or publicly. It's just... But yeah, I think I covered everything, and I've been a streamer on Twitch for 10 years. I attended the very first or maybe the second TwitchCon ever in 2016, 2015. And yeah, like, I understand back then it was different, but I feel like they're, like, I know they say there's security upgrades, but it really feels like there's not. Like, another thing that happened, I forgot to mention. So the way that the meet and greet worked is, like, people line up, they come through, they take a picture, then they're supposed to walk through the back and leave. There were people walking through the back trying to come up to my booth, or, like, I mean, not all of them were, like, malicious intent, obviously. Like, some people would leave and be like, oh shit, my picture is bad, I'm gonna go back and ask for another one. And my manager had to be the one to tell them, like, oh no, you can't, like, keep moving. And there was even, like, I think it was fucking Neon, was able to walk through the back of my meet and greet, and was like, oh hey, like, can I come say hi? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, it was just horrible. Like, there was no thought put into it at all. And yeah, I was like, man, it's just fucking naked and afraid out here. Like, thank God I have my manager and my security and my friends. But, like, I just feel so bad for, you know, Twitch creators who wouldn't be able to be in that position. Are you okay, though? This is gonna sound fucked up, honestly. I'm so desensitized to stuff like that, that when it happens,
Yeah. This is what I was talking about. I'm telling you right now, from my own personal experience and what I know from all of my friends, what you are hearing and what you are seeing is the fucking tip of the iceberg. Especially women on this platform, dude. Especially women. This is not like when I used to say this back in the day, people would be like, oh, you're just trying to be woke, or you're being a white knight. It's not even a question. Like, and it's not even like the top female content creators. I'm talking like you can have every female content creator on this platform at a certain point was just starting off. And from the moment that they had 10 plus viewers, they have had to fucking deal with stalkers. Non-stop. And it's not even just like the stalking that they have to endure. There are literally entire online communities that are designed around this kind of behavior. A lot of women quit for this reason. It is fucking insane. Do you think it's just utter incompetence or just misogyny and security and not taking stalkers as serious threats? No, I think it's incompetence because Twitch knows this. Like, it's not like Twitch is oblivious, man. Come on. Emeru literally was stalked physically on camera alongside Valkyrie and Senna at the Santa Monica Pier. It's just, I mean, it is both, by the way. Yeah, of course it's misogyny as well. I'm just saying that like the primary order here is that it's unimaginable ineptitude, unimaginable negligence. Like, misogyny or not, if your job is to fucking provide security for your streamers, regardless of your misogyny, you're like, okay, we need to fucking make sure that these streamers are still protected. Drama alert followers were saying they were staged. Yes, because they're some of the dumbest fucking assholes on the planet.
I kind of just go into like lock-in mode. I'm like, okay, I need to just lock in and like get through this.
But yeah, I was talking about like, as far as her being like, yeah, I'm desensitized to this. It's because she deals with this all the time.
Worry about it later. So that's how I was able to finish my meet and greet. Like, my friends were telling me like, bro, if it was me, I would have been crying. You're built different for going back out there. And like I said, I was going back out there and having to apologize to people in my own line. Being like, I'm sorry you saw that. I hope you're okay. And then they of course were like, what the fuck? Why are you saying that to me? But I felt like I had to because no one else was there. And like I said on Twitter, like, I really wish I didn't have this opinion. Like, I love trying to be like the positive, like, oh, let's get together and have fun, everyone. I really like would discourage other creators from going back to TwitchCon, not just because it was able to happen at all, and what happened during it, and the aftermath. Like, it's just crazy. Like, why would their PR team say that? Like, you can literally see in the clip that he's allowed to walk away. But yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate all the support and stuff. It was pretty crazy. Getting all the messages and stuff last night. And again, I've said it like 5 fucking times. Thank fucking God that someone was filming and decided to post it, because if not, you know what I would be doing today? I would be so fucking stressed being like, okay, do I have to disrupt my stuff that I have planned to announce that this thing happened to me and let people know that it could happen to them? So thank fucking God for that guy. Like, thank you so much for doing that. And I would just encourage everyone just to stand the
Proof you're a has-been making content from this pussy liberal? You mean addressing a fucking issue that took place? That I've talked about quite a bit and warned about quite a bit, happening to someone who I know personally? You okay?
fuck up. Stand up for yourself, stand up for other people, because if you don't, look what fucking happens, which is crazy because I saw Valkyrie, I saw Pokey, I saw Hasan, I saw Cutie saying, I don't really want to go to TwitchCon because I don't feel safe. And everyone was saying that they were stupid or overreact. Not everyone, but a lot of people.
Yes, a lot of motherfuckers were saying that. It was other content creators that were saying that. It was other content creators that were fucking talking shit too. Yeah. Content creators and drama farmers. Places like LSF. Places like fucking that stalker account that has now become like the LSF of Twitter. Yeet. So many of these motherfuckers blasted me. Blasted Cutie. Yeah, Dick Tone. That's another one. Blasted Cutie, blasted Pokey, blasted Ray.
Portion of people were saying that, and Twitch's response to that was to be like, oh, don't worry, everyone else. We up security. I should have listened to them. Especially because, I mean, a lot of people know stuff like this has happened to me in the past, and I just keep going. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, you know what, I'm not gonna let a shitty person or a shitty thing ruin my life or like what's going on for me, you know what I mean? Fuck it, we ball. So I was like, I'm gonna go anyway. I'm just gonna be smart. I'm gonna pay for security. I'm only gonna do my show. How is someone gonna attack me at my show? I'm only gonna do my meet and greet. How the fuck would they get into a meet and greet? It's roped off with security. Nope. Nope. Lesson learned. And also after it happened, Twitch did offer if I wanted some of their Twitch security. I was like, I'm good, bro. But I was lucky enough that Clemens, who's one of my usual security guards, flew out from Austin, Texas this morning to be there with me today. Have to go to lengths like that. And I have 2 other security guards. One of them's Amazon's, but I have my personal security guard that I feel comfortable with is like my main guy. And they said that they like changed security for the show and stuff, but yeah, I'm just done. Like, this is the kind of thing that it's like, once you break the trust for something like this, you're never getting it back. I'm sorry, you're just not. Like, it's not like this is the first time that something like this has happened. It's like the trust was already kind of broken, and that caused a lot of people not want to come. Like, for example, people were talking about how last year, Nick, NMPLOL, and Wake Wilder, got assaulted. A guy literally walked up to Nick on stream and licked his nipple, which again, if that wasn't filmed on stream, would anything have been done? I don't fucking know. And they didn't even make like an official announcement about it. They didn't reach out to Nick, as far as I know. He was saying that last year. So if they did reach out to him, it was way after the con.
Bro, in and around the convention, that was in the convention, which is extra fucked up. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, Frogan and Raph were attacked last year, stalked by another content creator. It's so fucking crazy.
So it's like, did they just not think it was a big deal? Is it because Nick's a guy? Like, hello? I'm supposed to be working on my Run a Show right now. I am still doing the show, like I said, because of the production staff worked really hard on it, and the cosplayers involved worked really hard on it, so I still want to do it, but this is going to be my last TwitchCon show. I'm doing it with Baby No Money and Will Neff, so even though we haven't really had time to go over this in practice, it'll be fine. It'll be a shit show, but it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fun. Lots of talented people working in Twitch production and all that. It's yeah. Anyway, how we feeling, you guys? Yeah, I'm flying home tomorrow, and my security guard's gonna be accompanying me to fly home. But it's just sad, the world that we live in now. Like, to me, I don't even think of myself as like someone that needs to be protected or like someone important, but it's like you know, I was talking about how like I wanted to buy a new hamster recently. I was thinking about how if I want to do that on stream, I'd have to hire security to go buy a fucking hamster. And like I said, I spent over $10,000 alone just to come to TwitchCon for security. I've probably spent close to 6 figures total going to cons and stuff on security. And again, it's not like this only happens to people of my size. This happens to girls or guys with 50 viewers. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
Yeah.
They can't afford that. It's like, you gotta just deal with it, not or you're... that's another thing. I could have fucking died yesterday. But yeah, obviously, I'm gonna be making my own personal changes going forward. I already have, like, for years, but I'm just really hurt and disappointed by how everything was set up by Twitch and like how it was handled after. Like, honestly, that was upsetting me more and making me more angry last night than everything else. Like, it's like, okay, you know, any person can be walking on the street and get assaulted. Like, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible.
I think one of the, I mean, this is kind of lame to admit, but I think one of the saddest aspects of this is that I used to fucking look forward to TwitchCon. I was so stoked to go to TwitchCon. It was awesome. You get to meet the fans. You get to see all the people that are a part of your community. You get to see all of these content creators come from all around the world once a year that you normally don't get to see. And there was a real sense of community there. And it was exciting. People used to look forward to it. The big thing in Twitch culture was content creators who normally never collab in person meeting one another for the first time ever. And back then, LSF wasn't shit either. It wasn't great, but it wasn't this bad. So like, those were all the big moments, and people would go to LSF and people would like look at the fucking, you know, the clips of like some of the top content creators
some of the top content creators meeting each other for the first time ever. It was like a massive deal. Collaborations used to happen all the time too. And you know, for the record, I mean, it says volumes that you felt safe going to No Kings protest, but not TwitchCon. I didn't refuse to go to TwitchCon publicly just for my own safety. Let's be real. I don't give a shit about that. I did not go to TwitchCon because I cared about other people's safety. That's why I made a public statement. The point is, and plus, yeah, I mean, I felt safe enough that I brought Kaya. But it just fucking sucks because, like, it sucks because, like, it used to be this awesome event, man. It used to be this awesome event, and there was like this shared purpose, a sense of community. And I feel like year after year, it's lost its energy, its vibes. Like, your friends can't even talk about you without your weirdo stalkers sending them hate, like they defo would harass them IRL too. Yeah, I mean, there's that too, yeah. For sure. I do feel like every year it's just gotten worse and worse. I don't know. And it's not just TwitchCon either. I feel like it's just the environment on Twitch is worse too. There are some who keep that energy of collaboration alive, but even then it's like somewhat cliquey. I mean, you got FaZe, you got AMP, but they just kind of keep things within their own groups. I mean, I guess like with FaZe, they like have actually expanded a little bit. They've expanded their reach a little bit, so that's cool. Taylor Lorenz also interviewed Dan Clancy and asked him about this.
But why do I have to worry about that happening at the convention for the place that I work? really fun stuff planned, don't we?
And make some noise for Emmy right fucking now. Let's go.
Louder!
Standing ovation. Get up. Everybody up.
Stand the fuck up right now!
What are they wearing?
Stop, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Will's wearing the double deep V from the Out of Bounds collection. Yeah, I see that. I assume it's the cosplay from the gambling anime. I forget what it's called, but I watched it back in the day. All right, let's hear what Taylor had to say interviewing Dan Clancy, the CEO.
And others. Obviously, we saw one Twitch streamer yesterday, Amaru, get assaulted by a male fan, and a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, you know, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
The safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. You know, when I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her. This is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry about helping creators, but that means there's always more work to be done because that's the world we live in now.
Demi had posted earlier today that I guess this fan was allowed to cross.
Actual worst possible answer. I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to say as a CEO. Yeah, this is him as a CEO. Yeah, I've never in my life met a CEO that's been like, well, you know, guys, we're really fucked up and we're dog shit. You know what I mean? We really cut corners on security this year. Okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Multiple barriers at TwitchCon. Why should streamers trust Twitch to keep them safe at TwitchCon? Because I feel like simultaneously this has
That's what he should have said, honestly. He should have been like, guys, I don't know what happened. Okay? I don't know what happened. That was crazy. I saw it. I thought that shit was wild. How the fuck? I was thinking, where are the authorities? Where are the authorities? What the heliante? What the heli? What's going on here? I mean, are we for real right now?
such a secure event to the point that even like journalists have had struggled. Like, you know, it is very secure, but here's this man that just walks up and is somehow able to bypass all these things. So why should they trust the platform when slip-ups or, you know, issues like this have happened?
Well, I mean, as you know, I think you toured some of what we do in terms of security. The reality is, even as you do a lot in terms of
unfortunately, the answer to Amazon and their shareholders, you can't just admit fault and open them up for full liability here. I don't like to, but what can he do? No, I know. I mean, that's his role. His role as the CEO is to fucking say that in this moment.
Security in today's world, there are challenges that can present themselves, especially when someone is putting.
The thing is, like, there is a low-key truth to the dynamic on Twitch. It's just that is precisely the reason why you're supposed to be extra attentive.
Like when he says, "Oh, this is a thing that's like a major problem everywhere on all the platforms, and especially on Twitch as well." Parasocial relationships, dynamics among stalkers and content creators, lines getting blurred, and people thinking that, like, you know, the person on camera is your best friend or whatever, right? But like, because of that reason, you have to have maximum priority on securing. Unlucky is Kaya, good bro Chacho. See, we are demonstrating exactly what we do here in terms of silencing fucking morons in the chat. I think people know this already, but if you find yourself going into the chat of a random content creator to write stuff like this, 100% easiest lock of the century, Kaya lives an infinitely better life than you. Most human beings do, and Kaya lives a better life than most human beings. Anyway,
themselves out there, right? And so, you know, we try to work very closely with each creator about what they want to do and what works for them, right? So I don't want to get into any, you know, specifics.
It's good now that band chatter can't ever interact with you in any situation, ... according to Dan Clancy. Yeah, the problem is, like, I banned him here, but I go to TwitchCon. I mean, that person is most likely a giant pussy. He's not going to do shit. But but the reality is that that person could get excited and want to do something in a situation like at TwitchCon, you know? I think it's more so the opposite. Celebrities are so out of reach that people are willing to go through insane lengths just to have an interaction they feel they'd never get in their life. The bigger the celebrity, the more the radical fan. No. I mean, yes and no. Yes, you're right that there are fucking massively consequential fandoms, like massive fandoms, people who go to crazy lengths to be around celebrities. Having said that, the reason why I say the yes and no is because Twitch streamers are very accessible. We're very accessible online. We're very accessible at TwitchCon. We're fucking walking the, you know, we're walking the halls. We're doing meet and greets. So with that accessibility comes this level of cyber relationship that most people have, where it can go south. It can become an obsession.
Details, but part of that is working with creators and, you know, trying to find them. Right now we're definitely, you know, ramping it up to make sure creators know that we have the resources there to help them figure out what's right for them.
But I think the reality is that there are fucking K-pop idols, man. They are gods, okay? Especially in places like Korea. And while this kind of stuff does happen every now and then to them as well, it doesn't happen at the same level or frequency as it does to Twitch streamers. And obviously, I suspect a part of that is because of the security measures that they have. You feel me? But yes, accessibility creates a level of entitlement, and that entitlement sometimes breeds resentment as well. Like, oh, you owe me something. I made you. You know what I mean? People find themselves like in the throes of tremendous passion. They find themselves feeling very invested in the streamer in his day-to-day. They find themselves seeking out more information about them, and without realizing, they get into dangerous territory. The line between Hassan Hasanabi Piker, the human being, and Hassan Hasanabi Piker, the Twitch streamer commodity, is blurred. I obviously set hard boundaries on purpose, even though it's virtually impossible for me to present a false face given that I'm live 8 hours a day. It's just, I don't know. I just don't know how to, I don't personally know how to deal with this shit. I'll be honest with you. But it definitely is it's definitely heightened when you think about the isolation that like the average person experiences. And then on top of that, when you factor in the male viewer, female content creator dynamic, it gets much, much worse. What would you say is the main cause of difference between old TwitchCon and current day TwitchCon? I think like in older TwitchCons, there was a more familiar environment. There was a more familiar environment. People weren't so knives out at one another. Like everyone got along and you were excited to see these other content creators. I'm saying from my own personal experience. And there wasn't as much like spoilers, right? Like there weren't that many people that were just like trying to make a name for themselves by like being fucking weirdos at TwitchCon. Whereas and there were still stalkers back then, make no mistake. But as far as the overall vibes goes, like people didn't just like attack one another and like farm drama off of one another, because like collaborations can go in either direction. You can either have a positive association with content creators and collaborate with them, or you can have a negative collaboration that you enforce upon someone else, and that is drama. That's farming drama, and that's like constantly talking shit about other content creators. And I would say that the overwhelming majority of collaborations were positive back in the day, and now the overwhelming majority of collaborations are forced upon people with drama and with like sometimes severe allegations being used as simple drama. And while people were clout chasing back then too, because that's just like a normal aspect of how these things work, the clout chasing was still controlled through this social mechanism, this social enforcement. Like, I do not think that there would be a rape tone style content creator back then, or if there was, I don't think that they would have had any, like, everyone would be like, no, that's fucking bullshit. Like every content creator would in unison come out and be like, dude, you are fucking gross, get the fuck out of here. Nowadays there is like an environment for that. Nowadays there's an audience for that. I think COVID played a role in this. It made it also it made it so that I mean, people make a lot more money now too. Yeah, it's become this weird like fucked up reality TV style situation. Twitch used to ban partners for harassing other partners. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I forgot. Twitch used to literally ban partners for harassing other partners. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that right now? Think about that. That would be like 90% of top content creators would be banned off the fucking platform if that was still enforced to any degree. We used to talk about fucking hate raids and stuff. That was part of the reason why even what's his face got banned off Twitch. Gideon. Yeah. Now it's become a career path where it's like Olympic level harassment. Who can harass other content creators better? Who is going to be the best at harassing content creators? The bigger the content creator, the bigger the level of harassment you can get off, the better it is. Awesome. And now we're forced to be isolated. I feel like streamers did used to call out bad behavior often, like every other week, but now they're scared of those who do the bad behavior because Twitch doesn't care as much. Yeah, Twitch doesn't care as much, and I don't even think Twitch can even control it if they wanted to. And also, yes, the loudest voices that are keeping people accountable through campaigns are oftentimes those who are worthy of scrutiny the most. But none of the other fucking content creators who see what's going on and feel like it's a completely unacceptable want to say anything. I mean, think about it. Yeah, when I met you at TwitchCon 2022, you just had gotten hassled by some Sam Hyde weirdos trying to start shit. Yeah, TwitchCon 2022. When I went to TwitchCon 2022, that was the peak of like Sam Hyde, neo-Nazi pedophile Sam Hyde, and his fans constantly saying that they were going to come to my house and kill me and dox me and stuff like that. And if you recall, LSF at the time was not exactly sympathetic to me getting approached like that. As a matter of fact, they made a whole ordeal about the way I carried myself when random fucking assholes came up to me to be like, why won't you fight Sam Hyde? You remember? I remember. I was there. I experienced it. It's interesting. Like, this didn't happen overnight is what I'm saying. What is this? IRL ban? Thank you.
Are you ever gonna accept Sam Hyde's fight offer?
What? I don't, dude, no. Why are you fucking talking to me about some dumbass fucking weirdo Nazi? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Explain yourself.
What do you mean?
You think it's fucking funny, dude?
Someone
you got some
challenged you to a fight,
fucking weird you got some weird fucking deadbeat loser comedian.
Everyone came after me for this, by the way. They were like making content off of how how I was scared. And also that this was like perfectly valid and shit. They said I was mean to him. Thank God I shaved my head, by the way. Holy fuck, long hair Hasan was terrible. There's W. Brandon, security guard.
Who was completely fucking lost all of its importance on the world by fucking himself over, by giving Andrew Anglin $5,000 in his fucking Nazi defense fund. And you're gonna come to me and be like, yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, it's not funny, is it? Do you like that? Do you think it's funny?
I would like to see the fight between you two.
Yeah.
There's no explaining.
I don't want to be around these fucking losers, and you should probably conduct yourself a little bit better.
Everybody ripped into me. Everybody ripped into me back then. Said I was fucking a big ass meanie too. Remember, literally pedophile neo-Nazi. Okay, straight up, 100%. A pedophile neo-Nazi whose major media moment was going on television after a boxing fight and being like, Hasan, I'm coming to your house to kill you. And for like years, I mean, and still to this day, his fans still like constantly make that joke, including that one guy who posted about Emiru getting approached by a stalker he had made that same joke as well. Hassan Piker, I'm coming to your house to kill you. This is what I had to deal with for the past fucking 6 years, dude. So many fucking top content creators who are right now talking about, oh, I can't believe how this happened. I can't believe how this happened. Oh my God. So many fucking douchebags on the YouTube slop tuber side. So many of these fucking cocksucker motherfuckers running around making death threats, only to fucking turn around and now be like, oh, I can't believe how this happened. I can't believe people get approached in public. I can't fucking believe it. Can't you? I mean, you play a role every fucking day. Oh, and they still will. It's not gonna go away. There is a major harassment culture around this sort of shit. Okay, this entire content sphere is so busted. Yes, there's nothing wrong with sucking penis, as you guys know. Unless it's Sean Hannity sucking Trump's penis. It's getting worse. It's getting fucking worse. It's so goddamn annoying. What? Another clip of yours? Old clip
A moment in my...
Okay, stop. All right, all right. What is this? Literally today? Oh yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, this was the guy who was talking about how dangerous it is that fucking content creators are getting harassed and people approach them. Also doing the same shit. Look, I'm a firm and committed believer in letting bygones be bygones. It is what it is. People find themselves not really thinking about the impact of their actions. But, you know, oh, he deleted the tweet. Oh, that's nice. Yesterday I was in Sasha Gray's channel and she was getting crazy comments about Kai and the collar thing for trying to defend you. People are fucking crazy. Yeah, I know. So people are trying to use the Sam Hyde quote I tweeted as a way to do a gotcha. Forgot I made that just tweet. But for those who don't know the context, here you go. Get over it. I like that he said, hey guys, that thing, that wasn't like a direct death threat. It was actually a prominent neo-Nazi pedophile issuing the death threat. That's awesome, man. Thank you. That makes it so much better. Thank you for the accountability. I don't even give a fuck about this guy. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. You guys showed me that he was like, you know, doing the very same thing that he is like now criticizing. And it's the same principle behind everyone who was like talking about Charlie Kirk in the aftermath of his death. Oh, what is this?
Lie. You don't have to do the dog thing.
I agree with you. You know what? I agree with you.
You don't have to play the game.
Well, no, you do have to play the game.
You can have fun and have principles at the same time, Dan.
He's an irrelevant guy, but he's the perfect example of a systemic issue. I know. I mean, these are also irrelevant guys. I don't really fucking care. Listen, my point is there are entire content creator communities designed around constant fucking sequence of harassment to other content creators, okay? Literally, it's happening, and people consume this content. This is what they want. The goal is to do constant harassment, both cyber stalking and also in real life stalking as well. This is how it goes. This is how it works. This didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to fucking go away unless Everybody knows who plays a major role in this, unless they stop doing it. This is the same shit the White House does. Just keep bombarding everyone with the information you want them to have, and then anyone defending themselves as a liar when speaking out against it. Bro, the weirdo showed up in the Steelers game chat. What are you talking about? Deport Hasan. And you tell your community not to do that shit, the rest of them don't? I know. I do. I do tell my community not to do that shit because I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy for people to engage in that kind of behavior. I don't think it's healthy for my haters to do this either. So when I actually tell people, like, when I actually try to earnestly tell my haters, like, listen, I know you think your cause is just, I know you think this is like giving you a lot of, this is giving you a lot of purpose and offering you a sense of community. But I promise you, you are losing your mental faculties, okay? Every time you engage in this kind of shit, it's breaking your brain. Slowly but surely, it's chipping away at your consciousness. And I don't think they'll ever listen, but, you know. But this level of obsession is not good. It's not healthy for you. Anyway, speaking of real world news, Hamas. The United States have informed the guarantor nations of the Gaza peace agreement of credible reports indicating an imminent ceasefire violation by Hamas against the people of Gaza. This planned attack against Palestinian civilians will constitute a direct and grave violation of the ceasefire agreement and undermine the significant process achieved through mediation efforts. The guarantors demand Hamas uphold its obligations under ceasefire terms. Should Hamas proceed with this attack? What? Oh my God, even fucking Joe Trusman is saying, I'm not aware of a... Brother, what the hell? Even the FDD, Foundation for Defending Democracy, this is like Benjamin Netanyahu's very own personal think tank, okay? If Joe Trusman is saying, I'm not aware of this, then did they just make this up on their own? They didn't even get like intel from Israel. They just decided to go along with this idea that Hamas any day now is going to do a attack directly on the Palestinian population. They're just freestyling. Also, that doesn't make any sense, but whatever. This planned attack against Palestinian civilians would constitute a direct and grave violation of the ceasefire. Should Hamas proceed with this attack, measures would be taken to protect the people of Gaza and preserve the integrity of the ceasefire. The United States and other guarantors remain resolute in our commitment to ensuring the safety of civilians. Dog, Israel has violated the ceasefire, I think, like 37 times since the ceasefire, the fake so-called ceasefire, was put in order. Like, what do you mean? Israel just this morning blew up a family. With our bombs, by the way. Like, Israel's not even, you know, they're doing it with our bombs, with our weapons, with our go-ahead. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, they're like They're not even opening the Rafah border. They've limited aid. Completely ridiculous, completely absurd. Anyway, but I guess that's the new meta. They're gonna just like claim that Hamas is gonna kill civilians. So I guess we have to go back in and continue the genocide. I don't know. Seamus, as a response to this, says, bewildering statement here. Either Hamas is planning on attacking IDF organized militias whose executions were the source of accusations of killing civilians on the right-wing press, or Israel is planning on breaking the ceasefire in a major way and the U.S. is getting out ahead. Also, the gall to say that Hamas will be committing a ceasefire violation against the people of Gaza when nearly 40 civilians have been killed by Israel already during this ceasefire. This may be related to the ending of the Gaza Interior Ministry's amnesty period for collaborators with Israel to turn them in, which closes on Monday. Afterward, there may be more attacks by security services against Israel-allied clans and militias. Yeah. They're probably trying to get ahead of that. And Israel is floating the idea to the United States of America that, like, Israel's floating the idea to the U.S. that, like, we should use this as an opportunity to restart the genocide. Because remember, I have spent the last couple of days extensively covering the involvement of numerous Palestinian clans that have organized alongside Israel and collaborated with Israel, the genocidaire here, okay, in an effort to get weapons, in an effort to get aerial support, and also to cause chaos at the point of aid distribution and delivery. And of course, Hamas, once the ceasefire was implemented, offered a clemency period that ends on Monday to all of the collaborators that have worked with Israel throughout this genocide, and that every single collaborator must turn themselves in, and as long as they haven't killed anyone, that they will go unharmed. A lot of people have actually, a lot of clan members have actually given up their arms and have taken advantage of this clemency, but some, of course, that were responsible for deaths have been executed. You saw the field executions. Everyone was like making it seem as though Hamas is just like killing random civilians. That's not the case. Yeah, one of those Israel-backed gangs beat a 10-year-old boy to death for a bag of flour. These are the civilians in question. Yeah, the civilians with the civilians with like Israeli air cover, for the record, like drone coverage from Israel. Those are the civilians that we're talking about. Farley's being a meanie bobini. There's a lot of dogs in the house right now. Fiona's here, Farley's here, Haya's here. And of course, Farley is the one who is the loudest out of all of them. Classic. Farlito. Yeah. So we shall see what happens. Also, this is another thing I wanted to cover. The Department of Homeland Security took this TikTok of a bunch of black teenagers and changed the caption to read this. And basically put a fucking hit out on them. The caption reads, the Twitter description is, Fafo, fuck around and find out. If you threaten or lay hands on our law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down and you will find out real quick. We'll see you cowards soon.
Blessed that these hoes on my dick, cause I'm fly like a jet. They gonna be surprised when they see I made this beat, baby, Tifu and Kanye West.
And the caption reads, ICE, we're on the way. Word in the streets, cartels put a 50K bounty on y'all.
As long as the hoe outside with the zoo shit never see home. 26.
So even if that was like a real TikTok with a real caption, okay, that still would be fucking ridiculous. Except it's not even a real TikTok with the real caption. The real caption on that TikTok, the original one, is this. You seen what we can do. Don't say something that you can't finish, Iran. We already united. We all stand. We want all the smoke. So this was actually little kids that were making like a fucking fake TikTok about Iran. Okay? It also looks like it's fucking AI. I don't even know if it's real or not, but they took that, they changed the fucking captions. Okay? They took that, they deleted the caption and re-uploaded it with the caption that ICE were on the way, word on the streets, cartels put a 50K bounty on y'all. But they're very clearly in high school. Even if they wrote that caption, the Department of Homeland Security putting a hit out on these fucking kids is psychotic. Okay? Thank God your dog is no longer a stream prop. Lock in, chatter. Lock in. These are just kids, okay? They're just kids. The fact that the Homeland Security is doing this is crazy. And if you look at the replies of the Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security Twitter, there are mad people that are like trying to identify their tattoos and stuff like that. Saying now that the replies have changed now, that more people know that it's fake, but like it's crazy that initially the immediate replies were like, let's find them, let's fucking show them what's what. Like you're endangering the lives of a bunch of fucking high school kids, man. You are endangering the lives of a bunch of kids. Specifically to foment race war. Come in. Here, I got a different prop for that one chatter. Hi. She wants to be in here, but she's also always nervous on camera. I don't know why. Show Farley. I don't think Farley wants to come in here. Anyway, did the DHS for sure alter the caption? I wouldn't be surprised if some fucking boomer at DHS saw this meme TikTok and took it seriously. I don't know exactly how this happened, but the point is, this should have never been published by the Department of Homeland Security. That's my point. For the exact reasons that I just mentioned. One, they're kids. Two, they're fucking memeing. Even if this is like this should not be taken sincerely. Anyway, he released a fucking video about it, one of the kids.
So I'm getting mad messages from my DMs and social media and on my comments. And I randomly get a text message talking about a recent...
Like, he still has his fucking braces in, bro.
...video that was posted in my account. I was like, what are y'all talking about? By the way, I'm sick, so if I sound weird, yeah. I get threats daily on IG and everywhere all over my social media all of a sudden due to an old video I posted months ago about Iran. Iran, that was not to be a threat. It was literally a joke, bro. Like, seriously, it's just content. Anyways, once I seen that video that was posted in my account, then I was like, what the fuck? Well, didn't I post this like months ago? Then I seen the caption, and then I was like, wait, I didn't do that. I still got the video saved on my draft from months ago on TikTok, bro. I'm gonna pull.
I understand this is the DHS, but we just watched a streamer say, find this person's face and I will kill him with silence from you and bass from chat. What? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Stable wrong. Hey, dumbass. Do you think Stable Ronaldo was talking about the Department of Homeland Security threat? Or do you think he was being sincere? He was talking about a person that fucking sexually assaulted Amaru at TwitchCon. And he wasn't being serious anyway. Are you fucking stupid, bro? What is wrong with some of you motherfuckers? I swear to God. Oh my God, brother. I fucking hate the left, brother. I do. I really do. This is what I mean, brother. This is what I fucking mean. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Dude. Dude, I can't do this. Bro just tied totally random shit to one another. Are you watching the stream? You think Stable Ronaldo saw the Department of Homeland Security's tweet and was like, I can't wait to go and kill these kids? Like he watched this and that was his response. That's what you made that up on in your mind. I don't even know how you tied these things together. Are you okay? Do you need medical attention right now? I think you might be in immediate need of medical attention. What the fuck? Are we just gonna, bro, are we oh my God. Oh my Lord. Is it a rewind feature thing? I don't think so, man. I think because like my consistency on this is like this, okay? Even if these kids actually fucking posted this, is still not worthy of the Department of Homeland Security, a whole ass federal government agency with guns, okay? With the power to apprehend people and with the seeming interest in apprehending people with regular fucking frequency to post something like this. Do you understand? Like, if these guys posted this, okay, that's still dumb as fuck. But there's a difference between a bunch of teenagers being dumb as fuck on TikTok versus the Department of Homeland Security opening up the floodgates of death threats on these fucking people. Bro, really type to understand this is the DHS, but... And none of that has anything to do with stable fucking Ronaldo, brother. You need to become stable in your mind. Like, I didn't even say nothing about fucking stable Ronaldo. What the fuck does stable Ronaldo have to do with this? Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, dude. Oh my God. Oh God, I hate being online. Wow. Hasan, you're criticizing the Department of Homeland Security for trying to foment race war by putting a fake caption on a fucking TikTok that a bunch of black teenagers made. But you also didn't say anything about a stable Ronaldo clip. That is an unironic argument that you are presenting right now. Or is this on the same planet? Are we living and existing in the same fucking reality? What the fuck kind of brain dead shit is this? Get your fucking head unstuck out of your asshole, please.
Hold up, right here. Here's the fucked up part. Federal government is involved with something that I didn't do. Like, what? So this is what they reposted off my TikTok, that video.
Yeah, by the way, No community note, I've noticed. Not that it would matter at this point. 12,000 replies, 117,000 fucking likes, 14 million views on this. This kid's getting fucking blasted right now.
Got taken down. So here's what they reposted on their page. Now that video is going crazy as hell on Twitter, bro. Now I'm a threat to the government for something that I didn't do, bro. Now I'm being called a wannabe YN, a wannabe gangster over a video that I didn't caption or I didn't post. So thanks for my followers for letting me know about this, because seriously, this is getting out of hand. Like literally, this is going crazy, viral all over social media right now. Probably might end up being on the news, bro. So my apologies for that contradiction and rumors from happening. I know my First Amendment, but I did not post that video. So to clear that out.
I don't even think he understands like how much hatred he is going to be receiving for this. Like, he is in danger. I feel like I'm more worried about him than he is about himself. Like, he's cool, calm, and collected. This is...
I did not post that video, and I apologize for all the rumors that's going around right now on social media about this conflict. And those other kids that was on the video, bro, they volunteered to want to be on the video, bro. I asked them if they wanted to be on the video, and then they said, yeah, they agreed with it. But if it wasn't really aware with the caption for the Iran video.
Yeah, bro, they made like a fucking funny like YN edit about Iran being like, oh, Iran, don't start something if you can't fucking finish it or some shit. And then somebody took that video, slapped on that caption, and the Department of Homeland Security put it out to millions of people to see. This is a person very clearly in high school. I am old enough to remember when a bunch of white kids, also from some like private school, went to Washington, D.C., okay? And they were standing in front of the indigenous activists, and they were being like kind of annoying and lame, okay? And then people yelled at the white kids, okay? People yelled at the white kids. They didn't like threaten to kill those children, okay? But they were like, how dare they do that to the old indigenous guy? You guys remember? This is, maybe some of you are too young. This happened in like, I think it happened in like 2017 or something. Okay, it was like if I recall correctly, it was an old indigenous activist at Washington, D.C. Covington, yes, the Covington kids. Okay. And brother, conservative media never let that shit go. They were like, you ruined the lives of these big, beautiful children, these lives of these white children. How fucking dare you? They lost their fucking minds. Okay? They defended them till the end of time. They still talk about it every now and then. They went nutty mo with it. Meanwhile, you got the DHS posting this shit. What the fuck? So what's up? You can't, like, what do you do in this situation? Like, if you're like a black teenager and you post a TikTok where you're memeing about, I don't know, fucking shooting your ops in Iran, at any moment that TikTok could be used to foment race war. At any moment, you could now be the face of race war in this country. There has to be a punishment for this, man. They still have this fucking tweet up. It's from yesterday. It's been a day and a half. What the fuck? Yes, the caption is doctored. I don't know. I don't know what even to say anymore about this. This is a government. This is a government office. Like, we haven't even gotten to the AI stage of things yet. Okay, we haven't even gotten there yet, because we're gonna get there too. We're gonna get to the fucking AI stage as well eventually. What happens then? I hope he lawyers up. I hope there's some lawyers that would take on this case pro bono, because they will make a fat bag out of this.
But that Iran video trend that was going on a few months ago, I wanted to hop on that trend, and I peeped a lot of people was doing the same thing too. So I wanted to be creative and change my perspective. So then I seen comments saying, "Oh, what if somebody made a YN type of video?" So then I ended up making that video. And then I started getting threats. Like, what? How is it my fault that's what y'all wanted?
That's crazy. I cannot believe it, dude. MAGA boomers on my timeline already promoting Trump being a king and telling people it's a waste of time to protest. The Nazis running this account think it's funny to tweet like Elon. Grok, is this real? Wait, the Department of Homeland Security tweeted at Will Stancil? Hey, DHS Gov, dangerous Antifa terrorists gearing up here. Come get me. Bro, Will Stancil the other day on Blue Sky literally fucking said the No Kings rally is a more consequential act of protest than the Million Man March. You can't do this, Will. You can't be saying stuff like that on the one side and then immediately place yourself in the fucking crosshairs of the federal government, so then I have to come to your defense. You can't be doing both of those things at the same time, okay? Give me a fucking refractory period. Give me like 72 fucking hours so I can dunk on you first and then defend you. Okay? That's crazy. He just does this shit all the time where he'll just like come out, say something so insane where it's like it's worthy of like dunking on him, and then instantly it's like, now we got to defend the guy. I haven't even made fun of him yet for the tweet. I was gonna do it yesterday. Yeah, he said the No Kings protests are more impactful than the civil rights movement. I'm sorry, I was paraphrasing, and I paraphrased it into something still fucking insane, but less insane than that. Fuck. Here. What the hell? US DOT Rapid Response Team? What the fuck? Oh, God. No Kings is more revolutionary than Mao's Long March. Is more impactful. Oh, God. I can't do this, man. This shit is so busted. Oh, yeah. Curtis Lewa has some choice words for Bill Ackman.
Ackman is a jerk. Has he been right yet?
Here's a guy who goes up to Newport, Rhode Island and thinks he's a professional tennis player. Come on, Ackman. Stay in your lane. Does he know anything about politics? No. Does he live in New York City? No. He lives in Chapakua, the whitest suburb of America, where even the lawn jockeys are white. Ackman is a jerk.
Give me the longer one. I don't like that he took the hat off, by the way. I think it's ridiculous. Okay. Do you know what a lawn jockey is? No. I do not know what that is. I assume it's some like old racial thing.
Donnie.
Is it? I don't know. I mean, it's fucking Curtis Lewa, so I suspect it's got to be something racial, you know? Because like, all jokes aside, you know, aside from the jokes about Curtis Lewa being like the only appropriate Republican and whatnot, like, I think a lot of people don't realize, and I don't even know about the lawn jockey thing. Maybe it's racist, maybe it's not. I don't fucking know. But like, Curtis Lewa his claim to fame is having a paramilitary group that enacts vigilante justice on black and brown people in the subways and stuff. Like at the heat of, at the peak of like crime in New York. And to be fair, it was really fucking crazy back then. Okay. From what I understand, New York crime was completely out of control. Okay. I've seen the movies and I've seen the data. Even then, it's wild that he just like set up a paramilitary organization called the Guardian Angels. That's why he wears the beret. And their entire job was like, they were a gang. They were a gang that would just beat the fuck out of people. Okay. A lawn jockey is basically a lawn gnome, but in blackface. Oh my God. Okay. That's a culturally appropriate. I mean, I get what he's saying though. It's not like he's just saying that like even the lawn jockeys are white. That's how white the fucking neighborhood is.
However, I think it is clear to New Yorkers who are against Mamdani that you and Cuomo are splitting the anti-Mamdani vote. So my question is simple. Are you okay if Mamdani wins that you, so to speak, contributed to that?
Well, number one, Ackman is a jerk. Has he been right yet? Here's a guy who goes up to Newport, Rhode Island and thinks he's a professional tennis player. Come on, Ackman. Stay in your lane. Does he know anything about politics? No. Does he live in New York City? No. He lives in Chapakua, the whitest suburb of America, where even the lawn jockeys are white. He may know Wall Street. He may know hedge funds. He has been wrong every step of the way with the billionaires. So let's say people come to the conclusion, if somehow I lose, and we know Andrew Cuomo's lost, he's already tossed in the town. Oh, it's because of you, Curtis. Because of, really? It's because of the Democrats. Wait a second. Who created Zohan Mamdani? Who embraced him? Who nourished him? Who supported him? And how dare you, people who know nothing about politics, suggest that everybody who's going to vote for me is suddenly going to be reborn? We love Andrew Cuomo. He killed all these elderly. He's a sexual harasser. He told conservatives and Republicans in 2014,
we need more Curtis Lewa style characters on the left. It's just that given how the Democratic Party operates, they would never allow Curtis Lewa to be like a consistent hitter on the left. Because I think Curtis Lewa of the left would win. I'm not even kidding. I think if he wasn't a Republican and if he actually had this same aura, same energy, but for like leftist principles, he would be winning every election. Like, instead of substitute like his completely fucking distorted worldview on how to tackle crime with like, I don't know, wanting to build soup kitchens or some shit, and boom, you have a guy who's gonna win every election. Okay, same charisma, Same quirkiness, same like weirdo behavior, running around with a fucking beret all the goddamn time. You got Jesse Ventura.
You're conservative, and you believe in right to life, and the Second Amendment. You have no place in New York. You need to leave. This is the result of the Democrat self-destruction. So I'm supposed to help them? How come they don't help themselves? Andrew Cuomo failed everybody in that primary. He even admitted it. Now he's basically saying, I can't win without Sliwa votes. Where are your votes? Why don't you spend your money? And he's got millions from the billionaires. Millions. Go out, get your own votes. Convert Sliwa voters. But for me to drop out, I represent a major party line. I have people running under me, council people, judges. They put their heart and soul into it. They support me. I have more donations than Andrew Cuomo does matching funds. So you know something? This is called voting. Since when do we not let people vote? Billionaires determine the next mayor?
God, he's so awesome. It's just like, he's so dope. It's so funny. I was thinking that the people on the right hated billionaires as much as Sliwa, the USA would be better. I mean, his platform is still fucking servile to the billionaires, okay? Make no mistake. Oh yeah, you want to hear how he got shot? Here's him on Big Think.
He stole a yellow cab late at night, sawed the handles off on the inside, and turned it into a rolling coffin, and assumed that on one of those mornings I would pick their cab, which had their wheelman, a Gambino guy named Angelo Dundee Bundini Brown or something along those lines, and the shooter, Michael Iannotti. And they would go round and round the block. And Joey D'Angelo looked like a cab driver, and Michael Iannotti was a killer extraordinaire because he was an executioner. And on the sixth day that they went round and round, bingo, lotto day for them, I picked their cab, I jumped in the back, told them, Madison Square Garden, hurry up, Mac. He said, no problem, Sliwa. And I thought, wow, an English-speaking cab driver, a guy who knows where he's going. Man, this is my day. I can max and relax, read the newspapers, prepare for the broadcast. Halfway there, instead of turning left and going west, he turns right to Gabon and goes east. And I said, hey, Mac, turn this hack around. And all of a sudden, he was putting the pedal to the metal, and I could hear the transmission grinding. And I said, I don't think he's taking this to AMCO for a transmission fix. And I said, hey, Mac, I told you, turn this hack around. And then lickety-split, within seconds, all of a sudden, some gorilla pops up in front of me who had been stuffed under the dashboard. He's popping a .38 right down at my three-piece set, my lower extremities, not the knife, spoon, and fork. And all of a sudden, he says, take this, you son of a bitch, boom, and he fires. And I could see the fire leave the barrel of the gun. Didn't feel anything and never been shot before, so assumed, wow, this is just a bad dream or a misfire. And by the time I could come to my senses, as my heart was beeping, and I felt like Robbie Robot in Lost in Space, you know, danger, Mr. Robinson, danger. He raises the gun, fires a second time, and now I feel it, the cramping, the blood is spewing. All of a sudden, I'm in a panic, and I immediately dive for the door, figure I'll dive into oncoming traffic, risk becoming a speed bump. And they knew I would do that, and as I reached for the handle and pulled to yank it open, it came off from my hand, and pow, a third shot right through my legs like a hot knife through butter. I'd now been shot 3 times. I'm bleeding like a sieve. I'm stuffed beneath the driver, trying to avoid the headshots. I'm fighting the gun off so he can't pop 2. This off so he can't pop 2 in the back of my head. And then all of a sudden I pick up my Guardian Angel walkie-talkie. I say, Angel 1, code red, Angel 1. And they start blabbering away. And that distracts the driver, Joey D'Angelo, who thinks maybe it's NYPD 5-0. So he drives on the sidewalk. He drives back onto the street. He makes a radical turn going south towards the Williamsburg Bridge. And I feel a gust of wind. And I said, feet don't fail me now. I got precious little energy. So I used the cushion in the back to see, as if it were a trampoline, dived in the direction of what I felt was an open window because I felt the gust of wind. Luckily, they had opened the window just moments before they had picked me up because the air conditioner wasn't working. Lucky that the AC wasn't working. I made it halfway out the window. The gunman panics. He realizes, oh my God, he's out the window. So he pulls me up by my belt. He puts the gun in my back. The driver at the same time crashes me into parked cars. I smash me like sardines, nut to butt. They pump that final bullet in the back, push me out, and figure I'm dead on arrival and I'm sucking concrete. Next thing you know, they scrape me up off the asphalt, put me in the gurney, put me in the meat wagon, throw me on the emergency route of Bellevue, and they start cutting and chopping. And an hour and a half, well, actually hours later, days later, I wake up in intensive care with every tube and every orifice of my body, the bells and whistles. I wake up slowly. I see that first face that indicates to me that I'm alive, I'm not dead, and it's Ed Koch, my former nemesis, the former mayor of the city.
Ed Koch, my former nemesis. Bro. Oh, yeah, this is when his origin story. He got invited to the White House after he saved people from a burning building while on a route as a paper boy. And this is where he met Richard Nixon.
Of New York, who thought I was a hemorrhoid in a red beret, and I thought I had died and gone straight to hell without an asbestos suit. When I came to my senses, I realized I was alive. I took a licking and came back ticking, and let's face it wasn't my martial arts skill that saved the day or my street smarts. It was the man upstairs who decided I wasn't ready to be punching on the time clock yet and going out feet first.
It's fucking amazing. That is a real story, by the way. I mean, I'm sure he's like embellishing a little bit, but he did get shot in the back of a cab 4 times, which he brought up in the debate, if you recall. He's like, well, you know, I don't get in the yellow cabs no more, because in 1989 I got shot 4 times in the back of the cab car, bada bing. What is this? My mom told me she loves Sliwa because when she was in the subways during the 70s or whatever, she felt safer and knew Sliwa. She's still loving Zoran though, but still talks highly on Sliwa since she knows him, sorta. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He is a character. But it's real. That's a real story that happened to him. It's so strange because, like, once again, his aura, his riz is like, if this was a race between Andrew Cuomo and Sliwa, I think, and I lived in New York, I might have voted for Curtis Sliwa. I think Curtis Sliwa would be able to defeat Andrew Cuomo. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think this would have been Curtis Sliwa's moment after like 11 failed mayoral runs, because he is the man. He is consistently the guy who is on the Republican ticket in the New York mayoral race. Moderator, what's your bagel order? Curtis Sliwa, well, as you know, I was poisoned in Zabaz in 1984. I found an antidote in a tunnel under the subway, which I still use every day. Thank you for proving you are white. I mean, when you listen to what he was talking about, there were moments where he was coming across more left-wing than fucking Andrew Cuomo was. But yeah, this is also obviously a very real point. It's very funny and charming to me how Curtis and Zoran both seem to unironically like each other because of a sense of shared hatred of Cuomo, but also they like one another. They also like one another because they both have like respect for one another as New Yorkers. Okay? Like, Curtis Sliwa is a New York icon. I have covered him many times on this broadcast. Famously when he did a hate crime on Sean Hannity, if you remember. Curtis Sliwa and his goons did a hate crime on the Sean Hannity broadcast. It sounds insane, but when you get to know Curtis Lewa a little bit more, you start to realize perhaps that did really happen. And it did, live on Fox News on the Sean Hannity broadcast. Sean Hannity was interviewing Curtis Lewa about the dangers of migrants in New York City streets. And Curtis Lewa and his goons were on Times Square, in the middle of fucking Times Square. And they saw a random dude who happened to look Mexican, okay? And they immediately started pouncing on random dude. Sean Hannity, at the directive of Curtis Lewa, turned the camera around to capture this hate crime in action, okay? The only thing that took place was that Curtis Lewa identified a brown person and they tackled him as a migrant shoplifter, okay? They were like, "Oh, get his ass. He's a migrant shoplifter. Can you pan the camera over here? So you hear this? Look.
Like the camera over there,
Look.
Migrants in New York City when suddenly this happened.
Guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th, while all this
Can you pan the camera?
Sean Hannity goes, "Can you pan the camera?"
Taken over. They've taken over. Like the camera over there, if at all possible.
Yep. Oh, you got your key open, guys.
It's out of control. Out of control.
So,
yeah, one problem. He was neither a migrant nor a shoplifter. Just a random guy. You see the problem with vigilante justice? So that's the guy. That's who Curtis Lewa is. And he has seemingly been able to get away with doing this for years. Okay? That is what's so crazy about this, is that, like, he just gets to beat the fuck out of people. Okay? He just gets to beat the fuck out of people. I'm taking your dog, bro. Good luck. Good luck, bitch. You could be taking something else if you show up to where I'm at. Dumbass. Anyway. Curtis Lee was also a very interesting guy because he has, I believe, 7 cats. Just a crazy dude. People say 17. No, I think she was making that up. I don't think she is right about that. In 2021, news outlets reported the GOP candidate for mayor in New York City, Curtis Lewa, also this year's nominee, lives with 60. Oh my God, it is 16 cats in a studio apartment. He's on the record that he would turn Gracie Mansion into a cat sanctuary, saying it could easily house over 60 cats. It turns out that's the reason why he wants to be mayor. Oh God, I shouldn't have shown this to the fucking cat, to the cat people in the chat. They're not normal. When they see cat mentioned, they lose their fucking mind. When they see cat mentioned, they go, "Oh, that's just as insane. He's this right kind of insane for me." Okay. Can you imagine the smell of 16 cats in a 1-bedroom apartment? Oh my fucking Lord, dude. I don't even want to think about that shit. Anyway, maybe Zoran should make him the rat czar when he's mayor. All right. That'll be all for today. Okay. That'll be all That'll be all for the day. I am going to end the broadcast here. I want to stream tomorrow, but I don't know if I can because
I'm chillaxing.
I might not be able to stream tomorrow because I'm doing a photo shoot. You already know why. Whenever I do photo shoots on Sundays, you know what that means. That means merch. New merch day. Coming. But that's all I got for today. If I have time after the photo shoot, I will go live. But if I don't, then I'll see you on Monday. I love you all. And regardless, I will be doing a day in the life of Kaya shoot tomorrow, whether I stream or not. Okay? Peace, everybody. Peace and love. Love you all. See you maybe tomorrow. If not, on Monday, okay? Bye-bye.
The sun is streaming.